And that's all that we need. This area of politicking to say we are zoning the ticket, we are not zoning it. We've tried this in time past and it has not favored. It rather create more rancor and more give some people the leeway that whether we do it anything or not, we should start fighting and contesting for it and allow credible or people that merit this particular, and it must start from the internal process of some of these political parties because they are actually to give us the presidential candidate. It is not with the populace that determine that. It is when they are produced that the people will now decide that, okay, of all the candidates we have before us, I think we need to go this route either by following the party or the personality behind, the scene of that particular party. But this internal process is something that they can just put together themselves. But I've always been an advocate of saying, let's give leadership those that actually merit it, not about zoning this particular thing. And that person should be holistic enough to know Nigeria is one. It's not about I concentrating or giving preference to the people from my zone. It's about the uniformity of our country as one, as against the division that we're having now.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Sison, for that. Now, what do you make of the fact that we have, the likes of Goodluck Ebele Jonathan meeting with David Mark, talking about ADC now. He wants to be part of the ADC, but from what we're getting, the information we've gathered thus far, it says that David Mark believes that anyone who wants to be the flag bearer of the party, ADC party, must participate in the primary election of that party. And with the fact that we also have another revolution saying that the likes of Atiku Abubakar control maybe 65 to 70% of the internal affairs of the party. Are you seeing, this particular statement of not zoning thus far the ticket of the party to whether south or north, now to have, political undertone to it? Is it that some people are already having a grip on that party already? I'm talking about the coalition party that so many Nigerians are believing to have.
Yeah, when the coalition was actually being formed, a lot of us asked several questions to you to say, okay, let's see how far they can go with some of this. And that's the bottleneck that we already facing. I'm sure a lot of people are actually looking at having a candidate, to the south. Since APC have declared the intention that the current president will run the election or have, the second term for them. So they are looking at having a march from the southwest as again using opposition to counter them. And that's why a lot of people are of the opinion that using a southerner to counter him will do. But with the Alhaji Abubakar still nursing his ambition, you cannot actually clear him. Wherever you put your investment, you must protect it to the letter. But we all wait for how it plays out. He might decide to yield the floor on the long run when he sees the circumstances of things, or he still continue to push on. Part of the things a lot of us have said is that these politicians, they lack ideology. They dine with this in the morning, take with the lunch with another party, and end up taking dinner. Because it's about their interests, it's about what they can get to themselves, not about the populace that they claim they want to give good governance to, even with the current ones that we have on board. Politicians are out there, as far as people like me are concerned, they are of like minds. It's about interest, and when you're able to galvanize your interest, you move on. So let's wait and see what plays out, with this, their internal process that they are faced with.
All right, then, while we're talking about that, the Federal High Court in Abuja has barred Professor Pat Utomi from forming a shadow government, calling the move unconstitutional and invalid. The judge goes ahead to side with the DSS, saying that if the plan to establish a shadow government, if it pulls through, it will be a threat to national peace and security. Do you agree with the assertion of the court? I mean, a judgment has already been given, but do you agree with what the court is saying? What would be the purpose of a shadow government? And would it be enough to actually put Nigeria's political elite and public office holders in check? Or would it lead to a situation of anarchy like the judge has ruled?
Yeah, well, I want to go having the understanding of saying you're having a shadow government. It's like you want to have a government that run pari passu and check the activities of what the current ones are doing. If my understanding of what they call shadow government is something to go by, I feel that we can objectively criticize whoever is at the end of the affair as against having a parallel government against them that will put them under. You see, you might see the beginning of it. A lot of people might decide to hijack the process that will now become a threat and an anarchy, as they have said. Most of the time, the people concerned, we have good faith, but those behind the scene that supports you, you may not have that wherewithal to control them when it comes to, overblowing some of these things out of proportion. So for me, we should continue to give objective criticism as against having a shadow government, which you might consider. Before you know it, some people will have a movement. Don't forget, I always make reference, the NSAS had a good and positive attention. They started by even advocating and fighting for, better life for the policemen. But where did we end up today? It ended up in a massacre. So it's always very conscious. So people should be conscious of the fact that you might have good intention played out, but people might hijack that out of your space, and it becomes something that will really become a mind-blowing problem that will be difficult even for the government on their own to manage.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Sheson, for that. When this particular statement first came, I'm talking about when Pastor Tommy first made this move, DSS halted it, and not just that, so it was called in for questioning before finally we have this case in court. Some say that this particular move is more like an anathema to the presidential system of government. But it's not the first time, it's not the first time we're talking about shadow government. And first, we have that in 1960 to 1966. Now, can you help us actually walk around this? Why is it difficult at this point for such a thing to come up straight? Why is it that some persons are already kicking against it? Why is it that we're getting from the courts now saying that this is more like a way to obtain the national peace and security? Are we really having peace in Nigeria? Is Nigeria or Nigeria secured at this point in time with a whole lot of events playing out in Nigeria?
Yeah, well, we can claim that there is high level of insecurity in the country. But we cannot claim that we are not secure, because I will tell you the fact that if we are not, if you are I'll tell some people, the insecurity is there, but we are not at war zone. If we are not at peace, you and I won't be at our respective place of work as we speak. It might be difficult to move at specific time to specific location, but I still believe that there are some areas where we enjoy peace and tranquility. The other area of it is that by the time you open up people to create shadow government, vis-a-vis the new administration running, like I said, it might be of good intention, but what are the plans to actually manage the people that you are actually leading? Do they understand the in-depth of what you set to achieve? If the answer is no, that means there's a problem. You drive the vision, and when they divert, when they digress from where you are, it becomes a parallel government that you will now be pointing accusing finger to you. That's why I will continue to say, let's continue to engage the administration, whether the current one or the one to come, constructively, say what is it, and don't just criticize. Provide solutions for some of them. It's a different thing whether they take it or not, but I can always tell you that there's always a fallover on some of these solutions that are being provided for the government. When the chips are down, they fall to some. They may not give the reference to you, but they understand the fact that there is an alternative solution to some of the things that you have actually suggested to them. And I think that will always be the best way to go, rather than forming a shadow government. Even the cost of implementing such, I'm sure it won't come cheap. Because when you are forming a shadow government, that means you are going to have representative across board to feed you back as the leader of that particular group, and those things will not definitely come cheap.
All right, then let's now look at the elephant in the room. Almost all the different petroleum unions in Nigeria right now have issues with the Dangote refinery after it allegedly laid off 800 Nigerian workers for joining Pengasan. This is something that has made many Nigerians, many Nigerians are thinking, how will this affect us? Will the price of petrol rise? The federal government has said, not to worry, the price of petrol will not rise. We're on top of the situation. But the NUPRC, the NMDPRA, Pengasan, almost every petroleum union right now has an issue with Dangote refinery and how they've chosen to conduct their affairs. Does it actually look like Dangote refinery is putting the interests of foreigners ahead of that of Nigerians? And even if he were, isn't it his prerogative to do that? As a businessman who wants to make profit, he alleged that the Nigerian workers were actually sabotaging the plant in different ways. But Pengasan says that is not true. They were being let go because they joined the union. What is the problem with unionism?
Okay, thank you very much on the question you have asked. And I want to take it this route. First and foremost, we should realize that Dangote Refinery is a privately owned organization who actually took the risk on the failure of the government and the so-called agency that we actually have been locked up today because of this unionism and the likes. I'm sure in the organization where you work, there are rules and regulations that bind you. If they want union to actually prevail, there's no problem about it. If they don't want, they don't give those things. Most corporate organizations will actually not give interest to this union. And when they try to do, because most of the time, the union tends to twist. The essence of having unionism when they started was to have collaborative way of engaging more productivity for the organization. But I can tell you that reverse has been the case, and that's why a lot of us have picked up on Pengerson and the people that have decided to down to, at this critical point in time, because somebody is actually, revealing and availing us the pressure that we are being faced in their ends. You can imagine if we don't have Dangote Refinery as we speak, we should be buying fuel as high as, 2,000 with the removal of subsidy by the government. But somebody took the bull by the horn to say, I'm going to set this up. I think we should start be thinking in way to assist in making sure that other people that have these funds that are actually investing in other safe havens look back into the government when they see the encouragement that somebody who has taken the bull by the horn has been able to do. The Pengerson has not called out for strike or shut down the system against the government where they worked in. They've been collecting free salary, on the refineries, even with turnaround maintenance. There are staff that are working in this refinery that are actually collecting salary, and because it's taxpayers' money, they are not concerned about it. To say, okay, we shut down this system because people are not working, we are not having productivity. Nobody is asking question about $1.5 million that was spent on
Mr. Okwade, let me interrupt you right there. Pengerson and these other unions that have an issue with Dangote Refinery have been advised to buy into one of these moribund Nigerian refineries and see what it looks like to actually be the ones who are driving the refining of petrol in Nigeria. But is that a viable option, a viable solution to this face-off between the unions and Dangote Refinery?
Yeah, people that made that suggestion to, I'm in support of it. Not until when you wear somebody's shoe, that's when you know where it pinches. I'm speaking from the perspective of a business owner. You dare not dictate what goes on to the business owner because he understands the risk he has actually taken to make sure that those things are. And you can imagine at times just the same way they've shut down Nigerian system of the oil sector. The same way, if you allow most of this union in this private sector, they will do the same and clamp down. They care less about the citizens they feel they are fighting for. They are always fighting for the interest and not the interest of the populace, if you ask.
All right, I'm so sorry, I need to board now at this point. Now that we are getting a strike, and this particular strike actually speaks volume to start with, because from the statement released on Saturday or even yesterday, Sunday, it shows that a woman in the market might not be able to have access to maybe kerosene or even cooking gas, and commuters won't be able to have access to PMS at this point in time. This is more like holding the whole nation to a halt, a standstill. Are we seeing the cabals, which Dangote talked about before the refinery coming upstream? Are we seeing the cabals fighting? Because he said something when he made mention of the Malta blending plant, the revolution he made, when he was having issues with NNPC, having an office and all that back and forth. Are we seeing this cabal still holding, the Nigeria oil sector by the jugular?
Yeah, the cabals are still, trying to penetrate every of the acts they feel they can do to bring out that refinery. But the citizens are actually working. A lot of us have given our backing even to Dangote with the introduction of the truck. He has decided to provide, to do an end-to-end delivery for the people. By the time this actually start operation, the other thing we will tell him to do, I think he's building a country for himself within the country, is to look at other meaningful Nigerians who are the wherewithal to provide security for some of these facilities, because we know the next thing is to be attacked. You can imagine that in a very long time, we've not been experiencing, even though we are buying at high and a very high price, but we have it smoothly, running since we have the outbreak. And even from the news we read, from the Bureau of Statistics, here we are as a country exporting out, finished product of some of these refined product, and not that alone. Some of the byproduct that we are getting from this thing is another source of income, even for that organization to pay more tax to the people and to the government, and also provide some of those things accessible for people to do. You can imagine bitumen, you can imagine grease, you can imagine the fertilizer factory that is actually being set up. These are major things that the other countries that are having access to our crude oil are actually benefiting from. So you can imagine where it started from, where we are as of today, where we are being told that over 371 billion is actually being accessed via this export of this finished product. We are taking over the West African country, and I think it's something we should be proud of, that can attract more people into the business, as again countering what they are doing. So I feel that the cabal is still in operation, whatever it takes the government, because we cannot continue to see some people hold us to ransom, shut down the process, a whole day, because they feel that this is the way to go. To join union is not by force. It's a freedom of association. And when people feel that they want to join it, let them go ahead if they are able to manage it. But you don't do that even with private sector, because they know what they have actually planned. They know what they have promised their stakeholders to give to them at the end of the day. And when they don't fulfill it, it threatens their business. So if there is anyone who try to sabotage their effort, they kick them out of the process and actually replace them with the people that are actually out there to give the service delivery that is expected of them.
Mr. Shea, so now I need to get your opinion on this, because recall that this present administration, when they come up on board, they made mention of supporting Nigerians for local oil production. With this back and forth happening with Dangote, we learned that BUA is about coming upstream too. What does this really portend for other Nigerians, for other, private individuals who have interest and how to push Nigeria's economy forward, either from joining the oil and gas sector or maybe bringing up something good? I'm talking about moving into production for Nigeria's economy to have a divine turnaround.
I think the government have a very high thing to fulfill at this point in time, because it will mar our future if decisive decisions are not made. If people want to be a part of union, they can do that with the government. I will always ask NLC, TUC, Newpeng, Pengasin, how much of the strike they have called that are favor the private sector. They've put us most of the time under unnecessary pressure that is really not warranting what it is. And you don't encourage people to actually invest. So you can imagine if BUA that we plan that is coming upstream is seeing the challenges being faced by Dangote. Do you think any reasonable, sensible person want to invest? A lot of our people are traveling out, not even to Japa alone, to go and set up companies, organizations, instead even where the government collaborate with them to grow. And, some will not even repatriate the fund back to the country. But here we are. We have the natural resources across board. We have the human capital across board. But we just have failure in our system to correct some of these anomalies. And all we do is to checkmate. As the union are doing their own, government are actually working to make sure that there are diverse ways at which you are not allowing businesses to grow. Thank God for the presidential task force working on how to streamline even taxation. You know what it used to look like? Multiple taxation from different angles. Do they want to kill the private sector? Do we want growth as far as this economy is concerned? Even to have access to funds, it's really not there. So you continue mitigating one problem or the other, all because you are trying to allow growth in the economy. Meanwhile, when you go to other same clients, when you develop businesses, they embrace you and look for a way to consolidate on your growth. But here in the country, as you are finishing one problem, when you finish with the cabal now, the federal government will come out with their own to say this, the another agency will come out. We should just look at way of harmonizing and see how we encourage ourselves, because this country is blessed. All we just need is collaboration among the agencies to see how they put things together to make it grow. If you want other people to invest even in our country, even the foreign direct investment we are looking at, they are watching. If you can do that to your own, how much more to a foreigner?
Interesting
And you expect
point
them to
you
come
raised
into the
there.
country.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shisono Kwade. $20 million investment is what we're having back and forth over. Thank you so much, Mr. Shisono Kwade. This is how we can go, on the media news analysis. We've been speaking with Mr. Shisono Kwade, public affairs analyst, and it's still the media news and voice of the people television. We'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, the rest of the media news continue. Welcome back to the media news and voice of the people television. The National Biotechnology Research and Development Agency has assured Nigerians that genetically modified organisms, GMO, are safe for health. Director General Abdullahi Mustafa gave the assurance in a statement released by the agency spokesperson, Tony Omozua. He said recent debates around GMOs are fueled by misinformation and stressed the agency's commitment to public awareness through research and education. Mustafa added that the agency is focused on innovative science-based solutions in agriculture, health, and other key sectors.
Now, this report says that the Nigerian Railway Corporation has designated every Wednesday for maintenance on the Abuja-Kaduna train service. In a statement from Lagos, NRC's Chief Public Relations Officer Callistus Onyemadu said train operations will resume only after completing all safety and technical checks, a move aimed at ensuring smooth and secure service for passengers. Following the August 26 incident, Onyemadu noted that 530 of the 583 passengers on board were contacted, with 512 already refunded. He added that all 22 injured passengers have been reached, with many visited by NRC's medical team, and will receive one free ride per week until December 31.
In another development, Nigerians in the United States will take to the street of New York City this Saturday for the 2025 Nigeria's Independence Day Parade and Carnival, marking the nation's 65th independence anniversary. Viewed as the largest Nigerian celebration outside the homeland, the annual event highlights the country's rich culture and the contribution of Nigerians in the U.S. Organized by the Nigeria Independence Day Committee, a coalition of Nigerian organizations across the U.S., the festivities will include music, dance, and cultural displays. Last year's parade featured performance by artists like Casey at Madison Square Park. The celebrations kick off officially on Wednesday, October 1, with a ceremonial flag raising to mark the start of the week-long event. Committee Chairman Olayinka Dansalami called the parade a proud tradition and a unified force for Nigerians in the diaspora.
Still in the news, human rights activist Omoyele Showore's recent accusation against the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT Nyesom Wike, has stirred controversy in Rivers State, where Wike served as governor for 8 years. Showore alleged that Wike and his family acquired a multi-million-dollar property in Florida, United States, using suspected looted funds. VOP TV's correspondent Desmond Anyanwu samples public opinion on the development.
Of saying different things on the...
A cross-section of Port Harcourt residents who spoke to VOP TV said Wike, who earns an estimated annual salary of about 7.5 million naira as a public servant, cannot afford to buy such properties if not with looted money.
I have never taken His Excellency, the former governor of Rivers State, serious for any time. And that's because he has a history, as far as to the best of my knowledge, of saying different things on different subjects just as it suits him. I cannot hold him on any statement that he has said that he has been consistent with. To that extent, I always take his responses to issues as laughable. Yes, it's a field day for him because we're in a country and indeed under a leadership that is non-accountable. We have state institutions that are only interested in Yahoo boys and petty thieves, and not serious state resource miners. While I may not have the entire facts, the allegations are pretty very, very heavy. And his statement does not answer to them, as it were. It's like when he told us that he bought a Rolls Royce, and when he was pushed a little by the channel's interviewer, he said his father was a general manager of many companies. I never knew his father to be any general manager. At least by God's grace, some of us know his father. I knew him in River State as a student. So it's funny when he says his father was a general manager without telling us the companies his father was a general manager in that allowed him and perhaps his siblings to amass, or perhaps he was the only one among his siblings that were able to amass that much of wealth through his father's super wealth. But that's Nigeria for us. Nobody questions. Even our legal system is funny. We're one of the only countries where you find a legal system that says that it is he who accuses that should prove. Otherwise, even a typical good thief should be freed. Elsewhere, where things are working, the reverse is the case. It is he who owns a wealth that explains how he made his wealth. But in Nigeria, it is the other way. He who thinks that one has wealth in abnormal way should prove how that wealth is abnormal. So that itself gives you a framework to allow for looters and miners, as it were, of public fund. But be that as it may, if we have institutions, both his statement and the allegation are worth investigating.
So if the president is serious about fighting corruption, this is a matter that they should take. Or we should hear a statement from the president. If a minister in your administration is being accused of money laundering, indirectly it touches on you. It touches on the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And these are things his handlers should be telling him. As for the FCT minister, I also expect him to come clean, although he has made statements about his wife's in-laws and all of that. We cannot begrudge him because we don't have the facts. But what we are saying is there should be open and transparent investigation into those allegations. So that if it is just a Sowore that is just making wild allegations, Sowore will also be held to account under the relevant laws of the country. So it is important that they open an investigation into that matter. Then an investigation should also mean that we should begin to ask politicians to account for how they make their monies to build such expensive properties. We should begin to, when we see such expensive properties, we should begin to, as citizens, we should begin to also interrogate. What does this person do outside politics? What business does he do? What job does he do? Yes, some of them are lawyers, some of them are engineers, but are they practicing engineers? Are they practicing lawyers? How many years have they even practiced to give them such stupendous wealth? So these are the things we should interrogate.
They said the FCT minister, Wike, allegedly used his wife, children, and in-laws to acquire properties worth millions of dollars in Winter Springs, Florida. The people called on anti-graft agencies in Nigeria and the United States of America to carry out a thorough investigation into the allegation against the FCT minister.
If it's his in-laws, who are they? How did they come by such assets? When did they buy the asset? How did they buy the asset? And when did they do the transfer? There are questions that a serious-minded investigating institution should be able to unravel.
We can come in to say the wife of the parents. I think they should go and spell it out in the US. They should spell it out there, and then we will get the feedback. It's an accusation, a direct accusation of money laundering and using his wife and children's name. And before now, they've accused him too of land grabbing in Abuja, using his children, and they try to turn it because it's Nigeria. But the Sowore has gone extra mile to write to the attorney. No, they should go and defend it.
Most residents of the state refuse to talk about what they know of the FCT minister and family for fear of intimidation and witch hunting. The people noted countries like the United States of America, the United Kingdom, France, and Australia of aiding and abetting corrupt politicians in Nigeria, stressing that these countries have become a safe haven for Nigerian corrupt public officials. In Port Harcourt, Desmond Anyanwu, VOP TV.
Thank you so much, Desmond Anyanwu, for that wonderful coverage. Away from that, to the business segment of the Midday News. The federal government has secured renewed funding from the African Development Bank, ADF, to expand the second phase of the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones program. The expansion will extend the initiative to 24 more states beyond the initial 7 and the Federal Capital Territory. According to Sterling Kwocha, Senior Special Assistant to the Vice President on Media and Communications, the pledge followed a meeting between Vice President Kashim Shettima and AFDB President Sidi Ould Tah on the sidelines of the 80th UN General Assembly in New York. Launched in October 2022 under former Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, the SAPS programs aim to tackle food insecurity, boost agricultural export, and create millions of agro-industrial jobs over the next decades. The first phase covered Kano, Imo, Kaduna, Cross River, Kwara, Oyo, Ogun, and FCT, with fundings of $210 million from AFDB, $310 million from the Islamic Development Bank, and IFAD, and $18 million from the Nigerian government.
Still in business, trade between Nigeria and China rose by 34.7% to $15.48 billion between January and July 2025 compared to the same period last year. China's Consul General in Lagos, Yan Yuqing, revealed this during a reception marking China's 76th founding anniversary, Nigeria's 64th independence, and the Mid-Autumn Festival. Yuqing said Nigeria is now China's second largest trading partner in Africa, a growth she attributed to the upgrade of bilateral ties to a comprehensive strategic partnership during the 2024 China-Africa Cooperation Summit. She highlighted growing cooperation in infrastructure, energy, trade, culture, and education, saying it continues to deliver real benefits to both countries. Yuqing also pledged continued support for Chinese nationals and businesses in Nigeria and urged the Chinese community to maintain unity, follow legal business practices, and contribute actively to strengthening China-Nigeria relations, which she described as being at their best stage yet.
In the world of sports, Nigeria's under-20 national team, the Flying Eagles, will kick off their FIFA Under-20 World Cup campaign today in Chile with a Group F clash against Norway. The match set for the Estadio Fiscal do Talca marks the first ever meeting between the two sides in the history of the tournament. Nigeria, two-time finalists in the 1989 and 2005, are marking their 14th appearance in the competition, with debut as the FIFA Under-21 Youth Tournament in 1977. Norway will be appearing for only the third time in the champions' history.
Still talking sports, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has invited residents and visitors to attend the E1 Lagos Grand Prix, Africa's first all-electric powerboats championship, set to take place in Lagos. In a post on his social media handle, Governor Sanwo-Olu described the event as a historic milestone for Lagos and the continent, showcasing the city's commitment to innovation, sustainability, and global relevance. He said the championship is an opportunity to present Lagos as a vibrant, forward-looking city ready to embrace the future.
In entertainment, African music icon Dolly Parton has postponed the start of her Las Vegas residency by nearly a year due to ongoing health challenges. I beg your pardon, American music icon, not African this time. At a statement on her social media pages, the 79-year-old singer and actress says she needs time for medical procedures and won't be able to rehearse adequately for the shows, which were originally set to begin in early December at the Coliseum at Caesar's Palace. And that is it on the Media News and Voice of the People television. But before we go, a quick look at the headlines. A Pengasin strike shuts down NNPC and UPRC.
And we also told you that the federal government has assured of petrol stability.
Also, courts blocks Pat Utomi shadow government's plan.
And Shetima heads to Germany after UNGA 80.
We also told you that FG, federal government, deploys officers to Zamfara where there was a mine collapse.
And the ADC denies zoning presidential ticket.
In World of Business, we told you that AFDB is set to fund Nigeria's AF's expansion to 24 states.
And in sports, Flying Eagles aim for winning start against Norway.
And World of Entertainment, Dolly Parton postpones show as health challenges increase. And that is it on the Media News and Voice of the People television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channels. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. And on all other social media platforms, we are VOP TV Live. Up next on our schedule is a Spotlight Show with Precious Agumanu. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am Chioma Innocent. Thank you for watching.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered. VOP TV. Now You have more than a voice.
I'm your girl, Precious Agmano, aka call me Prezi. And I'm not doing this alone today. I have my semi-special person with me, and he's here smiling.
No, the reason I would always be coming after 22AK market days. You understand? So I came some time ago, and now I'm here to co-host because it is salary week. So I'm paying more attention to you. We have to share everything that has to come to you. So my wonderful people, welcome on board. It is Spotlight. My name remains Savior Udo.
And yes, it's a new week and a new day to stay grounded.
Precious, you are smiling. You are smiling a lot. We have to suspect you. I sincerely am suspecting
it's a new day to stay grounded and blessed. Please, you should tell Savior to leave it. But it's all good. It's a new day to stay grounded and blessed. And we're bringing you an exciting blend of story and gist. And please, I know you want to hear this, that you shouldn't go anywhere. Stay put, sit where you're sitting and watch us, because we are going to talk about a lot of things. And yes, we're talking about today about Davido. He has reacted to a fan that asked him to start flying on commercial planes to set an example for his colleagues. I want to ask this question. Is it Davido they're not using to do example? Or is it another person? Because I don't know where this confusion is. Because when somebody is big, he's big. Someone that has the first private jet, the family has the first private jet, the second, the third, and even got the fourth one. And you are telling him to start setting an example for other colleagues. Please. Oh Lord, I don't know what to say to this fan actually, but trust me, when somebody is taking bottled water, when someone is taking pure water, the difference is clear. If you have the money to get the bottled water, definitely you will go for it. You don't expect someone that can afford the bottled water to start going for the pure water. Please, we have to set this thing. Please, you people should just leave Davido alone. You people have drag his head, drag him left and right, and I don't know what to say again. Savior, are you with me on this?
No, on the most for the very first time in the history of this show, I am supporting you on whatsoever you have said.
Oh, you see?
You understand?
You see what I'm talking about?
Please, Davido is not the air you people breathe. It is not compulsory and it is not by force that you must talk about Davido before you can trend.
Yes.
Leave him out of all of this. They said they have money more than Davido, right? They are also flying private jets. But of course, they've been in the news now, owing so many sponsors. They are owing so many show promoters. You collected money, you are not going for shows. Just because you said that you want about 10 of your live bands, your manager and everybody, almost 15 people, going on private jets and all of that. You are even within Nigeria and outside Nigeria, you are giving them, very serious conditions that without this you cannot. If you know that you are not in that leave of private jet, leave it for 30 BG. Leave it for them.
Do you even see the name? 30 BG.
You understand? For 30 BG.
It's not
any sport now you see, they'll say that their favorites can fly private jet. Their favorite has private jet. Now your favorite is struggling with show promoters.
And can you even see that? Imagine that Davido is only the artist, Nigerian artist that is going to perform at the Coachella Festival 2026.
Okay. Please. See, on the more serious one, you see for that particular one. You see for that particular one. Let's not start it now. Because they will still come for you. That even if it's going to perform there, they also have big shows that they're also going to perform.
When the truth is already there.
No. See, I think it is obvious that everyone. I don't want to use the word hate, right? They don't like the person of Davido, or because he is blessed, or he's coming from a rich family.
I don't know why they are so paid.
But this guy is a very serious hustler.
Simple person.
Sincerely, the guy hustles a lot. As if it's normal.
Even get to the just see now, and he's a very intentional man. When he got his wife the new G-Wagon,
that's where you will see people now. So every other thing you cannot talk about the videos. When you say when he get the wife G-Wagon, so what are you trying to say?
When I'm talking about this, a lot of people say, this girl, you too like Vintins. Please allow me to love the Vintins myself. I love it.
Precious. I am using this medium to let you know that these things will not matter in heaven. Heaven is the race.
Uncle, don't tell me.
Heaven is where we are going to.
It's the same.
Forget G-Wagon.
Please.
Forget Maybach. Forget whatsoever. If it is pencil light you see, drive it. It's Toyota. Drive it. If it is Honda, if it is Acura, manage it.
Let me ask you one question. They'll just buy you clean sent in 5G we're gonna give to you, sir. Won't you collect?
You said they just buy. Will I reject gifts?
The kingdom of God. And
will I reject gifts?
You see,
just imagine me coming to this station now, and I get to the office, and HOP says, "Oh, Savior, the management said we should give you." Oh God, Father Lord.
Savior, I don't actually know why you're riding to.
Why I'm just mentioning my management is that I want God to touch them. Ma, if you are watching us, let the Lord use you.
Please, please, on behalf of Savior, please forgive me because I don't know.
Okay, but you can actually talk about G-Wagon. You can talk about everything.
Why won't I talk about
because you want it. Nobody must reason. Davido is nice. I hope you know that. He didn't just do that for his wife. For every year, I believe, Davido buys new set of iPhones for his friend, and he gives them cars. For all his 30 BG. And I think there is this particular chain, this 30 BG chain. Pure gold. Yeah. He gets it for every member of 30 BG.
Oh. And talking about him saying, we rise by lifting others. Only
for you to use that word, I think I concur. Sincerely, Davido rises by lifting others.
Please, to all the fans,
but
the one that actually doing the hate thing, you people should leave this man alone.
Guess what? Let me call your attention to something.
Okay.
So because of this statement, we rise by lifting others. Somebody mistakenly sent Adekunle Gold message on Twitter. You understand? Twitter Adekunle Gold and say, that Davido said we rise by lifting others. Adekunle Gold, please bless me this morning. Let me know that you have lifted me. Adekunle Gold say, even Mr. Defan will lift me. See, sincerely, Adekunle Gold for now is a savage on Twitter. Do you get? And that statement, we rise by lifting others. I think Odumodu Black too has actually come against that statement. I'm telling you. No, but for Davido, sincerely, he rise by lifting others. But I hope you know that Whiskey does as well, but he doesn't like you coming on social media to talk about it. He doesn't. I didn't even know that Whiskey pays people's school fees. The same Whiskey pays medical bills. You understand? Whiskey gifts a lot.
Of course.
But he would tell you before gifting, please don't post it.
I just want to tell you something. Please don't drag Whiskey into this now.
No.
Let's not start.
No, but that's the reason why we're having this conversation in the first place. They said he should come. They said the video should come back and use a normal commercial flight, right? So that he can set example, so that all his mates, his colleagues, would not be using private again. Private jets.
You know where I'm going to.
Don't
just start.
Isn't that the big three war? Burna Boy, Whiskey, and Davido. Is that not the big three situation?
Please, my people.
Yes.
If a lot of fans have actually come out to talk about this whole fan that came out to say that Davido should start flying commercial.
They better say what I want to hear.
God, please. Some people are bombarding him with questions and asking him questions. But then let's take some of the comments and then we can go from there. Thank you. We have a lot of questions concerning this, so please let's take some. and trust me, the way Davido does his things is so different. The guy is so relaxed,
Precious, there's money. If you have money, forget it. You are okay.
Please, Blessed Mickey said, if not this guy, celebrities they feel like God, but he came and made everybody understand in this world we come and go. Okay.
If no be Davido, we go they see celebrity as God. Thank God he is even bigger than Whiskey than Coke.
You see,
I told you.
You see this? See what they talk now.
I said it.
Lord.
No, because no. That's the case now.
Because
there is no how you want to talk about Davido, you will not drag Whiskey or Burna Boy into this conversation.
Prank Hottie. I don't know what you're trying to
I
do,
know.
But
I know what you're trying to say, and I concur.
I beg you, in whatever thing that you believe in, just don't bring.
On the most serious note, I love them. I love the three of them. So I don't love one and hate one. But let them just leave Davido out of this whole thing. Any small people mention Davido. Is it the hair you guys breathe?
It's well. Classic Sam said, nine type still reply himself. If you know, you know. Okay.
No. So I think he's trying to say maybe it's one of the 30 BG or something. No. They didn't make that up. Someone actually asked that question. Someone actually came out to say it. Yeah. Okay. So Michi Fana said, them go use and billing finish them for commercial.
Jesus.
No, but you see this particular issue of billing now.
Yeah.
I think it is the fastest and the lucrative business in Nigeria as we speak. I assure you, if you post anything on Facebook or Instagram as we speak, you have people that would bill you.
It's only ordinarily as a human being, they will bill you. Wait, tell me something. Tell me something else.
No. They don't bill me because they know that I'm still trying. I'm just coming up in life.
Me, I'm not big.
You have made it.
Wait now, I'm not big that they'll be calling me every day.
No, on a more serious note, see, you know the video cost. He said we rise by lifting others. So the people that he wants to rise, or the people he wants to lift, you understand? They've been on him, and they will always,
normally as a man, I won't switch off my phone just to avoid it.
See, but you know that's bad. No, you have to hear them. See, you have to hear them. Hear them out. Yes, you have to hear them out.
Wait. Hello? Please, can you help me? I don't even...
You don't even know if the person wants to ask, can you help me with your charger? You think it's money. It's not money all the time. But guess what? Let me confess something.
Why you bring up charger?
Let me say this on air, for the records. So I usually think my uncles back then, that they would promise that, let me see what I can do. Yeah. I usually think that, sincerely, that they just decided not to meet up with what they wanted to give.
Yes.
But now, I'm now an uncle. So now I don't know.
Time has
so
come.
You know that. So now I don't really understand what it feels like to be an uncle and what Nigeria is all about. Lord. So that thing that they used to say, let me see what I can do, between month end and whatever. For everybody, for all of you that say, let me see what I can do. Sincerely, I don't check out nothing. Not just nothing.
You know, when I was quite younger, I always feel that this uncle doesn't want to help me.
That's the thing now.
Calm down. Now I'm not in that position. I'm like, God, I forgive.
No, you have to forgive all your uncles though.
God, I forgive
and
them.
Now you have nieces looking up to you. Auntie-Precious.
Because now I understand. And I feel the same way.
The money I asked, but follows suit. David said we rise by lifting others. Do you understand? We rise by lifting others. But finally, my final take on this. I think this whole situation came up from this Kiss Daniel issue that they said is owing promoter and all of that, but it was not Kiss Daniel's fault. In as much as he gave them his terms and conditions, but it was not his fault. They changed the performance date, right? Yes. And they couldn't meet up to it. Okay? But for someone to come out and tell Davido, we know you actually set all of these rules by always flashing your private jet and all of that, come back and change it. It is too late. For someone that has the fourth one, it's too late for him. So for me, Davido, keep being you and keep doing you. And for every other artist, I beg in the name of God, even if you don't have money to carry private jets, fly a commercial plane and do first class or business class. No, even first class and business class is comfortable. You have space and all of that. So you don't see, if you are trying to prove something to me, I'm not moved.
People that will still talk. That's just the truth.
So I rest my case on this situation.
But it's all good. Well, people should just leave the video. Let him fly the one that he pleases. And to our fans, please just rest. In Jesus' name. Amen. And yes, that takes us to our second gist. And that happens to be Spyro has unveiled his upcoming album. And yes, our Nigerian singer Spyro has officially unveiled the track list for his highly anticipated album, The Men, The Boys, and Your Guy. The project boasts a star-studded lineup signaling a bold step forward in the artist's musical journey, featuring collaborations with some of the industry's finest. The album is set to blend Spyro's signature sound with fresh, diverse influences, promising fans a dynamic and engaging listening experience. With this reveal, anticipation is building as fans eagerly await the full release. Spyro, best known for his hit, Who's Your Guy, seems ready to solidify his place as one of the Afrobeat's most consistent hitmakers. More details of the release date and featured artists are expected to follow soon. So, Spyro just recently got engaged. Because these celebrities are doing too much. Now, I'm asking this question. Please, is this actually the year they said everybody should just start doing things, getting married easily?
You are sounding like this man because you are still single. So we know your pain. We know what you are going through. It's normal. When you come into that particular banquet, that's what I'll call it. You understand? You understand? So for all the single and Pringles, for all the single people, how has the weather been favoring you? You have been feeling it, right? So I don't.
Even though, Savior, even though that
keep saying
even though, leave it for us.
Spyro that was doing Who Is Your Guy, Jesus Boy. If not because we caught Spyro on camera at the restaurant, trying to do, now Spyro has proposed. He's about to get married. You are still saying even though.
Hey,
at
Jesus.
some point in this station, we will start writing if you are not married here. Because you cannot come and use singleness to finish us.
Hey, God.
You are doing spotlight. The spotlight is on you now. We are talking to you. Precious, settle down.
Oh, God.
Spyro, congratulations, my guy.
Oh, God.
Yes.
God of the single. God of the singles.
Yes.
Please. Just
the way you are even saying God of the single, don't forget that. don't forget that. Before God will even answer the prayer of single, we would have answered the married ones first. Two shall come together, they become one. Agreement prayer works faster.
Oh, Lord. Who is going to save me right now?
But that one, I was just joking. God answers all prayers. But please tell this wonderful lady to go and settle down. Spyro has started already, so you follow suit.
Please don't put pressure on me.
Nobody's putting pressure, but we're just telling you from now to December, let's hear something.
Uncle, don't pressure me.
How will this news be that nice?
Some of the people that don't enter, they don't come out. Just allow me to
forget that
thing.
one.
I want to make the right choice.
They were rushing in, and that's why they rushed out, right? So, but if you take your time, okay, grow a proper relationship, and take your time, you guys caught, make sure that this particular person compliments you, and you're willing to do all of the works. Why will you walk out of it? You do something better.
Allow me to take my time.
But
this is my time.
This time you are taking, we are giving you from now to the end of December.
How you be giving me time? I don't understand.
Not before the 31st of December. If not, as we are shouting Happy New Year, we organize wedding for you this station. We will bring a man. We will bring the white gown and do it here for you on air. You will be surprised.
The man that you're carrying. Let no somebody is well with his Savior. Don't get breathe.
But imagine the entertainment G's. Imagine you coming on air or that day. I'll be the one to read that particular entertainment G's. Popular presenter, spotlight presenter on VOP TV, set to engage the man of our dreams. Or has finally gotten married. The wedding was star-studded. It happened so
your mind now, you want to use a cash cruise?
No, it's not cruise now. The way you are reading someone news, you want to read your own. Is it something that difficult?
Please just leave Savior.
Oh, now you want to leave this
Whatever he said, I don't care right now. Please, what we are talking about is Spyro's hit list.
We are still saying the single thing too. We are still talking about
his songs. And trust me, like it's going to be, even that Who's Your Guy, like I really vibed to it. Like,
no, sincerely, one thing I love about Spyro, and I think this particular pattern is a genre, an Afro fusion genre that I love. If you notice Spyro, he has this kind of sound that for every of his tone, it's a sing-along kind of thing, and everybody loves it. The same thing to Ashake. Almost all their sounds. So that's why he would always drop it. And it's just a business mind. That's what I would call it. It's a strategy for them. Once they keep doing this particular thing, this kind of tone, having one or two or three producers doing the same kind of things for them, forget it. It will just keep blowing.
I noticed something. I don't know if it's general. Every artist now, when maybe they are getting married, they are trying to bring out a song. A lot of them. I don't know if it is the new trend,
No, okay. So I think their social media team might have advised that particular one. So you make use of trends. So you have to look for something to trend, then to do something else. That's why if you notice, if the whole internet is a bit calm and someone wants to drop a song, remember Omale? Omale just came out and he dropped a very serious quote, just a message. We were thinking we wanted to commit suicide. We were thinking what's happening, whatever. And guess what? It didn't take long. Next thing, he dropped a song. So they would always do something to trend, so that they can remain in limelight. And that would now help them to make their songs go viral.
It's well, congratulations to Spyro. And
E.g., for example, Portable is always trending. But please go ahead.
Well, it's all good. We are waiting for the songs, and me, I can't wait. Like I'm already, vibing to that already.
As if she can really dance like that, oh. As if she can really dance like that.
Don't start what you cannot finish. Don't start what. Please, people should talk to
One day we will come on this show, we will not be sitting. I will tell the PCR to play song and we'll dance. And people will be the judge. We'll read the comments and we'll know. That's all. But for now, I will hold my dance step to myself.
Hold it. In Jesus' name. Amen. All right. We have a lot of fans coming out to say congratulations to Spyro for his upcoming song list. And yet, a lot of persons have come out to say things, saying congratulations. Please, let's take some comments. A lot of comments. Some people are saying, congratulations, me, I cannot wait to. Yes, Wisby, the clutter said, who started this? Men don't feature female artists, because we know it's not true. Now, female artists don't like themselves past. I bet make una talk true. You know, someone made a statement that, is it true that, you know, male artists don't like featuring female artists? I don't think that's true.
Okay, it didn't just start today.
But that's not true.
No, it didn't just start today. If you notice, and if you check, okay, let's start from the days of Wed MC, right? Yes. So Wed MC only had something to do with P Square. Moving forward, Omaomi, Waje, you know, they have something to do with just few artists, the likes of, I think, maybe Timaya. And I'm not sure I can mention everybody to be precise, but if you notice, Omaomi and Waje didn't really do so much. Now, when this girl came, Yemi Alade, looking for my journey, afterwards, how many male artists did she feature in? The only person that has been lucky as regards to featuring with enough male artists has been Simi and Tiwa Savage. If you check, Tenny is just in between. As at the time Tenny was a rave, the tennis management didn't allow her to do features. Yeah. They said they wanted her to have just singles, you know, to have, her stuffs alone. So her features is not that much. I think Tenny's sister, what's her name again? Niniola. So yes, Niniola also did a bit, okay. Shei at some point did. Yeah. We have Nihola as well. She did at some point, okay. But if you really want to check that particular trend, you would agree with me that our male artists are not always featuring them until they really, really become very popular. So maybe, just maybe when they are finally popular, that's when few people can actually have them on board. But, Precious, this would be my final submission on that topic, which is a good question. Yeah. The truth is that you have to love yourself first. So I noticed that there is no love among the female artists in Nigeria. No, go and confirm. That's the reason why they don't also feature themselves that much. No, they don't. Except for the ones that have good relationship as friends. That's the reason why it will be very difficult. Why has Tiwa not featured someone like Thames, for example? Think about it. You understand? We have this other girl. What's her name? The slim girl.
Not Thames.
No, not Thames. This other Arya Star, right?
I think Arya Star, I saw her recently with, what's her name?
With who?
Cardi B.
Cardi B.
Yes.
That's the problem. That's the problem. They're always going there. They're always going there. What about here? So that's the truth. Yeah. So for me, let them love themselves first. Let them feature themselves. And afterwards, the guys will also think about it. But of course, I know that the guys have actually done this intentionally, because if not intentionally, I think they should have been featuring them more. That's it.
Well, I still don't agree with that, though. Trust me. But the truth is that, ladies, you are too dramatic. You understand? You can imagine when a lady and a lady are having issues. Before they go talk, it will take time. But guys understand themselves. I've said this before. Guys understand themselves. Yeah. I don't know what that logic is, but maybe if they have issues sometime, they will get back together.
Of course.
But I don't know why it's like that for women. But it's all good. and we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, please don't go anywhere. We have a guest joining us today, and I'm sure you wouldn't want to miss this. Please don't shake, don't move, stay put till when we come back.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm Ayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to the show Spotlight. And yes, I'm your girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, I'm not here alone today. I'm with my, because me, I've even stopped calling him special person because this one, he has finished me. He's still finished.
The most lovable partner you ever had on TV. This is the person.
All right. Yes, we have a guest joining us today. And joining us today is a passionate Nigerian musician and music producer, widely known for composing soundtracks for popular Yoruba movies in Nollywood. He was born in Delta State, Nigeria. However, he grew up in Osun State, where he developed a fluency in Yoruba language, which is reflected in his music. He studied music technology at Ibadan Polytechnic, where he honed his skills in music production. He is known for his unique genre of music, which guides listeners through tales of romance with great melodies. He has composed soundtracks for numerous Yoruba movies, including Onuko, Somida, Jejere, Moneybag, and Single Mother. And yes, he is no other person than Emeka Indo. Welcome to the show.
I'm honored.
Please, it's the name, because how can you be, like, you're Igbo?
I'm Delta.
Delta Igbo, right?
Delta Igbo, yeah.
And you're doing Yoruba films, and you're so, like, what? Don't worry, we'll come to that. But how are you feeling today?
I'm fine.
Oh, wow.
I'm honored to be here.
Oh, wow. So how was the week, with the Ombambe? Were there lots of Owambe? And
beautiful.
So you went for some weddings and...
No, I don't really do that.
So in your weekend, you didn't really enjoy. You just stayed in the house.
Yeah, I enjoy my days mostly at home because I work from home.
Please, I like going out. Like, how do you say I don't know?
My brother, you are welcome on board. You are very, very blessed and special. For she to be asking you, how are you doing? For she to ask you, how was your weekend? It shows she cares.
Yeah.
Ever since we came on board, she has been attacking me. Wow. I needed to just report to somebody. Thank God you are here.
Okay. Oh my God.
So you are welcome. Yes, you are welcome.
Actually, I don't know where Savior is heading to, or actually going to. Welcome to the show. And yes, I really want to ask, like, how did you get about your name and together with Yoruba movies? How did you just start doing Yoruba movies?
My name is my name. I was given...
Like, how did you end up doing Yoruba movies?
Yeah, I was born and brought up in Yoruba land. Don't forget that. I've only been to my place just once.
Okay, you were born and brought up
I was born and brought up in Oshun.
Oshun.
Okay.
Where in Oshun?
Ikeji Arakeji, Ijesha part.
Ijesha.
Speaking part of.
Okay.
He has left the Igbo line. He's now focusing mainly on his Yoruba.
I'm telling you.
Wow.
Wow. So basically, you are born and brought up, in Oshun, in Yoruba land.
Yeah.
But you are from Delta State. So when you decided to pick a profession, you decided to do music.
Yeah. Okay. So
What prompted it?
I'd loved music from my childhood, and I know that my both parents are from Delta.
Okay.
So if I pick Yoruba, if I'm doing English, it will look like the norm, like, okay.
Because it would have been easier. We have the Asaba wood here. I was thinking you should have gone to Asaba wood.
You don't understand. Everybody does English songs, they want to do this. But Yoruba has a way of, Yoruba is a special language. Trust me. So I don't speak even the normal regular Yoruba. I speak the Ijile. Yoruba people call it Ijile, the big ones. If you listen to my songs in movies, you know that I speak big Yoruba. So that's why I went to school to study that. I studied that language, aside from being born in Yoruba language.
You study Yoruba language?
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, I'd like to talk about the genre.
Okay.
Okay. So amongst all genres that we have in Africa and in Nigeria, what's your favorite?
My favorite or my own genre?
No. So basically, I know that you don't just sing.
Okay.
You do sounds, in movies, you play, music, you do you understand?
Yeah.
So you are already in it.
Yeah.
You understand?
So my favorite.
Because if you were just limited to being an artist, of course, but you do all of this thing called sound and music. So I'd like to ask you, your favorite genre?
Okay, folk.
Why?
Because it talks about culture and traditions.
He still like culture things because all these things that he has been saying here, it's still like, even when he said it, he knows how to speak the thick
Yoruba.
I know some Nigerian and some Igbo brothers will be like, this man has left.
One man gone.
One man gone.
No, he's not gone. No, this is just his profession. You understand? This is just his profession. So of course, it doesn't mean that you can't speak your language.
I speak. My mom and my dad, they used to speak to us. So
no,
at least
you used the word your mom and dad. I'm talking about you
I'm
now.
not very good. I can speak.
So you can speak, but you are
not as fluent as Yoruba.
Okay, now true. The Delta guys will say one man gone.
One man.
Now I agree. No. Now I agree. This one. Precious. I agree with you again for the second time today.
Do you know what I noticed about life?
Yes.
When I was younger, I speak Delta very well. As I was growing older, I noticed I was forgetting it. I was telling my niece recently that like you understand Delta than me now.
Wow.
For you, because I'm getting used to the.
Okay, so let's look into your body of work. How many tracks have you done personally?
I've lost count.
You've lost count.
Because I do movie sound.
Wow.
And I.
No, I'm not talking about the movie now. I'm talking about you being an artist.
I've not done any official single.
So what you do is you sing it in that particular movie.
Movies, wow. Yeah.
Whoa.
Because I believe as much as you watch movies, you hear my sound.
Wow.
So I do not even have time to go and say I want to do one. My songs are out there, but they are all soundtracks.
Wow. And are they copyright free?
Copyright free? Like you mean the producers, the movie producers?
Yeah.
Like, if they own the copyright, or, no, it's for me.
It's for you.
They pay. I authorize them to use those songs
for just that movie.
Yeah.
So if it is sampled elsewhere,
definitely we can sue ourselves now.
Okay, so usually I like where there is money.
Yeah.
So that we can now discuss more business.
Savior. I bring you back in the name of Jesus.
Anytime anybody use our soundtrack, we know what to do about it.
Actually, the issue of copyright is very serious.
Very, very now.
All over the world now.
Very. So what has been the challenges as a sound person?
Challenges everywhere in all professions now. Just, I don't know, when we're coming up in that industry, humiliation, they won't give you the chance. You have to lobby. I have voice, so I sing, and, all those things. So I think those are the challenges, but they are just normal things. Bless God.
So what really inspires you doing sound for films?
Yeah, because that story is actually funny. When I was growing up, my dad and my mom, I didn't come from a rich family. And then I knew that as a singer, for you to promote yourself, going to radio station, TV station, you have to spend a whole lot. So then, you know, I used to hear the likes of Sister Tope Alabi, you know.
Sorry, let me cut you in.
Do you understand?
This is where they will be dragging me because I oh Lord.
No, it's not because of the, no, it's because of the name he mentioned. I rest my case. Please go ahead.
So, you know, and that voice was everywhere, even without having an album. So I think that came to me that, okay, since you don't have money to promote yourself and you have a unique voice, you can do well. So just venture into this industry to promote yourself. I think that's what brought about that movie soundtrack.
So growing up, how was it like for you? Did you already have that insight that I really want to do music? I want to go into music.
Yeah, sure. I studied music now.
Wow.
So it's intentional.
So did you have any challenges like growing up? Were there any challenges, personal challenges you faced concerning film sounds?
Just when I was coming up in the industry, you have to, you know, to get to that top in any industry, you have to do a lot.
A lot.
It's normal.
So a lot like what? We want to know.
I can only remember one. Okay, I won't mention him, you know. I had them. Then it was in LTV about some 19 years ago or 18 years ago. That producer, she's a very popular producer, both English and Yoruba. So they were discussing, they called that place Femina in LTV. Yeah, so
now it is demolished.
Yeah, demolished. That's like their VIP.
Yes.
So I shall find myself in, and you know, I was hearing them saying, okay, soundtrack, that soundtrack, who is going to do it? So I put up that courage. I walked up to them that, ma, I do soundtrack, so I do soundtrack. If you give me the, you know, I've come to realize, I was very mad at her then. I was very angry that she embarrassed me. She was like, how did these riffraffs, how did they even get into this place? You know,
because it's not everybody that goes into Femina.
Do you understand? Yes. So have you been embarrassed whereby you cannot walk, you cannot stand?
You want to disappear, but you cannot look for ground to open. You know, yes.
I think that's the only thing that the only thing I can never forget in my life.
And was that your first?
No, I've been doing it locally with one producer like that. They've not been hearing my voice.
How many years have you been doing this?
In the industry.
Professionally?
Professionally, like 21 years now.
21 years.
Yeah.
And so far, what are your biggest projects?
Funny enough, I cannot say I have a biggest project because I do.
Okay, the one that put you in limelight.
I would say maybe that Shola Shobale's movie, Umokosomida. Then Shola Arikusa, Sister Fetia Balogun, that and Fetia
script ahead. So that of the Shola Shobale's own. Yeah. Can you still remember the soundtrack?
Hey, I should.
Oh yeah, try. Because I think I remember that movie.
Yeah.
So I want to do backup. Go ahead.
Kò sẹ́ni tọrọ mi yé, kò sẹ́ni tó yé, àfọlọ́run nìkan. Oya mọ tó ń ké, ìyá tó rẹ̀ mọ́ ò jẹ̀bi, àdìtú lọ̀rọ̀ yóò, ó kọjá òye aráyé, Ọlọ́run nìkan.
There should be an interpreter.
Please stop. I like it. Please stop. I like it.
I actually liked the sound.
Now you are looking for interpreter. This is where you need me.
Yes.
This is where you need me.
I don't need you. He can actually interpret for me.
Help her out. Help her out.
Just because you're answering,
just give her the first line. Just give her.
The first line is no one understands me. Only God understands me.
Wow.
You know, it's like this matter is like is a riddle. It's only God that can borrow me that English. Unravel. Okay. Okay. So now, if I don't want you to be controversial after leaving here, I would have said. Which actors were the most difficult that you've ever worked with? Hey.
Do you want to go down that list? Okay, out of 10, give us 5.
Name? I will not mention him.
Okay, you know what? There's this thing we do now, okay? On social media. You would describe or you can say something without not mentioning the name, but we will get it.
Okay, there is this a female actor.
It's always women. Go on, please.
Go ahead. I know. You know, you people sometimes can be. All right.
Funny enough, I've not really worked with difficult people, but the ones that are very detailed, that they will tell you, Indo, but this is what I want to. This is what I want to. This female actor, she's a UK based. I'm sure she will know herself. She's my friend. She's a UK based. She will call me, although she pays very well.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about.
A UK based.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's not the one that she's slim.
She's a fantastic producer. All her movies are top notch. One of her movies in Prime now. She just
okay. Now I get it. Okay, that one is gone. The second one.
Okay, another one.
Precious. You see this information, you have to pay to get it.
Another one. Maybe we should just
leave that particular one. So, but now let's go to the most difficult part.
Okay.
So you are a sound person. You voice in movies, right? Mm-hmm. Now you know you have to work with a producer. Mm-hmm. And sometimes producer will say, "This is what I want." And you
I would disagree.
We say, "No, this is what my mind is telling me about this movie. Looking at this script, this particular place, this is what I was meant to sing here." Sometimes the producer might even say, "The genre I want to hear here is something a bit lovey-dovey." You say, "No, it should be something sad. It should be, this, blah, blah, blah." So how do you scale through from that particular place? Because I know that sound person and producer, sometimes they are cat and dog, cat and rat or what. That's how they are.
Yes, that's true.
Why you are able to say this, I can see, because you are a creative person. Yeah. And you see, in all creative, this is where I tell people, because I'm a producer as well, I make beats, I play piano, that's my major. I feel if you are the subject and you have predicate and subject, predicate, and complement, those are the people that you work with, right? The subject should be a little bit flexible. That is where you people will achieve great.
But some producers can decide to be very difficult.
You see, most of the some producers knows too much.
Especially when they were in the industry before you.
Do you understand? They know too much. It's just like the area of directing now. The director will tell you, "This is my set." No, you need to listen to the writer as well. You need to listen to the producer as well, because there's something that brought about that inspiration. Yeah. Me as a singer, let me just answer you. Me as a singer, because I've been working with my producer, we actually learn to work. We use ourselves to learn. Do you understand that?
So you guys grew together?
We grew up together, so we are friends. So I will tell him, it's very good. I'll tell him, "Bro, what do you think? We'll see the movie. What do you think about this movie?" He writes as well. So we say, this is his own views. I'll tell him, "Okay, you are right, but I feel we can interpret this song like this." Music can actually be interpreted in so many ways.
Yeah, of course.
So it's a
as far as you're still communicating that particular message.
So I'll tell him, then we both meet at the middle. Then we always.
Now, I was not asking about your friend.
It's my producer.
I was talking about someone else that you are working with that is not your friend.
Yes.
Okay, I've gone to work with other producers. If I go out to work, when maybe I'm invited for a cinema job to work with them, what I just do is I try to defend myself with my speech. I don't even show to them that I'm a producer, but at least I will try as much as possible
to let them know that you know this thing.
If you are consistent nuisance, you will know.
So I would like to ask this question because that's been ringing in my head. Like, to every sound you make, every sound you produce, is it the film that makes the film that inspires the sound?
Obviously. You must watch the storyline or you read the script.
So have you done any other songs apart from, like, without the sound, without the film itself?
I've not had time to do that. Because, you see, songs that comes out of movies, they are very deep.
Yes.
You have to be in that particular movie.
Especially Yoruba movies.
If I'm writing in movies generally.
Yeah.
Okay, when I did the Bimbo Ademoye's job, Rules, these are, in daytime, she's woman. Then in the evening,
she's dressing like a guy.
Daytime she's a guy. She's a guy. That movie now, that Rules. In the evening, she's woman. That movie, when I saw it, I was like, okay, Kabiru. Okay, let me call her Kabiru by day, Shalewa by night. You won't just sit down.
The movie where she was a driver, right?
Yeah. So I made the sound. So you won't just sit down and be thinking that normally that Kabiru by day, Shalewa by night, So movies inspires a lot. The storyline. Then
so before we let you go, talking about Spotlight, create something for Spotlight and Precious, and we'll be fine.
I should create something.
Yes, this is just imagine this was a script.
Okay.
So do something about Spotlight, VOP TV, Precious.
Okay, let me get please help me. Spotlight, is it the normal sport?
No, the program is Spotlight. Then the station is Voice of the People.
The aim
VOP.
is to highlight on purpose-driven people.
Yeah.
So
please go ahead.
Revealing people. This is a place where we promote people. VOP, Emabo, Ewa Kogbon, Awala Nse, Bebe.
You know they do
Awala Nse, Bebe. You know the meaning of that one?
I don't know that
Awala Nse, Bebe.
See.
Let me say it in the layman language. Now we dey run am.
Now we dey run am. VOP. Now then
Thank you so much for coming.
So a lot of people are actually watching you right now. So what's your advice for people that actually want to go into film sound production?
What I would just say, you can't give what you don't have. Consistency and believe in yourself and be original. You know, you can emulate, don't imitate. You learn from things, then consistency.
You heard him. You can emulate, but don't imitate.
Don't
and yes, to our viewers, whether you're going viral or going global, thank you so much for staying with us. And remember, tell your story with truth. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOP TV Live. And yes, I'm still your girl, Precious Agman. And trust me, I didn't do this alone. I came here with this semi-special person.
Thank you for watching the program. My name remains the same.
Thank you so much for staying put. This is Spotlight. Bye for now.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibanichuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobekin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Medlandlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch the dial. Even if you want to touch the dial, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Minded, but last, more than No Minded. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey, the voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content anything come on. At VOP TV.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered. VOP.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People TV. I am Fina Okechukwu. Before we begin the news, kindly visit the website at www.vop.ng for fresh trending news. And for WhatsApp, the number is 0904-473-2605. We'll begin today's news from Seychelles, where the Seychelles presidential election is set to go for a round-off between opposition leader Patrick Hamane and incumbent President Wavel Ramkwalawan, after no clear winner emerged in the first round of voting. The country's electoral commission announced this during a media briefing, saying neither candidate surpassed the 50% threshold required for an outright victory in the first round. The Electoral Commission said the Hamane, ahead of the United Seychelles US Party, secured 48.8% of the vote, while Ramkwalawan of the Leon Democratic Seseloa (LDS) followed closely with 46.4%. Ramkwalawan had been looking to block a comeback by the party that previously dominated politics for 4 decades in Africa's wealthiest country per capita. The Western Indian Ocean archipelago is a magnet for investment and security cooperation with China, Gulf nations, and India. Guinea will on December 28 hold its first presidential election since a coup in 2021, according to a decree read on state television. The announcement was made on Saturday, a day after the Supreme Court validated the results of a referendum approving a new constitution that could allow coup leader Mamadi Doumbouya to run. Doumbouya has not said whether he plans to. The coup in Guinea was one of the 8 that swept West and Central Africa between 2020 and 2023. Doumbouya's government proposed a 2-year transition to elections in 2022 after negotiating with a regional bloc, ECOWAS, but has missed that deadline. The new constitution replaces the transitional framework that had barred members of the junta leaders from contesting elections, opening the door for Doumbouya's candidacy. Away from that, Zanzibar's ACT Wazalendo presidential candidate in Tanzania, Othman Masoud Othman, popularly known as OMO, has pledged to transform the island's seafood industry into a formal food sector with substantial economic impact. Othman made the remarks on Sunday while addressing fishermen and fish drying entrepreneurs in Mangapawani, North Bay, Ngonjua. This report says the suspended head of South Africa's National Prosecuting Authority, NPA, in Gauteng, Andrew Chauke, is set to face an inquiry into his fitness to hold office. The move follows a suspension in July, almost 2 years since NPA head Shamila Batohi first wrote to the president requesting disciplinary action against him. Retired Constitutional Court Judge Bess Kabinde will lead the probe in terms of the NPA Act. Chauke has held the job since 2011, during which time he's faced several allegations of squashing prosecutions against the politically connected. Chauke's suspension 2 months ago was welcomed by several public interest groups and some political parties following years of perception that his actions have been questionable. Meanwhile, in the meantime, at least 5 Action SA Council members have been fired from the Johannesburg caucus as part of a province-wide purge, which includes Suwane and Ekhuruleli. Action SA leader Herman Mashaba confirmed the move on Monday, but did not state the exact number of those fired. He said the decision to fire the councillors was taken on Friday after they failed to meet their KPAs, adding that the dismissals were meant to be carried out in May, but were extended to this current month. Meanwhile, police in South Africa have condemned brutal murders in which 3 men were burnt beyond recognition and a 4th stabbed many times at an informal settlement in the early hours in Cape Town on Monday. A statement said police officers responded to a report about a murder in the Ekandala informal settlement just after midnight and discovered a badly burnt body. Police spokesperson Cole Andre Trott said while attending to the scene, officers were alerted to another incident in the same area where the bodies of 2 males were found burnt beyond recognition. The police also said that in a separate but possible related matter, about 2 a.m. local time on Monday, the body of a 30-year-old male was discovered in a settlement with many stab wounds and was declared dead at the scene by medical personnel. The police spokesperson said the perpetrators would face the full might of the law, but Trott urged communities to refrain from acts of vigilantism and rather report criminal activities via lawful channels. The AFC and M23 rebel movement have accused the government in eastern DR Congo coalition forces of destroying an important bridge in Walikale territory in North Kivu province, disrupting the movement of people and goods. The Mpete Bridge was destroyed following an artillery strikes by coalition forces on Sunday, the rebels said. Lawrence Kayunka, who is spokesman for the rebels, said the operation was carried out by Congolese government forces in coordination with their allies, including the militia such as FDLR, May Wazalendo, and well as Burundi National Defense Force. He called on national and international actors to condemn continued acts of destruction targeting vital infrastructure. You're watching the African News and Voice of the People television, and it's time for the African News Analysis. We have with us in the studio Barrister Darlington Agamo. He's in the capacity of a public affairs commentator here with us in the studio. Good afternoon, Barrister Darlington Agamo.
Good afternoon, Finan. How are you?
I'm good. Good to have you join today's African News.
It's my pleasure.
Let's start off first with what is still happening in DR Congo, where we're getting another information today that there was an accusation that the government coalition forces and also the M23 rebel are destroying important bridges in the Walikale territory of North Kivu province, as well as, trying to disrupt movement of goods and services. Please help us make sense of this as you also align this with the fact that during the UNGA 80, where we have so many nations, attend that particular United Nations General Assembly, there, the Vice President of Nigeria, speaking for the President of Nigeria now, noted the fact that the reason we're having continuous issues, I'm talking about, back and forth and war in DR Congo, is about mineral exploration. He also pointed the fact that foreigners or foreign bodies are the ones causing all this for them to be able to benefit from this illegal mineral or mining activities happening in DR Congo.
Now, on what ground will he be saying that? Have AU made any effort concerning what is going on in DR Congo? These are the reasons why, when these people speak in the international stage, they make mockery of themselves because the people they are talking to, they already know them for who they are. AU, have they made the attempt to stop what is going on in DR Congo? Nigeria being the giant of Africa, what impact have they made in DR Congo? They are not talking of a bridge. When they destroy it now, they will not look for money to repay it again. You can imagine. I thought they said they made peace there. I thought that these M23 rebels have made peace with the government. So what is the need for this? That they are saying clearly that this is the temporary peace. This is the temporary peace because these rebels, they are never satisfied. They only beat their time before they go back to their business.
Now, Barrister, we have seen some reports whereby some countries were being accused of sponsoring the rebels in that country. At one point to have Rwanda come upstream, they were accused of sponsoring them, of giving them aid and everything. Now, do you think that this particular war is going to end anytime soon, given the fact that we've learned by security agencies that these people are no longer fighting a just war, rather that some persons are sponsoring them for them to continue for there to be a continuing illegal mining activity. Remember that DR Congo actually have a large deposit of gold, one of the best in the world. And then we're having foreign bodies or foreign entities trying their best to make sure that they'll keep on taking the mineral resources from Congo and thereby increasing this war and every other thing happening there. Are we going to see the war end anytime soon? And do you think Nigeria, ECOWAS, or even AU, African Union, can stop the war in DR Congo anytime?
In the first place, the war will not end very soon. It will not. In fact, I don't think that war will end. You know why? This plundering has been going on for how many years now? Since 1929 or so. So you can imagine how long they've been operating on that ground. So what makes you think they will only stop when the mineral resources are exhausted, or when they find another country that will give them another opportunity to plunder them. But as long as those things are there in DR Congo, they will never live there. No matter the government that comes in now, they will continue from where the last one stopped. But that is the irony of African states. They are never their own man. All the mineral resources that God will bless them with, foreigners are the ones exploiting it. Foreigners. And they are using Africans to do that. So when you have all these people, you know, talking as if they meant what they are saying, they don't mean it, oh. They don't, seriously, they don't mean it. That's the irony. So AU, West Africa, or whoever, even their regional power, they can't even do anything. That's the truth. South Africa is there, you can't do anything. So if you do not help yourself, how can I be the one to help you? DR Congo has become a recurrent decimal when it comes to conflict. And this care is not taken. Nigeria may be the second in line. That's the truth.
Why do you say so, Barrister Darlington?
Our own has been here for over 15 years now. I hope you know. Is there any sign that they are going to leave or it's going to end? A whole army general was in power for 8 years. Under his watch, this became worse. Terrorists became part of Nigerian government.
Why is it that, you know, countries in Africa that is blessed with rich mineral resources are the ones facing this? For example, we have Nigeria, in Sudan, where we have gemstone, we have large deposits of gold, too, metal and every other thing. They're having also their own issues, South Sudan and Sudan. In DR Congo, we're getting the same thing. Why are we having all this happening? You know, in places that we know that God actually, well, let's say God bless the people richly. Why?
Because the leadership in those countries are not visionary. They are so myopic and so self-centered. This mineral resource that they are supposed to use to better the lot of their people, they are using it for their own selfish interests. And they have foreigners, you know, to help them do that. That's the truth.
When you say they have foreigners to help them do that, Barrister, please try, you know, throw more light so that we understand. What are the foreigners?
Mineral resources.
Okay.
When they extract it or when they steal it, who did they take it to? Is there any market for this around here? They have willing buyers abroad who help them to do whatever they want to do.
Are you saying invariably that the partition, the scramble and partition of Africa is still going on even after the Berlin Conference of 1884, 1885? Is that what you're saying, Barrister?
Even the slavery is still going on. It's just that we pretend as if it doesn't.
So that shows there's nothing like, you know, will I say sovereignty and even independence. Second
Colonization is going on. If a Nigeria that claims to be giant of Africa is not free,
then why is it that,
who is free?
If that actually should be the case, Barrister Darlington, then why is it that Africa or African leaders still turn towards all these other, you know, the people who are actually subjecting them to such movement or such period or such time, even by aligning with some of the organizations they created and all that? Because in one breath, you're telling us that the partitioning is still happening, second colonization is also still ongoing, and yet African leaders still belong to one organization or another. Even the UN that they are waking up today to say they want to be part of the Security Council or they will opt out.
Stockholm syndrome. When you are gotten to the level whereby you see your oppressor as your messiah, then there's no other way to explain it except what? Stockholm syndrome, where you now believe that without your oppressor, you will not exist. Meanwhile, you know that this guy is your oppressor, but you can't do anything. You are helpless. Tell me, without the Western world, what would you do? No, be serious here. Without the Western world, which other way are you going to look at? Are you going to look up to heaven? God have already closed their...
Barrister, we were living before the Westerners come. Yes.
Okay.
The older civilization was also in Africa. So there have been a living, there have been... In fact, for example, bring it back to Nigeria. When Roy Sowero came to the Portuguese that came into Benin, they confessed it, that the street of Benin was times 2 broader than that of Amsterdam. And yet you're saying without the Western world, where are we going to be?
Fina, that road you talked about in Benin, where is it? Is it still there? No, is that road still
So
there?
are you saying that everything about us and our survival is tied to the West? Without the foreign bodies, that Africa as a continent will no longer be in existence?
I get them before, no be property. Forget it. The days you are talking about is the days of you, when you have leaders, when you have men who know what it means to lead, when you have men with vision. Today, those men are no longer around. What we have now are charlatans who claim to know more than God, yet they know nothing. Men, you cannot even pinpoint one thing they have done for their people, except to steal and steal and steal and steal and plunder the resources of the state. This thing you are talking about today, where are they? The name Benin is still there. The land Benin is still there. But where are the men leading them? The worst is there now, who could not read his own budget. A leader. His own budget. He couldn't pronounce the words there. And that's the people leading, that's the man leading his people.
So you don't think that that is actually the aftermath of colonialism? You don't really see that to be the aftermath of, people in Africa bearing the brunt of some persons who think that they are superior, disintegrating what was already in existence for them to be able to benefit themselves.
It will be uncharitable to still be calling on the white man, because this time around you are the one that submitted and surrendered yourself to them. They didn't come there to take you into slavery. You surrendered yourself to them. When we were doing campaign for election in 2023, where did they go to campaign? Chatham House. Now, mention any time any British Prime Minister came here to come and campaign for election. You can see what I'm talking about. You can see. Even after making noise there, all the things they said each other had, did they implement it? No, did they follow through? So, my dear, God just allowed these people. I don't know why God hated us so much. Seriously. The wrong people are in the saddle in Africa. The wrong people are in the saddle. All over. It's like this species of human being where God who selected them and said, yeah, go and take over this continent and make sure that they don't progress. That's the truth. They surrender themselves to what? To the Western world. Who are the people plundering the resources in Africa? Western world. Who brought them in? African leaders. You can see. They can't do anything without this calling on this Western world to come and help them. So, how can you make progress when you don't even know the value of what you have?
Now, Barrister, what are the solutions you're preferring for this to actually come to an end? Because at this point in time, if we're to take it back when there's DR Congo War began in 1966 and there's an end in 1997, then you bring it back again in 1996, 1997, I beg your pardon, to what is happening presently. Lots of people have been killed, millions displaced. So how then are we going to put an end to all this so that people can go back and live harmoniously the way we've been living before now?
That place is perpetually at war, that DR Congo. Because Mobutu Sese Seko said that before him there is no Zaire and after him there is no Zaire.
But he was overthrown.
Mobutu Sese Seko, where is he now?
He was overthrown.
He said, before me there's no Zaire, and after me there's no Zaire. Is that not what happened? Since he died, have that place found peace? It's not been overthrown. It's not, what happened after he was overthrown? From Kabila to his son, and now to this other, are they not perpetually at war? I mean, perpetually. That place have never found peace for one day, all because of what? Mineral resources. A place you have over 120 militia groups fighting for the resources of that country. Tell me, how can you have a stable government there? How? That is why this M20 rebel have the audacity to go there, and have taken part of the country. Ditto Nigeria. It's a very serious issue. Maybe a revolution will solve this problem. You know, we have not had any major revolution in Africa, apart from Arab Spring. No, that one was not a revolution. If we have something that resembles what happened in the Russian Revolution or French Revolution, maybe African leaders will sit up. Seriously.
All right. Thank you so much, Barrister Darlington, for your submission. Now, let's move slightly away from that to get to South Africa, where we learned that vigilante group members were being murdered mercilessly, from what we got, according to the information that was made available by the Cape Town policemen. They learned that 3 charred bodies were found, and one other man who happens to be within the age of 30 and old above, was stabbed multiple times to death. And here they are also calling on the people, telling them to stop in vigilantism. Rather, they should report whatever thing that happens to do with insecurity to the police, who they believe is the legal authority to handle that. Help us actually work on this when we know that, according to some people, there were the opinion that every crime is local. Are the people supposed to keep on waiting for the state police to come in to help solve their issues when they know maybe they can be able to wade in and do something about it?
That is the statement of a weak government. If you're a government, you should encourage those people. Thank God they recognize them as vigilante. If there was presence of police, would there be any vigilante? Everywhere in the world, security is always local. Even in the US, with all whatever, they have local police, county police, state police and all that. The federal police cannot do everything. It's not possible. It can never happen. So since you don't have such, and these vigilante people are helping to, why are you not encouraging them? Because there is one bad incident. You now say there should be none. That means you are opening the door for a bigger crime here. Because those people who committed this crime, they will now claim to be victorious, and go after the people, defenseless people for that matter. No, the government should resist that temptation to stop vigilante, because some people killed some people. That's not the way to go. If the people were being protected before, they wouldn't have had any vigilante.
But so what is wrong with humanity at this point in time? Because in South Africa, people are being killed. Take it back to US, you just made mention of. In Dallas, for example, there was shooting spray. People are being killed even in churches. And all that. In Nigeria also, there are killings. People are being killed. Muslims that went to do their prayers in early morning on Friday were killed and all that. What is really wrong with humanity at this point?
Yes, I think the climate change is affecting our brain. People are going berserk. Oh, you think it's only weather that you have climate change? No. People's mentality have been altered into what? Into suicide attempts, into amok, and so they are ready to display it at any time. When the weather is this bad, what does it tell you about what the religious people are talking about end time? This is not ordinary, because unusual things are happening all over. Unusual things that you cannot even begin to decipher. Yeah, you ask yourself, you mean somebody did this? Is that person a human being? Who nobody told him, you just wake up and turn into what he is. And so you should know that something is happening in the spiritual world. Humanity has been programmed to destroy itself.
So it's now a spiritual matter.
What
Are you saying that, okay, when leaders or political elites are calling for prayers and fasting, that we should actually follow them to do the prayers and fast? Because it's more like now what we're having in the world is a spiritual problem, no longer man's inhumanity to man.
Don't you know that spiritual forces control physical forces? Whatever is happening to mankind must first start from the spiritual world. Because you are not here on your own. There is a force behind us. So when that force is altered, we are bound to destroy ourselves. Whatever is going on today is not ordinary now. Even look at the sort of leader. America never thought that they would have a Donald Trump in office. All the democratic tenets is being destroyed gradually in America because of the man there. So at every point in time, these things will happen because of personalities involved. Wars, undeserved wars happening all over the place. People with criminal minds destroying things, destroying humanity. You ask yourself, why did this type of human being come into this world? Please, have it not occurred to you? When a human being wake up and shoot another, dissect that person, that is destroy that person, cannibalize a human being in this age and time, and you say you are in a modern world. Something is happening, and that is the fault of the world. When we were frolicking and destroying, we never knew that the repercussion will come. All those things that we are doing in the name of modernism, where is it today? Where is it? Look at Israel and Hamas. No more humanity in all that. Little children, you bomb them, you starve them. The whole world is shouting, you remain adamant. Say you are on a revenge mission. If God begins to revenge against all of us, nobody will be here now. Nobody will be here.
Interesting point you raised there. Barrister, let's move away from that. Still in South Africa, where we learned that, Cyril Ramaphosa have decided to open, an inquiry into the ADV, Andrew Chauke. He has been the one, there in MPA in Gauteng for some time now. And then, they said they're supposed to start this investigation since he was suspended since July. But they decided actually to give him some time for him actually to come together. Now they are opening up a particular investigatory zone for him to come tell them how he has been able to take care of it's more like giving an account of his stewardship in South Africa. Now, some persons are calling us saying that this particular move is not really what it should be. So we're saying that people are going against him because he fall out to the government. Others are saying, no, that's not the way it should be and all that. Please help us walk around, because this man actually have been in the job since 2011. Up until now, that Cyril Ramaphosa said we need to investigate into some things.
What was the portfolio? What portfolio was he holding?
Okay, the portfolio that Chauke had before now. All right, very simple. Now, before now, he happens to be he's supposed to face Andrew Chauke is supposed to face the MPA in Gauteng. Reason being that he has been accused by the disciplinary team for going against so many things, especially tilting to things that has to do with carrying out unconstitutional activities and a whole lot. And this particular one, I've made some persons to ask about his question. And they're saying that he's asked question about his person. Some were saying that he shouldn't be there, that he abused the office, which was entrusted in him since 2011. Prior to the time, from what we have.
Now, you see, I know why I asked you that question.
Okay.
When somebody is in office and is doing so well.
He was the director of public prosecution.
Yes. That was the real office.
Yeah.
And this man have done it so well. Even step on toes against his own party members and all that. That is the crux of the matter.
When you say he has done it so well, as the director of public prosecution, he took office offices 1st of September 2011. Now, why is it that a whole lot of person at this point in time is coming up to bring up so many allegations against him?
Because within that period now, he was doing his work. Apparently, this time around, he stepped on toes. You cannot be in such a position without stepping on toes. Can't you get it? That's the real reason. Because I was thinking somebody will say, he doesn't know what he's doing in office. So whenever they want to hang a dog, they give it a bad name. Remember that, of course, he was even there under, what's it called, when Jacob Zuma happened. I hope you know.
Yes, he was there.
Good. Imagine a man like that who took on the whole president. He was the one that made sure that Jacob Zuma was dealt with. You mean such a person is stupid? That is the problem of Africa. We don't like good things. No, we don't. It's in our DNA. When we see star performers, we hate them. We don't want them to continue in office. That is the truth. It's like something that they have. Africa is under curse. Not to admire star performance in office. I'm not joking. Hardly. In fact, it's so difficult for Africans to accept good leaders. I don't know why. Somebody will be doing so well all of a sudden, one useless allegation or the other, they will now embarrass him or her out of office.
So you think this is more like a political witch hunt?
It is, because the man has been doing so well. For him to have done that to Jacob Zuma, more people will not have the guts to even talk about it. They will just pretend as if the matter didn't come to their table.
If that then is the case, why is it that the suspension that he received 2 months ago was being welcomed by, so many public interest groups and even, other persons in South Africa?
My dear, in this world today, are you not aware that the bad ones are more in majority? No, look at it yourself. Whenever you are talking about this in Fina, use your country. Because that is the biggest black nation in the whole world. So whatever happens here must definitely resonate with any other African states. That's the truth. Just use your country as an example. Do we like good things? The man they chased out of office in 2015, look at us going back to beg him to come back now. Those who conspired against him are even regretting. They are lamenting. They are not exposing what they did to him.
Now, Barrister, if you say that, he's having or passing through, some political witch hunt, do you think that this particular committee that has been set by Cyril Ramaphosa to help look into this, check everything, probe him, and make sure that whatever allegation they're bringing against him is false, or whether it's false or true? Are we going to see something good coming out of it?
It's good they set up such a call. Let us see what they will find out. Whether they say that he didn't do his job or what. Let us see. Because if that man had been corrupt, I'm sure he would have protected Jacob Zuma. That's the truth.
With the majority of the people, like you said, being bad now, are we going to see a free and fair inquiry?
Of course. This case, why not? Is it not the templates are there? He who alleges must prove. If you accuse him, you must prove it. Is that not true? You must prove the occasion whereby he contravened the extant laws guarding his office.
Interesting.
You prove it.
Let's go to Guinea, where we learned that by December 28 this year, that Guinea will first hold its first presidential election since a coup in 2021. And this particular election has something spectacular. There was a referendum that they held sometime this year, which actually allowed junta leaders to participate in presidential election. What do you have to say first about that referendum? Then, before we now look at the fact that they will have their first presidential election after the coup in 2021.
I did not hear that referendum was manipulated, though. I did not hear. Nobody has come to complain about that referendum.
Is it going to be possible for such a referendum, Barrister, to be conducted? What we know is being done under the military rule. Won't the people of Guinea be scared that if they are to say something or do something, that the strong end of the military will not be forward?
I said I did not hear. I mean, it would have been obvious now. The press would have reported the same way they are reporting other issues. I don't see how the military will. Is it not the people that voted on the referendum? It's the people now. So if they want the man to contest the election, why not? If not, after all, most African leaders move from Kaki to Agbada. Is that not true? We had so many of them in Nigeria. I don't see what is the issue here. It's an indirect way of imposing yourself on the country. Instead of doing that, you now do it in a legitimate manner, in a simple manner, in a democratic manner. So, what is wrong with what the man have done?
So you don't think that this particular referendum and the fact that the Supreme Court in that particular nation validates the outcome of it is a way of some persons trying to overreach themselves? Recall they have a constitution in Guinea that says once you are a coup leader, once you are a military person that took over power from a civilian, you should not contest. But now they decided to go for a referendum, which some persons were saying has been influenced by John Boyer. No. And at this point in time, we'll get into
why they went for, because of their performance in office. So, are you getting what I'm saying? Because of what they did, to even have the temerity to carry out a coup against that C-type president. And they have been there, maybe the people love what they are doing. The man did it in a very decent manner. After all, he could have changed his kake to Agbada and then say he will contest the election. And nothing will happen. But this time around, the people choose him. And the court validated it. So what is the problem there? Is it not better than imposing yourself on the people? No, tell me, is it not better? I didn't say anything wrong here.
All right, Barrister.
Because if they did, the people would have protested.
Thank you very much. Let's take a look at what is happening also in Seychelles, where we learned that there's a runoff. Remember, they have their constitution that says it must have 50%. But in this particular case, Patrick Hamain and even the incumbent president couldn't meet up to that. And they are rescheduling for another, election, if possible, to determine the fate of the country at this point in time. And the Electoral Commission in Seychelles have come up to announce that, during a media briefing, that none of the candidates actually surpassed the 50% threshold required. Barrister, no one actually have the outright victory in that country. Are we going to see the power of the incumbents playing out at this point in time, or what?
No, it's not that the election have been free and fair. That's the truth.
Okay.
It shows that the election in that country has been free and fair. That is why you have such a development. If not, the incumbent would have swept everything. And so this runoff will determine finally who is the people's choice. Remember that particular island nation is the richest in Africa. I hope you know.
It is.
Good, very, very rich. So they have been so reserved in their electoral conduct. I don't think you have any schemacies in that country, all because the people are taken care of. Do you see what happens when you are leading well? When the economy is booming, there will be less rancor, less skirmishes, less anger, animosity. They are very rich and they are managing the resources very well. That is why you hardly hear any noise from that particular part of the world. They are doing their thing. I pray that some people do not visit them and tell them how to do bad things there.
Interesting point. Thank you so much, Barrister Darlington Agomo, for being part of today's African News. You've been watching the African News on Voice of the People Television, on Voice of the People TV. And it's also interesting to know that the ideas shared on this particular table, especially that of the analyst, is solely that of his, has nothing to do with Voice of the People Television as a media organization. We'll go on a quick break and we'll come back. The rest of the African News continues. Welcome back. It's still the African News and Voice of the People Television. In another development, Namibia says it is sending in helicopters and hundreds of soldiers to battle a fire that has ravaged a third of a key natural reserve. A social national park is one of the Southern Africa's top tourist attractions, known for its vast salt pan that can be seen from space. It is also home to critically endangered black rhinos. The country's environment ministry believes a fire broke out on Monday at a charcoal production outside the park's border. Almost a week on, it has spread into the park, killing at least 9 antelope and destroying wildlife habitats, as well as grazing pasture in the Omustati and Oshana region bordering Angola. Prime Minister Gitunga Elijah Ngurari said on X that the government decided at an emergency meeting at the weekend to send 500 more troops to help fighters, police and volunteers on the ground. This move came after opposition MP Licando Rodrick criticized the government for failing to contain the fire, saying they should have been better prepared and urging them to beef up their long-term response measures. Former Taito member of the parliament in Kenya, Francis Tombe Yamo, has died at the age of 86. Yamo, who served as MP from 2008 to 2013, passed away on morning on his 86th birthday, which fell on Sunday. Kenyan National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula was among the first leaders to mourn his passing. In a statement shared on social media, Wetangula described Yamo as a dedicated leader who worked tirelessly for his people. Moving on to Botswana, where President Duma Boko has said his country will establish a citizenship by investment program as the Southern African country looks to diversify its economy away from its largest export, diamonds. Botswana's budget has been constrained this year due to a prolonged downturn in the global diamond market. It is the world's leading producer of diamonds by value. Boko declared a public health emergency in August after the nation's medical supply chain failed. In September, the Southern African country set up a new sovereign wealth fund to drive economic diversification, create jobs and manage state companies. Botswana has retained investment immigration consultancy Aton Capital under a memorandum of understanding to establish the citizenship program. Meanwhile, the European Union (EU) has announced a £545 million, equivalent to $638 million package for Africa to support electrification, modernize power grids, expand access to renewable energy, and accelerate the continent's clean energy transition. The funding will back projects in 9 countries, targeting regional power infrastructure and rural access to clean electricity. The program covers Cameroon, the Central African Republic, the Republic of Congo, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Lesotho, Madagascar, Mozambique, and Somalia. Still on the news, a state-owned Uganda Development Bank plans to raise $500 million in debt from international capital markets to support a 4-year plan to boost lending to the mining, energy, and manufacturing sector. A senior executive disclosed this to journalists on Monday. UDB's Treasury head, Thaib Lubega, told newsmen that the lender intends to raise the funds in tranches, with the first issuance of $100 million to $150 million potentially coming as early as next year. Lubega said the bank, which holds assets worth about 1.82 trillion Ugandan shillings, amounting to $520 million, is working with Paris-based global sovereign advisory to determine the most suitable debt instrument, adding that it is considering options such as a green bond or a syndicated loan. You're still watching the African News and Voice of the People television. We'll go on a quick break and we'll come back. Business and Sports Story continues. Welcome back. It's still the African News and Voice of the People TV. Now to the business segment of the news. South Africa's commodity-backed rand rose slightly in early trade on Monday on high gold prices, while traders eyes a slew of economic data that could offer clues on the health of Africa's largest economy. The rand traded at 17.29 against the dollar, up about 0.2% from Friday's close. Gold surged above the key $3,800 per ounce level for the first time on Monday, supported by a weaker dollar and growing expectation the Federal Reserve will cut interest rate further this year. Still talking business, China, Zambia and Tanzania have signed a $1.4 billion deal to refurbish the Tanzania-Zambia Railway, a vital route for shipping copper exports from the region, Zambia's government said. The deal signed on Monday aims to rehabilitate the railway and purchase locomotives, passenger coaches and wagons. Last year, China signed an initial agreement to review the 50-year-old Taza Railway, as it is widely known. At a time, the United States were throwing its financial weight behind the Rubber Transport Corridor for mineral called Lobito after an Angola port. Taza offers a way to bypass logistic bottlenecks in South Africa that have slowed copper and cobalt exports. Moving over to the sports segment of the African news, 20 teams punched their ticket to the second preliminary round of the CAF Champions League and Confederation Cup on Sunday. 12 sides from across the continent will advance to the next stage of the Champions League, the continent's premier club competition, while 8 teams secure the spot in the next round of the CAF Confederations Cup. In the Champions League, Monastir and JS Kabyle both reached 7 goals across their 2-legged fixtures, winning 3-1 and 5-0 against East End Lions and Bibiani Gold Star respectively. Despite winning on the day, Mogadishu City fell on a away goal to Kenya Police FC. Similarly, ASEC lost to penalties to Power Dynamos on penalties after winning the second leg 1-0 to pool level on aggregate. Nsaginzihi, Hotspur and Rahimo also advanced to the next round through penalty wins over Zimba Bohara FC and Magna Sports respectively. Al Hilal, Colombe, Al Heli Tripoli, Rivers United and FC shows a big match temperament, all securing victories to move through after coming into their respective clashes without any goals in their first legs. Simba SC's first leg advantage came in handy against Gaborone United as they drew 1-1 on Sunday after Simba's 1-0 win in the first leg. Still talking sports, Nigeria's under-20 national team, the Flying Eagles, will kick off their FIFA Under-20 World Cup campaign today in Chile with a Group F clash against Norway. The match set for the Estadio Fiscal do Talca marks the first ever meeting between the two sides in the history of the tournament. Nigeria, two-time finalists in 1989 and 2005, are marking their 14th appearance in the competition, which debuted as the FIFA Under-21 Youth Tournament in 1977. Norway will be appearing for only the third time in the champions' history. And that is it on the African News on Voice of the People Television. Thanks for watching. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, you are VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos, or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Fina Okechukwu. Good afternoon. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And on the bold angle with Jomalina, we dive deeper into stories that shape our world.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
It's Praise Wave Live. Oh yeah, the rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every tribe. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now. All day, all night. Once we're live, let the world ignite.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV, now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV, now you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Health Check, your trusted weekly guide to understanding the body, the science, and the stories that shape our well-being, right here on Voice of the People TV. I am Praise Peters, and I am delighted to be here with fresh energy and a deep commitment to unpacking health issues in ways that are real, relevant, and empowering. But first, remember you can watch us live on SLTV channel 264 and follow us on all social media platforms at VOP TV Live. And today, We're doing a very, very interesting episode, and we're focusing on a health challenge that touches every family, every community, and every nation. And that is cancer. Yes, I know it's a very broad topic, but today we'll be touching a very, very, very delicate part, which is the early discovery of cancer. And it is one of the leading causes of death worldwide. And here's the good news. Early detection actually do save lives. But don't worry, I won't be doing this alone. We have an expert that will be here, that is here right now, and is going to be breaking it down. We're going to be breaking down the common types of cancer in Nigeria, the symptoms that you should never ignore, and how screening and lifestyle choices can make all of the difference. And to guide us through, I'm joined by Dr. Onileowo Damilola, who has been a medical doctor for 10 years and a wellness practitioner for several years. Doctor, you're welcome.
Oh, thank you very much.
Whew, it's such a good thing seeing you here today. Thank you so much for joining us on Health Check. So, Doctor, how have you been?
Yeah, I've been good. Well,
I know being a doctor can come with a lot of, pressure and all of that. How's it been?
Oh, well,
stress.
Yeah, that's the primary thing.
Do doctors even get to rest?
Well, I hope I get to rest some.
All right. So you took out of your busy schedule to be here today. I really do appreciate that.
Pleasure.
All right, so doctor, we're going to be diving straight into the topic of discussion today, and we're going to be looking at the basics first. So our viewers, some of our viewers watching, they really want to know, how can you explain cancer in the most simple terms? I mean, in the most layman understanding for everyone to understand, yeah.
All right, so basically, cancer is just an abnormal tissue growth in any organ of the body. So basically, let me put it in layman's terms, like, okay, so let's say a tissue that is not supposed to be in a particular organ starts growing in the organ and then spreads to other adjacent organs. So that's other nearby organs get affected by the tissue that is growing in the organ that is not supposed to be growing.
Wow, so it's an unusual growth. Yes. And this can happen in any part of the body at all?
Any part of the body, including the skin, the nails, the eye.
The nails?
Yeah.
Are you for real? Yes. Okay, that means there are several types of cancers. Can you spotlight the most common ones in Nigeria?
The most common ones in Nigeria, last I checked, for men, that's the liver cancer and the colorectal cancer. And basically for women, it's mostly breast. That's the most common one in Nigeria, breast cancer. Then they also have the cervical cancers as well.
Okay, so which one do we call the prostate cancer now?
The prostate cancer, that's the one for the men. It affects the prostate, which is another weird organ.
Okay.
It just does one function, basically. So.
Oh, all right. Yeah. So, doctor, I would like to know, many cancers don't show symptoms. Is that true?
Yes. So they don't show any early symptoms, or they show very little early symptoms.
So can some of the symptoms be misinterpreted?
Yes, very, very occasionally we misinterpret the early symptoms.
Can you help us highlight some of them?
Like, let's say for liver cancer, for instance, it's very, very easy to just dismiss it as, oh, this person is just having a weird pain. It's not until the person goes down, like, let's say the person starts having the pain consistently, or then the person becomes clearly jaundiced. That's yellow all over, skin yellow, eyes yellow, all the other mucous membranes yellow. That's when you now be like, oh, okay, yeah, we need to go get this person checked. But most of the time, that's already too late.
Oh, okay. Most of the time, at that point, it's already too late. So yellow eyes, pains, what other things can you use to detect this?
For liver cancer, bleeding, like easy bleeding, stomach becoming enlarged just out of random, swelling of the legs, basically.
Wow. All right. So now the theme of today's discussion is early detection and better protection. So can you help us understand how early detection can help in the survival rates?
All right. So early detection helps quite a lot. The earlier you catch most of these cancers, the easier it is to excise and the longer your lifespan gets to be, because that's basically the goal of cancer treatment, to elongate your lifespan for as much as possible.
Oh, okay. Is it possible that if it's detected on time, it can be, totally taken off, or it can just be managed?
No, the chances of being totally taken off is very, very good when it's early on.
Wow. All right. So this is getting complicated because if I can easily misinterpret the signs at first, how do I get to know that, okay, this could be this or this?
Okay, so basically I tell people for the common ones, anytime you see, like for instance, liver cancers, the signs we just mentioned, or for colorectal cancer, for instance, if you have prolonged diarrhea, like if you see you're having diarrhea for over a month, just go to the doctor. There's a cancer screen that you can do for the colorectal cancer, and then if it's positive, you go for more tests and know what stage it is at.
All right. So are there screening services in Nigeria?
Yes.
To this effect. Okay. We are educating our viewers, right? So please, can you tell us how accessible it is?
The problem is they're quite expensive.
Ooh.
Most of the time, the ones that I see that people do are the ones that easily accessible, like pap smear, that's for the cervical cancer.
Okay.
And sometimes people do breast ultrasound whenever they feel any lumps.
So there are no affordable screening tests?
No, they're basically very, very expensive.
My God. So how about the people that can afford big hospital bills and all of that?
Well, there are some what do they call them? I'm trying to think of the name now. More like people that help the less privileged to come.
Okay, NGOs.
Yes, the NGOs, the cancer research centers, all those other places. They come in and they help put people through, and they basically run the tests for free, and then.
All right, but there should be a way we should be able to check our bodies, right, personally. So how can we examine ourselves by ourselves?
Okay, so for the breast cancer, that's very, very easy to do. You just self-examine. That's actually the number one thing that people will tell you. Okay, self-examine. If you start feeling pain in your breast, just note where the pain is coming from. Try to touch it. If it's a lump that is there, try to move the lump. If it's not moving, visit your doctor immediately.
Ooh.
Then also just check your armpits. If there's any swelling there, visit your doctor immediately. It will save lots of life.
All right. So to our viewers, we've heard our doctor today, and he's talking about how to detect easily all of these signs when they start. So pains, swellings, bleeding, all of these things, please do pay attention to your health. And you can as well check by yourself, examine your bodies. If there is anything, please don't hesitate to visit the doctor. And so right now, I'll be going on a short break. And when we return, we'll be talking about the prevention and lifestyle management. Do stay tuned.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome back, viewers. Welcome back, everyone. Now, we've been doing Health Check, all right? And this is your trusted weekly guide to understanding your body, understanding the science, and everything about your health, literally. We've been talking with Dr. Onileowo Damilola, and it's been an amazing session. So far, we've talked about the early detection, and now we'll be talking about the prevention. Thank you so much, Dr. Onileowo, for that wonderful Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful education. Thank you so much. All right, so you were talking about exercises earlier on. Yeah, and is it possible that someone who has never had cancer, is it possible that they can prevent it from coming through their lifestyle, like diet, exercises, and all of that? So does lifestyle affect you?
Of course it does. Lifestyle does. Eat healthy as much as you can, even with the low budget and all that.
Eating healthy can reduce cancer.
Yes, it does.
Like,
yes,
okay, what kind of food?
Okay, so basically avoid smoked foods. Was more like reduce them, because I know that if I say avoid, I'll just put in a lot of pressure, because a lot of people do like smoked food. There's suya, there's shawarma.
So what you are saying is that we should reduce suya.
Yes.
My viewers, draw your ears and listen. Okay.
So basically,
continue.
Smoked food, anything that you need to smoke on an open fire should be reduced.
So roasted.
Yes, as much as possible.
So we should reduce roasted turkey.
Sadly.
Okay. That's quite sad. All right, continue.
So we also eat more vegetables, more balanced diet, then do lots of exercises. Now, it won't prevent the cancers from growing, but if you eat healthy over time, your body would replenish itself, and then it would prevent the cancers from actually growing. People that have been known to eat healthy or live a healthy lifestyle have a less chance of getting cancer than people that just live recklessly.
All right. So when you talk about exercises, like what kind of exercises do you mean? Do you think, we should hit the gym and, all of that? Or are they basic exercise? Because not everybody can afford the gym, right? This is for our viewers. And some of them are too busy. So even hit the gym very early in the morning, or even though we advise that it is, okay. So how can they do this basically just at home?
So basically, you don't need to do a gym subscription to exercise. You can just walk. If you do 30 to 1 hour walk every day, that's okay.
All right. Taking a walk can, help.
Yes.
Wow.
So
that's amazing. So
exercise.
People that likes to, use the bike, going to one junction to the other, we just use the bike or just book a taxi and all that.
Walking is very, very efficient. Okay, so if you're booking a taxi, bike, everything, you have stairs on most buildings. So just go up, down, a couple of times and you've hit.
When we have the lift. All right. So what would you say about tobacco, taking, and all of those hard drugs?
Well, yes, smoking does a lot of damage. It's the number one cause of cancer worldwide.
Wow, smoking is the number one cause of cancer.
Yes.
Okay, this is interesting.
So I see people that say, "Oh, smoking marijuana will reduce cancer," and I'm like, "No, that's not true." Like all smoking goes directly to the lungs, and then they go to other parts and just cause a lot of damage overall. So it's like, okay, trying to say you're trying to inhale fire basically, and then thinking that your insides will be able to tolerate the heat. Now,
when you inhale fire, you'll be hot.
Yeah. Now, some humans are different from others. There are some that will chain smoke all their life and they will not get anything. But for the people that want to just live safe, it's just better to just avoid than trying to. Or if you can't avoid, try as much as possible to to reduce it to the maximum, like once a month, once a year, basically, like kind of thing. So then avoid exposure to hold-ups. I know people like inhaling the fumes from all those cars. Like passive smoking too can cause cancer, which is...
Passive smoking,
yes.
I heard that passive smoking is even worse than active smoking, really?
Yes, because the smoke that people inhale passively is not even the smoke from cigarettes. It's more from fuels of cars, burning of things around. So that's even more toxic than just the cigarette, because the cigarettes, there's the tobacco that is burning, but for all those things, there are a lot of chemicals that are burning that you inhale, you do a lot of damage into the organs, and then from there, the body just, because basically cancer, like I said earlier, is just abnormal tissue growing somewhere it shouldn't. So one tissue from somewhere can just start growing and then gets...
Right. Thank you so much. So we've been made to understand that smoking is the very first cause of cancer. So that's something that the viewers should take home. All right, so how about vaccination?
Oh, yeah.
You know, can it help to prevent cancer, like HPV and all of that?
Definitely.
Can you help us, you know?
Definitely.
talk about
There are
that?
some cancers that are predisposed by some viruses, like you as mentioned just now, HPV. That's a human papillomavirus.
Okay.
It's transmitted sexually. It's one of the sexually transmitted diseases.
Wow.
So if you take a vaccine, the earlier the better. Like nowadays, most countries abroad, it's recommended to take at 9. So, but in Nigeria, you can just walk into any clinic and ask if they have it. If they do, they will offer it to you.
All right. So, all right, let's look at age factor. Okay. What is the age range that you can get to that you have to start taking this test? Or is there a certain age that cancer is usually, you know, a likelihood that it will, you know, come
Okay, so
to your
basically, most cancers start at the age of like 40. So
body? Oh, from 40 upwards. So does it mean we 20s, 30s are free?
luckily.
Okay, so it's possible that 20s and 30s don't have
based
any.
on percentages though.
Okay,
because
based on
you can
percentage.
still I've seen people that are like kids have cancers as well. So
Wow.
yes, basically anyone can have it, but it's just more common at that older age.
40s.
From 40 above, just try checking everything. Do the colorectal, does the lower GI endoscopy as soon as possible. Book it like once every 5 years. For the lung cancer, check. If you are coughing, just check. It's better to be safe than sorry.
Yeah.
Then for HPV and for hepatitis, for the liver cancer, just avoid alcohol. Avoid indiscriminate sex.
Yeah.
That's for men now. So
yeah, I understand.
I know men are the
Alright.
ones that go around being indiscriminate. So
okay.
most of the time, just try as much as possible to avoid it.
Okay.
Now, the only weird part about it is that most of the time, most people that have the STIs are women, but sometimes they say it's because they are the ones that check the most, but you never can tell. But for now, we just advise, just stop indiscriminate.
All right. So, doctor, there's, I don't know if it's a myth, right? When you hear cancer, basically the person just thinks it's a death sentence, right? So is cancer a death sentence? Because everyone now has the mindset, right? Most people have the mindset that once you have cancer, it's just a matter of time. So can you help us clear that part? Can it be managed? Can your lifespan be longer if it's well managed? And is it true that it's a death sentence?
I would say it's a death sentence. More like depends on when you catch it. The earlier you catch it, the better the prognosis. So if let's say for instance, you catch liver cancer early on, you have the chances of you living 10, 20 years is very, very high. Unlike someone that gets it very, very late. Very, very late, the chances of you surviving a year to 2 years is very low.
So is it hereditary? Or
Yes.
it just happens?
Yeah,
Most of the time it's hereditary.
A lot of the time it's hereditary.
Are you serious?
If anyone has any predisposition to it, that means any family member has ever had it, it might be far, far away. Just try as much as possible to get checked.
So when it's hereditary, from what age can that, family line start to check for it so that it can start to be managed? Because I don't think they should wait till 40 at that time.
Of course.
Yes. So.
Depending on the type of cancer. For some cancers like gastric cancer, I recommend you start checking as early as 20. Then going upwards, most of the time is 30, like breast cancer, colorectal cancer. If you have a family disposition, just get checked at 30. That's better than...
That's 30.
Yes.
All right, so to our viewers at home, if they wanted to do just 3 things, just 3 things to be able to reduce the risk of cancer, what would you say?
Well, eat healthy, that's number 1. Avoid smoking of any kind, whether the active or the passive smoking.
Okay.
Then exercise and pray. That's
exercise and pray.
Yes.
All right. So most of the people with cancer, some people that have already, contacted this disease. So what can you say to the people taking care of them? What can the communities do? What role can we, the families, play in making sure that we help them? Because I want to believe that relationship with the people around you can also help you in this regard. So
Oh yes, definitely. Having that disease is a mental and physical battle, basically, because the person goes through all this mental turmoil of, oh, I'm going to die, and then you need as much people around them to basically tell them, oh, we are with you. Whatever happens, we'll be there with you. And then also for the financial aspect as well, you need the more people around you that can help support, the better. And for the primary caregivers that are supporting those that are in this situation, I give them kudos because basically they're doing a lot of work.
A lot of work.
A few years ago, I worked in a cancer center and I see the kind of pain the person is going through and then the family members as well, because I've seen someone come to tell me once that, can't you just let this person die? Like, this person is in so much
That
pain.
must have been really
And I was so sad, like, it was just, but it's one of those things that you have to
money
tell,
and
like,
all that.
yeah, you have to keep fighting as long as the person wants to fight.
All
It's
right.
not, oh, just give up halfway.
Yeah. So what can the government do, to assist in building a stronger care for cancer patients?
Basically, they can help with the screening. Pap smears, the PSAs for the prostates. Those ones are easily gettable. You can just get screening centers in any primary health care. Go there. If they make it available, especially Lagos State, which has been very, very good. I would say that Lagos State has been very good, especially
Wow,
with the
so the
primary
government has been doing a great job with that.
I don't know about many of the other states.
Okay, but in Lagos.
But in Lagos, Lagos takes health very, very
Okay,
seriously.
so that we have to say kudos to the government for that. Okay.
So I know there's still a lot of lapses, but you don't want to be in any other state other than Lagos. That's what I tell people. Like, if you're in Nigeria, just pray you're in Lagos. Because even if you check the statistics of doctors in Nigeria, like Lagos owns almost half of the doctors in Nigeria. So basically, they do a lot of work to try as much as possible to.
Wow, wow. This has been a very enlightening conversation. To our viewers, cancer is not a death sentence. Early detection, awareness, and the right support can turn fear into hope and statistics into survival stories. And we've heard our doctor today, please be sure to take tests. Be sure to, monitor your body, examine yourself, do exercises, avoid smoking, eat the right foods. Just take good care of your body. Your body, you have to prioritize it literally. And want to say a very big thank you to Dr. Onileowo Damilola for sharing in your wealth of knowledge. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. And so you're watching, remember, your health is your future. Don't ignore the signs. Go for regular screenings and encourage your loved ones to do the same. And as for those who are the caregivers, kudos to you. You're doing a great job. Please do not give up. You sure can help in elongating the lifespan of your loved one. I am Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. See you next week. And until then, stay informed, stay safe, and stay alive.
Years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a
a voice.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Ngwa sonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedukosi aga ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụladị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a ị nwere karịa olu.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Part of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why to me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. More. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content come on at VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Basketball, media, even road safety. The deaf community in Nigeria has proven that disability does not mean inability. But in an exclusive interview, a deaf rights advocate told us many still face barriers every day from classroom to workplaces. She recalled the painful memory of her dead uncle, who died in a road accident. That loss, she said, fueled her campaign for inclusive road safety, and now change is happening. She says awareness is growing, but much more must be done. Her vision is sign language to become part of schools, workplaces, and public services, ensuring that no one is left behind.
Sign language is recognized as human right because, like George Gray would say, that inclusion is not a privilege of few, but human right. It means that when something becomes a human right, it's no longer a privilege to give that to that person, but more of a necessity, as it were. So you can imagine for our work in Speaking Fingers, for instance, I've had opportunities to have met young deaf people who had never been to school. We currently have one we are trying to integrate at 10. We have one that has been integrated now into the school and educational system at 10. Yetunde, she got into school at 10. Today she has a language. She has a language that she uses to communicate. She can speak because she has a sign language to communicate. She's integrated. She currently plays for Milo. So, but back date when we met her, Yetunde will just be there looking at you. She actually has a physical disability alongside her speech and hearing impairment. So you find out that sign language, she can be included. When it is made human rights as a right and not just a privilege, she's also able to access services because the world recognizes it as a language. I speak English today. I wasn't speaking English before. So I wasn't good. My fluency in English was bad. But today I could communicate and people can hear me. Likewise, I can also hear people. So sign language has become a human right because it's not a privilege, but it is a necessity. It is work in progress. Today, we're having this conversation because sign language has been recognized as a language far back 2018. Does it mean that the deaf community existed at 2018? No. It just means that the world has awakened to it because media professionals like you are giving platforms for us to they have this conversation, this dialogue, and by so doing, we are also changing the dialogue. So where really, I don't have instances to say this is it, but I kid you not, we are not where we used to be, even though we are not where we want to be in terms of creating that awareness. By integrating sign language into such training, he or she can be empowered. Their voice can be heard, they can be valued, they can be appreciated, and they can have a seat on the table because I have an awareness. Government have policies. And one of the conversations we had today during the commemoration proper in terms of the celebration we had, as a result, someone said, the new competition is collaboration. So if you are not collaborating, if we don't see it from the perspective of multi-sectoral approach and just leaving it to government will always turn out. They sit in meetings, they sit in symposium, they sit in consortium and all those big names and come up with policies. Implementation is still far. So what's happening is that we are the government. It takes a village. So you are that village. I am that village. So government is us. And then for government, in terms of positioning, should please, we advocate for the implementation of policies, enforcement of those implementation, providing access for sign language to be given at all forums, for schools to be accessible, is to, like somebody said today, and we all agree, to make sign language a language that can be learned. It was actually the GM of LASODA that left to her that sign language should be a must in every curriculum, and we quite agree. So as we make awareness available to all, accessible to all, because this interview, without captioning or subtitling it or providing a sign language interpreter, a young deaf person, which is our population, will not be able to hear it in a way that he or she is passionate enough to drive that conversation in his own sphere of influence. I kid you not, today, I serve in an all-deaf church as part of my commitment to this work. I serve in an all-deaf church, choir, usher, pastor, everybody, songs, everything is done in sign language, ensuring that sign language is signed everywhere. Deaf people are free to use their language. You and I learn how to sign and communicate with them and ensure that videos, things are accessible, communication is provided in an accessible manner. Truly just leave no one behind. So that's what this year is talking about. Seeing it from the perspective of, we are not doing them a favor. We are providing access. we are providing rights. We are ensuring that, look, you deserve this thing and you have to get it at whatever form. Even though we don't also want to build an entitled mentality, doing it from the place of empathy, understanding that we are all a work in progress, part time. World Federation for the Deaf and the UN came up and said, let's discuss sign language as a right, as a full right.
For her, inclusion is not a privilege, but a right, and she believes society must give the deaf community a seat at the table. I'm Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shape our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And on the bold angle with Jomalina, we dive deeper into stories that shape our world.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
the extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Observed every 9th of September, the International Day to Protect Education from Attack highlights the impact of armed conflict on education and the need to uphold the right to safe learning spaces. The day, proclaimed by the United Nations, calls on governments and stakeholders to take concrete action to protect schools from attacks, abductions, and other forms of violence that disrupt education. Nigeria has witnessed repeated attacks on schools in recent years, ranging from kidnappings of students to the destruction of educational infrastructure in conflict-prone regions. Stakeholders warn that beyond immediate trauma, attacks on schools deepen inequality, increase the number of out-of-school children, and weaken the nation's human capital development. This day also serves as a reminder that education is not just a service, but a lifeline for peace, resilience, and future opportunities.
We have to bring back the prestige the teaching profession used to have. While growing up, if you're a teacher, you're seen as somebody that is doing well. But now teachers are seen as a useless set of people. If that prestige comes back, we would see the Nigerian child learning better because teachers are encouraged. A recent news I saw yesterday, a governor said the teachers should go and clear grass in their schools. Do you expect those same teachers to have the morale to raise good students? No. Last year earlier this year, we had WAEC students writing exams as late as 10 p.m. with candles. We have to bring back the respect for the Nigerian children. These are the kids that will take care of us tomorrow. These are the kids that will take care of us tomorrow. If we do not give them what they deserve now, we would have a Nigeria that we as old people tomorrow would not be able to live in. This is why we have to pay attention to the Nigerian child. It is very, very important. Let's not even go to the areas where they have insecurities and all. That is a story everybody knows. But even in Abuja, we have teachers protesting that they earn less than the minimum wage. There are teachers that earn less than minimum wage in Abuja, and they've been protesting for months. Nobody's paying attention to them. And we have a state where the governor is saying teachers should go and clear grass. it is just not right. And we have to bring back whatever prestige, whatever respect that the education system deserves. It has to be brought back.
As the world commemorates the International Day to protect education from attack, the message is clear. Schools must remain safe haven for learning, and protecting them is protecting the future. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV, now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lord.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
September 15 marks the International Day of Democracy, a day set aside to celebrate democratic principles and promote democratic values around the world. First observed in 2008, the day serves as a reminder of the importance of freedom, participation, and the rule of law in building fair and just societies. It also highlights the role of citizens, institutions, and governments in safeguarding democracy. As nations face challenges such as political unrest, voter apathy, and threats to freedom of expression, this year's commemoration is a call to strengthen transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness in government.
Talking of democracy, we don't have democracy here in Nigeria. In fact, if you ask me more, I will tell you everybody to find their way. Divide the country. Let everybody be. As you can see, everybody's agitating. People from the eastern are agitating for Biafra. Some from west are agitating for Udua. I believe up north, some are agitating for Arewa. So, talking of democracy, for me, Nigeria, we don't have it yet. So, the best thing that will bring peace, if at all, is everybody to go their way. The release of Nnamdi Kanu will make everything work out. If Nigeria will still continue, fine. If it doesn't, so be it.
Well, there are so many things that are bad about the country right now. Things are getting out of hand. Imagine fuel of yesterday. It's now almost 800 and something naira. Diesel is not something we cannot even talk about. The country on its own is too poor. Our naira note is very poor, so everything about the country is too poor. We need the leaders to step up and do the betterment for this country.
Democracy that one don't have a speech. There's no freedom of speech. My brother, I don't think we are in democracy. We are a ministry regime. This is not democracy at all because you will not allow to talk. They will not allow to protest. So I don't understand. She reduce the price of fuel. Subsidy should come back. Then our naira should rise up and defeat the dollar. That is it. Nothing more than that. It should bring down. It should bring down the economic. Let Nigeria economy be stable. Now we will be buying rice for 80,000, 80-something. Unless you want to eat stone rice, that's why you will be going for 40,000, 50,000 rice. So that is it.
The United Nations urges everyone, from leaders to everyday citizens, to work together in defending democracy, ensuring that the rights and voices of all people are protected. Bindamala Olukuton for Voice of the People TV.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Everybody keep watching Voice of the People. All right? Love you all.
Hello, sweetie. What's going on? My name is Kiki. Keep watching VOP TV. Thanks.
Hey guys, what's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is VOP TV, guys.
Hello, guys. I want you to please keep on watching VOP TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Shout out to VOP TV.
Very big shout out to the fans and lovers of VOP TV. My name is Tayo Faduro. I'm an actor that you are going to live to love. Keep watching. Cheers.
Hi everyone, so shout out to VOP TV.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Three years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
On board, it's a beautiful and a wonderful Monday afternoon in the city out of Lagos. From the studios here, reaching out to everyone in Nigeria and diaspora to be precise. Welcome on board. It is People's Voice on VOP TV, where citizen stories shape the narrative. And today we're dissecting two major stories that are dominating the headlines and also sparking conversations across the nation. ADC power struggle eats up over presidential tickets. And of course, Ganduje's comments on Kwankwaso's potential defection to APC. To join the conversation with expert insight and citizen perspective, share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Other news stories with details. Doctor give FG 30-day ultimatum over welfare issues. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, NERD, has issued a 30-day ultimatum to the federal government to address pressing welfare and policy issues affecting its members. These demands include payment of unpaid salaries arrears, promotion, entitlement, and reinstatement of sacked doctors. Their demands immediate release of corrected professional allowance, a table, and payment of accumulated promotion arrears within 30 days. Reinstatement of 5 medical doctors dismissed at the Federal Teaching Hospital, Lokoja, within the same time frame. Implementation of a one-for-one replacement policy to ease excessive workload and specialist allowance payments. To intensify engagement with the National Assembly to secure adequate healthcare funding in the 2026 Appropriation Act. If these demands aren't met, NERD might take further action to protect its members' rights away. So please, I would just appeal to the federal government to look into this particular one, because I remembered as at Saturday or on Friday, about 40,000 workers has been recorded so far that are working in diaspora as we speak. 40,000 doctors from Nigeria are working in diaspora, are working in Europe or America or Canada, wherever you want to call it. This is not a good news for us. We can't keep losing them to other countries. They can't keep living here when we have our own people to be taken care of. If they all leave, what happens to us? So please, federal government would actually appreciate it if you meet up with their demands, dialogue with them, and see how you can actually come to a concrete agreement. And away from that particular one, Peter Obi to decide on ADC membership after Anambra election. Labour Party's 2023 presidential candidate Peter Obi will decide on joining the African Democratic Congress, ADC, after November 8th Anambra governorship election. The Obidient Movement's national leader, Dr. Yunusa Tanko, stated that Obi was given a waiver to weigh his option and won't be rushed into abandoning the Labour Party. The ADC's National Publicity Secretary, Bolaji Abdullahi, called on coalition leaders, including Obi, Atiku Abubakar, to resign from their current parties and register fully with the ADC. Okay, for that of Atiku, of course, he has officially left the PDP, but Peter Obi is yet to make his declaration, or is yet to leave the Labour Party as well. I think these leaders are just doing their permutation. They want to be sure of what they really want or what they're about to get before they decide to actually leave. And now ADC is making this a very serious one by saying you have to officially join us as a member so we can take it up from there. Anything is possible. Even if you join and they now notice that the ticket is not going to work out for them, I think some of them would actually still leave and move to another party. So much would actually unfold as the 2027 polls draw nearer, okay? So, but let's just stay put and see what drama would come to play as regards to the political stadium that they've all set for themselves for us to be the spectators as regards to this particular system. And away from that particular one, TUC's demand a reinstatement of sacked Dangote refinery workers. The Trade Union Congress of Nigeria, TUC, has called for immediate and unconditional reinstatement of workers sacked by Dangote Petroleum Refinery for joining the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Pengasan. TUC described the refinery's action as anti-worker and unconstitutional, violating Section 40 of the Nigerian Constitution. TUC has placed its affiliates on red alert and warned that it will not hesitate to mobilize for a national industrial action, which happens to be strike, if its demands are ignored. Okay, the Union Secretary General Nuhu Toro emphasized that no corporation will be allowed to trample on the dignity and rights of Nigerian workers. I think this particular situation is overflogged. I don't know why it is really, really difficult, and I don't know why all efforts are proving abortive as regards to the Dangote refinery and Pengassan. 2 weeks ago, it was with the Nopeng. Now it is the mother organization, the mother union itself. Why are we going back and forth? I believe it was the DSS that actually oversaw that particular meeting and tried to mediate between parties. But now, the federal government are really trying to reach out to them, okay, to see how they can settle this amicably. But I don't think it is also okay for you to deprive someone of unionism because they are working for you, okay? If you weigh the whole situation, either ways, but I just want them to get to a proper conclusion. In as much as we're still talking about this particular unionism situation, but laying off that amount of workers, I would just need to appeal to Dangote. Let them just take them back, because you can't just sack that amount of people. Even if it is just one you're sacking, where do you want the person to go to in this particular time and season? You know what the country is saying right now. So please, let's just look into this particular one holistically. All right. Let's move on to the SGF urges Nigerians to support national development efforts. As Nigeria celebrates its 65th independence anniversary, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, has called on citizens to support the government's efforts in driving national development. Speaking at an interdenominational church service in Abuja, Akume emphasized that progress requires collective effort from both leaders and the people. Akume described governance as a shared responsibility and urges Nigerians to remain united and committed to building a better future. Okay, Nigeria has always been united. Of course, it is the political actors that gets to drop the tribal situation, the ethnicity situation amongst them when the election is getting close. Otherwise, we've remained united, and of course, we're resilient people, we're hardworking people. We believe in this nation, we are quite patriotic, but all we're just asking is for a better living, okay? When we work, we want to actually come back home with that particular stipend, that remuneration, that particular salary, and want to utilize it in a better way, not using it to either pay all bills and we end up not even seeing what we're working for, or economic situation or inflation or what have you, that we can't even go to market to get the little things that we need for the house. So we should be talking about the common Nigerian. We should be talking about a common man who is not even earning, or who has never earned up to 50,000. How would they cope, and how should they cope? This is what we're talking about. Nobody's mounting pressure, and even if they're mounting pressure on the federal government, I don't think the pressure is really working. Okay, because they're still coming up with different statistics on a daily basis. But what we're saying is we want a proper and a better Nigeria that will actually fit everyone in, that we all will fit in and will be living a good life. With that, nobody will actually think of leaving the country to any other place. All right, talking about this particular situation, the Pengassan strike, nationwide blackout imminent as Pengassan strike affects power generation. Nigeria may face a nationwide blackout due to an imminent shutdown of thermal power plants, following directive from the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Pengassan. The Association of Power Generating Companies warned that gas suppliers have issued notice to halt supply to thermal power section, which could plunge the country into darkness. The union has directed its members to down tools to protest and also dismissal of over 800 workers at the Dangote Petroleum Refinery. The thermal stations account for over 70% of Nigerians' electricity supply, and the shutdown could trigger widespread outage and heighten the risks of nationwide system collapse. This action could cripple crude oil production, fuel supply, gas distribution, and electricity generation, worsening the hardship faced by Nigerians. Please, we wouldn't want this to get to that, okay? Since the situation is still ongoing, and I believe they've actually called a roundtable for a proper parley for everyone to actually share their thoughts and see how they can settle this amicably. Hopefully, we will get something better as regards to the outcome of the meeting. Osun APC chieftain predicts party's victory in 2026. A chieftain of the All Progressive Congress, APC in Osun State, Olatubosun Oyintiloye, okay, is confident that the party will reclaim power in the state in 2026. According to Oyintiloye, the people of Osun are already expecting the APC to return to power. And the party's leadership, including Chief Bisi Akande and Adegboyega Oyetola, will select a candidate who can win the election. I was thinking that Oyetola would come back again. Okay, so if you are saying the Osun people are clamoring or they can't wait for APC to come back, it was the same Osun people that voted the APC out in the first place. Okay, so if you want to talk about this, I think you should come with your facts and figures, okay? Because I don't think what you are saying could be corrected. Of course, I stand to be corrected, but I don't think what you're saying can be correct, because if you're saying that the people want APC, they did actually wanted PDP because you were the incumbent and they won. The PDP won, the opposition party won. So this time around, if you're saying they want APC, let's just see what happens. Okay, 2026 is around the corner, and I believe everyone is actually warming up towards that particular election. Good luck, Jonathan, to contest 2027 presidential election. Jerry Garner, the former Minister of Information, Professor Jerry Garner, has confirmed that former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan will run for president in 2027 under the People's Democratic Party. Ghana believes Nigerians are yearning for Jonathan's return after experiencing two other leaders since his presidency. The PDP has been described as truly democratic and grassroots-oriented with people-centered programs. Okay, I understand that Professor Jerry Garner is quite a very serious and strong supporter of the former president. But if the same Goodluck you're talking about has gone to see the Dave Mark-led leadership of ADC and is trying to see how the primaries can actually work, and you are optimistic, you are hopeful that you will be coming to PDP, I don't think you've really asked your friend or you've really asked the former president his stand as we speak. But of course, anything can actually happen. It's election season, so he can decide to change. If he doesn't get the ticket, of course, he would weigh his option and decide to come back to the People's Democratic Party. But till then, let's believe that what you're saying is correct, okay? The Social Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAF, has called on President Bola Tinubu to disclose the selection of appointment process for the next Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC chairman. SERAF wants Tinubu to reveal the number and names of candidates, as well as whether the Council of States will be consulted in the appointment of process. SERAF emphasized the need for transparency, accountability in the selection of appointment and all the process as regards to that particular one, and he ensures that independence and impartiality of INEC is not tolerated. Of course, SERAF would always come to talk about this, but what I would have suggested is that the president throw it open for Nigerians to decide who the next INEC chairman will be. Let us do the voting, instead of you appointing and giving the National Assembly to actually approve, okay, after a thorough screening. We don't want that, because we still feel whoever that appoints, whoever that approve, whoever this person is, will still have to work under or work in line or work in their favor. But give the person, give us names, maybe 2 or 3, and let's Nigeria just do, will I call it a modification or a proper reform as regards to the constitution? Just give us the opportunity and let us do that particular voting. And let's see what the outcome will be. If we're able to vote a new INEC chairman, then we would actually know that the transparency will be guaranteed, and everybody will have a fair level ground of election polls. But till then, let's just watch and see what the situation will be as regards to the INEC chairman appointment. Okay, to join the conversation, kindly call the number 090-447-32605, 090-447-32605. Follow us on social media at VOP TV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOP TV. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a break. As soon as we return, we'll take the first conversation, ADC power struggle it up over a presidential ticket. You don't go nowhere, stay tuned, please. We'll be right back for the show. All right, welcome back to the program Restore People's Voice on VOP TV. Former President Goodluck Jonathan recently met with African Democratic Congress ADC National Chairman, Senator David Mark, to discuss his presidential ambition for 2027. Mark informed Jonathan he needs to formally join the party and participate in a fair primary election to secure the ticket. The two agreed to review the matter later. Okay, Atiku is set to formally join the ADC as well, and for him to declare his ambition, focusing on building the party's strength across the state. He is reportedly in control of about 65 to 70% of the party, which could make it a challenging one for Jonathan to secure the party's mandate. And of course, Peter Obi is also around the corner, is consolidating his grip on the Southeast, reaching out to other ethnic groups and weighing his option. ADC leaders sees him as an asset, but are trying to persuade him to accept the vice president's slot. Obi has expressed willingness to do one term if elected president, citing the need for power rotation in the country. Jonathan faces hurdles in securing the ADC ticket, including Atiku's control over the party and potential zoning issues. Okay, some northern leaders reportedly want Jonathan to spend one term in office, but he needs to secure the party's backing. The ADC coalition seems shaky, with some leaders not ready for change in 2027. The party's stability and Jonathan's chances will likely become clearer after further consultation and meetings. Okay, I believe you can actually see that particular footage if you're watching with us, where Alhaji Atiku Abubakar was smiling with Senator David Mark. Okay, in that particular one, and that's also the former governor of Kaduna, Nasir Rufai, also there in the video footage, and also every other stakeholders of the party. Okay, we're now being joined by Comrade Ezeoko Splendor, 2023 Labour Party gubernatorial candidate for Ebonyi State. And Comrade, are you there? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You're welcome on welcome. Okay, we also have engineer Umahi Unwawa, currently the Deputy National Secretary of the Labour Party, who is also on the show this afternoon. Who is also a former Secretary Labour Party National Transition Committee. Good afternoon, engineer. Are you there?
Good afternoon, Xavier. Welcome, viewers.
Okay, and in the studio this afternoon, we have a veteran reporter and a political analyst, a very serious and a senior one at that, a man that would predict a political landscape, a man that would predict a political situation, okay, and it has never fallen to the ground without yielding any results. Good afternoon, sir, Mr. Delefanimo.
Good afternoon. I'm not a prophet. And,
so no, you are not a prophet. Just like you say, you are not learned, but you are lettered.
I'm only lettered.
So for you to know that I've been picking it so much from you. Yeah. So for everything you've predicted as regards to the Rivers saga, everything came to pass.
Well.
And before then, for every of your political predictions, they've also come to pass. So now, I am so excited that you are around to join this ADC situation, because I want to get so many predictions from you as regards the future of Jonathan, future of Obi, Atiku, and that of Amechi, because of course they are at loggerhead as we speak. Okay, but before I come to the studio, I'd like to take it off from Comrade Splendor. Comrade, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so Comrade, what are the implications of Atiku's reported control of 65 to 70% of ADC structure, okay, on the party's presidential ticket? You know, of course, we heard that Atiku has so many people who actually moved in with him as regards to the ADC. But let's not forget that we have so many Northerners that are actually clamoring and wanting Jonathan to take over because they know Jonathan only has just one term. In short, they would prefer Jonathan than Obi. Obi has actually said he doesn't mind for him to just do one term, okay, for the power to go on and, you know, but they know that of Jonathan, he cannot even force it beyond. So what would you say about this?
My name is Comrade Splendor Okoeze, 2023 governorship candidate of Labour Party in Ebonyi State. Talking about DC, Atiku, Peter Obi, and now you just brought in Jonathan. I would want to start off with Jonathan. His Excellency Jonathan, we all know, have really shown his own life, you know, as it regards politics, where he started from the state level to the national level, to the position of being the vice president, and later on became a substantive president of the country. And for me, I think he has given all his best, because if not for the way he chickened out, we wouldn't have been in this mess we are in this country today.
Why you use the word the way he chickened out? Please, can you be more clear as regards to that statement?
Yes, we were all here in the country, and we saw how election was conducted during his period, his time. We also saw that even the divas did not recognize him, you know, during the voting period. He was not allowed to vote through that process. And so many Nigerians were expecting, as the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria then, for him to actually put a stop to such irregularities and make sure that the election was stopped, so that Nigeria can have a free and fair election.
Don't you think that, comrade, don't you think that if he had altered that particular election, they would have said he's using his power as a president, and it is not constitutional? Knowing fully well how that particular pressure was as at the time.
No, INEC promised to transmit election through that process, through that electronic process. It was a promise made by independent National Electoral Commission.
Yes, sir.
And as a president, when a commission makes such promise and he didn't keep to it, it's left for you to say, go and do the right thing. Remember that even at the point of, I think, was it on the Coalition Center or at the point of reading out the result, Orubebe rose up and said that there are irregularities.
We can't forget that drama.
Dino Malaye also challenged that process. And we know that that process was flawed. We all know that. A sitting president should have the authority to say, do the right thing for Nigerians. Can you remember that during Yar'Adua era as a president, Yar'Adua, after being elected through the flawed process, Yar'Adua told Nigerians that he knows that the process that brought him to power was not free and fair.
Not free and fair, yes, he was quite clear about that.
So for that type of statement coming out from a president, a sitting president, one would have expected Jonathan, when he took over from his master, when he passed on, may his gentle soul rest in perfect peace, when he passed on and Jonathan stepped into his shoes, one would have expected Jonathan to remember what his principal said about flawed election. And that same flawed election happened to him as a sitting president. Nobody would take that. Do you want to tell me that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, if Bola Ahmed Tinubu goes to vote election and he was not captured, the beavers did not capture him, that he will allow the process to go on? So for me, I will advise His Excellency, the former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, not to allow himself to be dragged into election 2027, because for those people who are trying to lure him into this election, they don't mean well for him. Because let me tell you the truth, Nigerians, most especially the youth of this country, the young Nigerians of this country, they yearn for Peter Obi because of what Peter Obi has done, because of the consistency. If you look at the Nigerian political atmosphere, starting from the 2023 when the election was announced and the president sworn in, you see that Mr. Peter Obi has been consistent, talking to Nigerians, criticizing the bad policies and programs of this government, and that is what opposition is all about. You cannot go to your house and relax as if all is well when Nigerians are suffering, only to surface again when election is very close to come and say to run election.
All right, comrade. Thank you so much. That was Comrade Splendor. Okay, let me go to engineer now before I come back to the studio. Engineer, are you there? Good afternoon, sir. Engineer, please unmute your mic.
Hello.
All right, yeah, engineer, you are in now. So I want us to look at this particular situation. How might Goodluck Jonathan's meeting with the man affect his presidential ambition, given their disagreement on transparent primaries? We know Jonathan to be a very straightforward man that contested for presidential bid, to enter, and of course incumbency, and it was won by the late former president Muhammadu Buhari of blessed memories. And he didn't even, just like Comrade Splendor said, he chickened out. He didn't even have any fight or say he's challenging whatsoever in the court. Even before the final result was announced, he picked up his phone and he called the late former president and congratulated him. Now, the same man that we know to be a very straightforward and direct man, finding him in such meeting, a closed-door meeting that later came out, which I do not even appreciate the fact that when you call something a closed-door meeting, the same people you had a closed-door meeting are actually leaking this particular out. Of course, I'm not in any way supporting this particular pattern, but the same man is coming to meet the chairman of the party or the interim chairman of the party, requesting for a particular kind of primaries that would favor him. So what's your take on this particular part? Because we don't know Jonathan to be this. Is it desperate? Is it under pressure? What is really going on as regards to the Jonathan that we used to know and this particular Jonathan now that would deem it fit, I wouldn't say condescend, to come and request for something like this, sir?
Well, you said the people you had meeting with leaked the information, but I think differently. Because one thing you have to know in politics is that nothing is exactly what it seems to be. I respect President His Excellency Goodluck Jonathan. I respect him a lot. He earned my respect. I will tell you why. You see, what people do not realize about Goodluck Jonathan is this. During that election of 2019, it's not because Jonathan chickened out, but rather Jonathan valued Nigeria more than any other interest, more than his own ambition. Yes. I will tell you why. I'm coming, yes. He placed Nigeria above every other consideration. Jonathan was ready to make sacrifices for the interests of Nigeria, and that's what is lacking among our leaders. That's what people do not realize. Just like also, people knew that P2B won 2023 election, but P2B looked at the fact that if we should go into the streets, what are we going to spoil? What are we going to damage? Who will suffer more? The very people he wants to protect. And that's why P2B told his followers, no. Because when I raise my hand to strike, I consider what I want to protect above what my anger is against. You see, these two people sworn to protect Nigeria. That was why they acted the way they did. Because they didn't want anything to happen to Nigeria. They do not want Nigerians to die. That was why they did. That was why they backed up, because Nigeria is more important to them. And that is the truth. And are we all aware that people are putting on pressure on President Goodluck Jonathan, His Excellency, to come and run? And Jonathan is saying, look, I am not ambitious. Support this younger generation. They will even do better. But if people are insisting, it has to be this way, because I'm not over ambitious over it. So also P2B say, look, I'm not over ambitious over it. If I spend billions to get this primary, how do I recover it? Because I have no intention of making money out of the governance. That is the problem. So how do I recover it? So if you people want me to come and run, Obidient are pressuring P2B to come and run. If you people want me to come and run, then you people must contribute, because it's not a personal venture. This is not a personal business. You see, I'm trying to explain to you the undertone behind certain behavior. Yes, behind certain behaviors. People will say P2B doesn't want to go into open primary, Jonathan doesn't want to go open primary. No, it's not because they're afraid. At least it shows that they did not lose the country. Jonathan did not loot the country. It's not of ambitious over it. So if you're asking me to come back, this is the condition. Okay. And those who want to make money out of it are not buying into it. So also, I'm coming. So also P2B. The Obidient movement, the Nigerians are mounting in pressure. Come and save this country. We know that you have overgrown and overcome greed. And that's one of our biggest problems in this country. Come and save the country. And P2B is saying, if I'm going to come back to save the country, it has to be this way. Okay. It has to be that way. Okay. That is exactly what is happening. Not that I'm chickening out or they're afraid.
Thank you so much, Engineer, for shedding more light on that particular one. Of course, I love the fact that you are saying that it's not because they are scared of any open primaries as regards to Peter Obi or Jonathan. And even to Amechi is even saying that he wants that particular open primaries. But of course, they are looking at it from different angles because they are not desperate, okay? Just because their followers, their supporters are actually saying this, it doesn't mean that they would invest in something that they might not actually get returns. That's why they're making it open this way. I think that's recorded, and thank you so much for that particular submission, Engineer. All right, let me come back to the studio for us to get a future prediction. So what are the potentials, Mr. Dele, what are the potential consequences of the ADC's power struggle on the party's chances in the 2027 presidential election? Okay, you would agree with me that everybody wants to be this, everybody wants to be that, this one is not ready to bow for this one is not ready. Everybody say, I want that particular ticket. What's the consequences, sir, as regards to 2027?
Let me start by saying that ADC is a non-starter, and it will not get anywhere in 2027.
Another one.
You can take that to the bank.
To the bank.
2, there is nothing wrong with Jonathan jumping to the fray. There is nothing wrong with Atiku holding on to the jugular of the party. And there is nothing wrong with Amechi saying he wants it at all costs. Peter Obi has every right, as a Nigerian who has not been convicted, who has not been told that he has some infirmity that will stop him from contesting. So we have 4 captains inside a ship. Would that ship not be rudderless?
Sank on arrival.
Now, you see, Atiku is a very smart politician.
Very, very, sir. Very, very.
What he intends to do is to play around these people so that by the time it comes full force, any of them leaving that party
will not be relevant anymore.
Will not be relevant elsewhere.
Now the person will now be tagged very desperate, power hungry.
Yes. And that's why Peter Obi is very smart. He's still holding on to Labour Party.
Saying he would, of course, his person said he was going to speak after Anambra polls in November.
I doubt if this Amechi of a man, if he has totally joined the ADC. is also smart. Amechi will come back to APC.
Amechi?
Before the election. That's another prediction.
With what Amechi has said, okay?
What has Amechi said that Atiku has not said? The 3 times he went in.
The 3 times he went in and out of PDP.
Out of PDP. Mm. What has Amechi said that Wike has not said? He said he cannot.
Wike even said, yes, that he rather manage his malaria, which is PDP, than for him to do anything with cancer.
Cancer.
That's the APC.
Now he's romancing cancer.
And today, the cancer appointed him as FCC minister.
So, you see, Churchill, Winston Churchill, that Britain statesman, he said, if we politicians don't trust ourselves, we don't believe ourselves, why should the common man on the street believe us? And coming from that background, that it's not just an everyday thing to lie, particularly on oath. Then now imagine a country that has political platforms and non-political parties. That jumping from one point to the other is very simple.
So, sir, how might this particular relationship between these heavyweights, you know, as regards to Atiku, Obi, Amechi, and Jonathan, how might this particular relationship affect their presidential ticket decision?
You see, Amechi is not a gladiator in this.
He said he's not backing down until the day.
Hey, he has money to spend.
Of course.
He has money to spend.
A former governor, a former minister.
So he has money to spend. And Nigerians are waiting for him to collect that money. But everything put together, Amechi does not have the war chest of Atiku. Jonathan that is being brought to the fray. Jonathan would be shooting himself on the feet if he listens to these people. Because I don't see a Jonathan wrestling ADC with Atiku in the long run. But it's good. He has his name. He has everything going for him. I think it will be the second, it will be the first. I think there's another president, I think, is it Malawi or so, that surrendered after the vote were counted. The votes were counted last week. And I think at some point he realized that there was no way he could beat the opposition. And the opposition was once president who came back and he admitted and congratulated the winner. So Jonathan is reputed to have been a statesman for doing that. That's why any issue that has to do with peace and conflict resolution in the world, you see him being part of it. But then, that social capital, I hope Jonathan will not fritter it away.
Okay, sir. Let me go to Comrade Splendor so I can take his final shot on this particular one. Hello, Comrade. Are you there? Please unmute your mic.
Yes, I'm
okay, so, Comrade, in very a few minutes, I would like you to just give me your last take on this. What role do you think the party's loyalty will play in ADC's presidential ticket decision? And how might this affect aspirants like Obi and Amechi?
Please, I can't get you here.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you now.
Yes, I said, so what role do you think the party's loyalty will play in the ADC's presidential ticket decision? And how might this affect the aspirants like Obi and Amechi?
For me, I think if ADC wants to be more relevant in 2027 presidential election, they should, the leadership should think towards zoning the ticket to the south. Because if you look at it very well, you see that the PDP has zoned theirs to south. APC has done the same because the incumbent president, which is Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he's from the south and he is just trying to finish one tenure, you know. And late President Muhammadu Buhari, who is from the north, spent 8 good years in that office and then handed over to a Southerner, you know, who is just battling to conclude one tenure, which is 4 years. So I think equity, fairness guarantees that the political parties should zone their tickets to the southern part of the country. And as for me, coming down to the southern part of the country, it will be fair enough for those tickets to be microzoned to the southeast, because you know this is the particular zone that have not, you know, tested that power, that has not been given the opportunity to be elected as a president. But if they cannot microzone to the southeast, at least let the ticket remain in the south, so that those of them who are aspirants from the southern part of the country can now struggle for who gets the ticket. But for Atiku to come in and begin to struggle that he wants to, you know, participate in the primaries, like Atiku is saying, let there be open primary, who gets it will now go to. Once this ticket is given to a northerner, you will see a sympathy vote will come again from the south, because the southerners will feel marginalized, they will feel neglected, they will feel relegated to the background, and that means that will give more edge or more opportunity to the president to go ahead with completing the next 4 years. So we are saying that the 4 years of President Muhammadu Buhari is like people who are already in the hellfire. So giving us another 4 years again will automatically mean death of the whole country.
All right, thank you so much, comrade. Okay, so thank you so much, comrade, for that particular submission. All right, a quick one. We'd like to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll take Kwankwaso's comment to round off the program. Don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. All right, welcome back to the program, Resto People's Voice on VOP TV. Ganuje's comments on Kwankwaso's potential defection to APC, the former national chairman of the All Progressive Congress, APC, and ex-governor of Kano State, Dr. Abdullahi Ganduje, has made headlines with his recent comments on Senator Rabiu's Musa Kwankwaso's potential defection to APC. Ganduje stated that if Kwankwaso and his followers join the APC, they would be welcome as madmen who return to their vomit. Ganduje's comments suggest that Kwankwaso's decision to join the APC would be seen as a U-turn, given his past criticism of the party. Ganduje criticized Kwankwaso's politics as inconsistent, also describing Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf administration as a government of vendetta and cluelessness. Despite his criticism, Ganduje mentioned that reconciling with Kwankwaso and former Governor Ibrahim Shekaru wouldn't be out of place, given their governance experience. It's worth noting that Ganduje recently resigned as the APC national chairman on June 27, 2025, citing health reasons. His resignation has sparked reactions, uncertainty within the party as of now. Okay, Kwankwaso and Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf have not responded to Ganduje's comments. And the development highlighting the ongoing dynamics within the APC and the complex relationship between its key figures is actually a situation that we need to really look into. Engineer, good afternoon. Can we start with you? Engineer, are you there?
I am there.
Okay, so engineer, you would agree with me that you remember and you heard Back then, when Kwankwaso left APC, when he said it was a party of madmen, he said so many things. You know, he kept on criticizing the party and all of that. Now it is looking like he's going to make a U-turn. Just like I mentioned a few weeks ago, the same party, NNPP, they actually suspended one of their own House of Rep because he said Kwankwaso's door was open. Perhaps he said it before Kwankwaso himself would actually come mention that. But now, looking at the situation, what is your take on this? I just want you to take your submission and it will just be a final one as regards to this statement before we close. Please go ahead.
Yeah, Kwankwaso was right. That's what I would say. He was right when he said made that remark about the APC. He was right, and that is true. The other issue is this. Is Kwankwaso not one of them? So what is wrong if the dog returns back to his vomit? Is there anything new about it? There's nothing wrong. There's nothing new. If a dog returns back to his vomit, it's normal. But on the part of Ganduje is scared because he knows that this is more of like a village enemy.
Of course.
Coming to display him at the national level. So, yes, he knows what they do. He knows when dogs come together, the way they devour each other and others. So he's scared that the dog will turn around to bite him, the way he bite the dog. So they're all the same people. There's no difference among them. That's why he's bothered. If he had left political party in actual sense, because he's not healthy, why should he still be talking about party? He should have been resting. Means that he has retired. He lost out of favor. That's just the truth. He was asked to resign, and they gave him a soft landing. So he's scared another person will come and decide his fate. Not like he decided the fate of another person. That's the only reason he's scared. So all of them, they're all the same. There's no difference.
Thank you so much, engineer, for that particular candid submission. All right, I'd like to come to the studio, Mr. Dele. What are the potential risks and benefits of APC accepting Kwankwaso and his followers into the party? And as regards to that statement that Ganduje said, what can you make out of this?
Ganduje is just stating the obvious. But then, the crossover of Kwankwaso to APC is a done deal already.
It's a done deal?
It's a done deal.
Wow.
The only thing that is not too clear yet, because of the rising profile of Shetima today, but I think at all costs, APC wants to grab the fabled 2 million votes in Kano. And Kwankwaso, the
Kwankwaso movement.
The Kwankwaso movement has the aces in Kano State. And so when you weigh the options between Shetima from Borno and Kwankwaso from Kano with the adjoining states.
So are you saying that if Kwankwaso returns to APC, that the president will pick him as the vice presidential?
That's the only reason why Ganduje has to go. Forget about those optics of saying my health assails me. Your health assails you, but you can take the chairmanship of FAN.
Of FAN. I was coming to that because it was not up to 72 hours that the announcement was made that he needed to leave for his health, but he took something else.
You can't
so it was looking like a compensation.
You can't have APC chairman in Kano and then have a vice presidential candidate in Kano. So he has to shift.
Okay, so that's a final submission and the future prediction from Mr. Dele Fanimo. Let me quickly take that of Comrade. Comrade, just in 1 minute, can you give me your submission as regards to this situation? Comrade Splendor, please.
Well, thank you so much. My submission to this is that Ganduje and Kwankwaso are like cat and dog. It didn't start now. If you flash back, you will recall that when the news of Kwankwaso joining APC broke out, Ganduje was scared. And Kwankwaso also, at some point, submitted that if he must cross over to APC, that he wouldn't like Ganduje to remain as the national chairman of the same APC. And as all of us saw what happened, the drama took place and Ganduje was asked to resign, and Ganduje resigned, which means the coast is becoming clearer for Kwankwaso to cross over to APC. And then Ganduje shouting that if Kwankwaso returns to APC, it's like a dog going back to eat for meat. Simply states the fact that he doesn't want to be on the same ship with.
He doesn't sincerely. It's always quite obvious.
And also, politics is very dynamic. Nobody can actually predict it. If Kwankwaso comes into APC and Ganduje leaves APC, it is still a vacuum that is created because nobody can undermine the followership Ganduje is enjoying now.
Okay. Okay.
So for me, conclusively, I would want to say that those people in APC, call it Kwankwaso, call it Ganduje, call it Excellency Tinubu, that they have all contributed to the suffering of Nigerians, and we are ready to change them.
All right. Thank you so much, Comrade Eze Oko Splendor, a 2023 Labour Party governorship candidate of Ebonyi State. Thank you for joining the program, and also Engineer Nawiye Mwawa. Thank you so much, the Deputy National Secretary of the Labour Party, and also our my own very personal political predictor. He said he's not a prophet, but as far as he has been predicting and it has been coming to pass, that's what I'll keep saying, okay? A senior political analyst and also a veteran reporter, Mr. Dele Fanimo. Thank you so much, sir, for
always my pleasure
joining the program. I'll be looking out for that particular statement you made as regards to Shetima dropping and Kwankwaso taking over. This is how far I can actually go on the program. Don't forget that the views and opinion of our analysts are solely theirs, and that does not reflect that of VOP media. Okay, everyone is entitled to their opinion. That's all I can say about that particular one. Yes, I don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough people do last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening rest.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And on the bold angle with Jomalina, we dive deeper into stories that shape our world.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken debt lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready to lift him high? All around the world, it's time. Let the praise wave ride. It's Praise Wave Live. Oh yeah, the rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every tribe. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now. Praise wave, all day, all night. Once live, let the world ignite.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV, now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
All right, it was a fantastic weekend of blockbuster football action all around Europe. And of course, so much to talk about in the exciting world of football as we make a return on this platform, the Locker Room on Voice of the People Television. I am Jerry Arpeliohai reporting for football duty. So much to talk about. And of course, it's exciting. It's getting hot in here in spite of quite a lot of cooling AC. But I don't know what it is. They really will. All right, let's let the cat out of the bag. It's a full house here. So much to talk about in the exciting world of football. It was a blockbuster weekend. Definitely. All I say, this weekend was something else. For a lot of football fans. Nobody saw it coming. My friends lost a lot of money. Anyway, I'm talking about millions here. I'm serious.
You never walk alone?
Yeah, walked alone. Walked alone. You know, I told you on Friday. Crystal Palace. I cannot put my money on Liverpool.
Did he tell you anything?
Yeah, I said so. I did so. It's on record. It's on record. Yes, not here. I didn't not hear that. Crystal Palace beating Liverpool, you don't hear. But you will hear Newcastle eventually.
Yeah, okay, you guys thought we were going to get cooked, right? Or
my money was on Newcastle because of last season. So also my money was on Crystal Palace because of what they did to Liverpool last season. So somehow Arsenal rose from the ashes and gave a good account of themselves. Gabriel was on my FPL. I'm really proud.
I want to ask a question. What happens when you have a phone and your SIM 1 and SIM 2 they are not working?
Yeah.
Where your SIM 1 lost 3-1 to Brentford. Okay, now you're not having open your SIM 2 at least.
At least backup plan.
And your SIM 2 lost scandalously by the same score line.
Look at Real Madrid.
To Brighton.
Alvarez.
It was a sad weekend for the big.
I would have preferred him over Isak. That money.
What? No, you're not. Why? Isak is also Premier League proven now.
Julian Alvarez is over Premier League proven.
I know he's over Premier League proven. But how much do you think it's going to cost you?
I wouldn't mind spending 150.
I mean, he's younger than Isak.
What?
He's younger than Isaac.
Younger, better.
Is he younger than Isaac?
Yes.
They should be about
Younger,
the same
better
age.
is
How
both
old
on
is
both
Isaac?
legs.
Isaac should be 25.
He's 25 or 26.
He should be
I think
25.
We're running on 26.
How old is
25 or
Alan?
26. Alan should be 25.
So that's the same age with Alvarez. Alvarez and Alan are the same age.
Yeah.
So, and you see, look at that guy.
Is that about the age now?
No, of course, it comes in when you look at players.
Alvarez gives you free kicks. It
As
scores
in
with both
free
legs.
kicks, back to back.
R4. Everything is just.
He's a complete striker.
I don't know.
I mean, he can also play
That guy is
just behind the
blessed.
striker.
I think Atletico Madrid don't deserve him.
Why would
Why?
you say
Why would you
they
say
don't
so?
You don't deserve him.
Why?
He's such a player that should be winning Champions League.
Atletico Madrid has been known to have top marksmen.
Yeah.
From Aguero
Raul.
to Ferdinand,
They still have their
to
Griezmann.
Radamel Falcao,
They should stick
to
with
Diego
Griezmann.
Costa.
David
Come on.
Villa,
They've always
Suarez.
had top marksmen.
Yeah.
Top,
They
like,
have Griezmann. They should leave.
no, Griezmann is
Griezmann
way
already
out of his
form.
prime.
That's
No,
his-
not
that's his
even
first
form.
goal
It's
in
way out
February.
of his prime.
I'm already beating for Alvarez. That's what I'm saying.
The
You
guy
take
is
Ekitike and
just
Isaac.
too
Enjoy
good.
Give me Alvarez.
So is this Jerry? He's just
Give me
being
Alvarez.
rigid.
Just
Okay.
give
So,
But what happened? I mean, PJMOL gave you 6 minutes.
Yeah.
And they played up to 8 minutes, hoping you will score.
do you see Liverpool fans complaining? They were complaining that
They're not complaining.
you were complaining
See,
when
they
Crystal
gave
Palace scored.
they gave 6 minutes
Liverpool fans
when
who are
they
complaining don't understand
they
the
gave-
trend this season. Even Newcastle game, I don't know the officiating this season. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's another suspect.
Jerry, they gave 6 minutes when there was no reason to. They played up to 8 minutes.
No,
And
the thing is that
Oh, God.
when teams are playing teams who are
Yeah.
better,
Edin
than them,
Ketia.
they find a way to do time wasting. Let's be factual.
Okay.
Take a look at even Newcastle, and when they are playing teams they want to win at all costs or even get a point from, they found
No, okay, so fine. They gave 6 minutes. Why didn't they just end the game at 6 minutes?
Yeah, we're expecting it to end at 6 minutes.
Okay, so
it
what,
didn't happen.
you know,
Every single time every single time Liverpool is playing,
I think there's nothing wrong with the time. It's okay. The time is okay.
was that boy a goal?
Yeah.
Was that a goal? Was that a legit goal? Was that no handball?
Which goal?
Kiesa's goal. Was that no handball?
Yeah, it's handball.
Okay, so that shouldn't have been a
That's the
goal.
officiating. Yeah, it shouldn't have been a goal. The officiating
But if you had won that game, you would have said PJMOX should continue giving me that. That's what you would say.
No.
They should just continue giving me that.
I'm not the one.
I just want to win the
see
league.
something wrong, and we say it's right.
No, it's because you've lost it. But don't worry. No
Forget
worry.
about loss. Even
Jerry.
before the Crystal Palace game, I said it.
But how about his two teams though? How about your two teams?
You're United.
The same way I was going on.
He's a bad team. Yeah.
Right, and then you feed them, which means you've not, sat on the bench for that particular punishment.
Yeah.
And then they fine you for not obeying, the rule by sitting on the bench, right? You still have to actually sit on the bench.
Is there a rule in FIFA's code of conduct that, okay, if you haven't served that punishment or that sanction, they are going to sanction you for the rest of the games? Is it not on that particular game where you made the mistake, where you made the error?
But you still have to sit on the bench now.
Is that not the game they are going to sanction you for? Okay, so are you telling me that in the coming days, FIFA will come outside and come and deduct them other 3 points?
Don't worry.
You guys,
it's all about people pushing it. If Nigeria pushes,
listen. No, I'm not even trying to do anything. All I'm trying to say
is going to say something. Let's hear from him.
I think the thing is very simple. There's an infraction committed. He has a 2 yellow card. He has accumulated yellow card. He is supposed to miss a match, right? He did not miss that match. He went ahead to play. Unless you are telling me that this punishment will replace him serving the required suspension, because the South Africans arrogantly decided to field Mokoena again.
Even when Lesotho were telling them don't field him before the game, they did.
They decided to field him. They decided to field him again. See, the thing is this. I think this is where the federations involved, the Republic, which is favoring them now, Lesotho themselves, and even Nigeria. If FIFA does not take another 6
they
points
should
away
stand
from
up and take an action. Yes, they should take it to cast and protest. I don't mind Benin going to the World Cup. In fact, I would love it for Benin.
You do mind.
See, as funny as it is,
you do mind. Don't say you don't mind.
As funny as it is,
you do mind.
Yeah, I know.
You are working all these things for Nigeria to qualify.
The thing is that,
and I will actually sit down with
Nigeria to qualify. It is that the law says there's no ignorance before the law.
Absolutely.
Ignorance is not an excuse.
No be an idea now.
South Africa may believe that they can get away with a lot of things. But FIFA, who is a big brother, understands what it tends to lose if the rules are not carried out.
They just have to be consistent.
See, South Africa cannot be different from every other country. Nigeria was also found guilty when Algeria did not complain, in spite of when they were going to qualify for 2018. The points were removed. Same thing with Togo. Same thing with Angola. It has happened to various African countries.
I want to ask a question.
Let me finish. Yeah. It is not only South Africa now that it will now be a different case. Even when the countries didn't complain, FIFA still went on and carried out their duties. And now, I am not FIFA. FIFA has released the rule and said, come, we are calling you to order. The thing is that FIFA is not 1+1. They will just wake up one morning and they will go through their status, go through their rules and regulations before making a statement. In spite of all the pressure, now FIFA has decided to do what they're supposed to do. And even the second infraction, bet you, FIFA checks their rules and sees that there's an infraction. There is no even need to even talk to them.
Let me ask you.
They will still call them and say,
Jerry, let me ask you a question.
You have also further went on to do another infraction. Come and face the music.
I understand. Look, I know that Nigeria actually faced the music and they faced the punishment in that game against Algeria. Yeah. Now, you people are just tackling South Africa. They knew that this player was this and that. He didn't serve the suspension. He went on to play other games. Did Nigeria not know that Abdullahi Shehu was he was supposed to be suspended before that game against Algeria, and yet still fielded him? And I'm sure if FIFA did not, lay that sanction on Nigeria at that time, Abdullahi Shehu was going to keep playing. So this is happening.
You don't even try to make it the same situation.
I'm not making the same situation, but we knew it was ineligible, right? We knew it was ineligible.
The case of Mokoena and Shehu, the first one, these ones can be seen as you being ignorant. It was a mistake. It was an error. We can understand it.
But
now,
you continue
before
that
South
error.
Africa played Lesotho, hold on.
Okay.
Lesotho told them,
the whole world was saying it, and they said
don't play this guy because he's yet to answer to what he did. Now,
Lesotho they've gotten what they're supposed to do.
No, you need to understand something. Wait.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
When you are innocent, right? When you are guilty, ignorantly, people can understand that. Okay, yes, he did it out of an error. It's not like he's being arrogant. This is pure arrogance from South Africa. Pure arrogance, and what they are saying is that the law doesn't matter, they don't care. Basically.
Okay, so there's a code, right, that says 24 hours. Nobody raised.
Leave their code.
Nobody, no.
See,
Nobody
no,
raised.
leave their code.
It's like that.
I have talked. Can't
you call out their innocence too and say nobody actually raised any door after 24 hours?
This 24 hours.
Jerry, please.
Let me just say.
You know, I was the one pushing. You know, I was the one pushing this. Let me even talk about it. Jerry Amayawa, you can bear me witness. I was the one standing on this particular 24-hour story, saying that.
See, I'll be vindicated today.
Nobody came out for 24 hours. I don't think South Africa should be sanctioned. Mayawa, true or false?
He's the major prophet.
Now I'm telling you today that now FIFA has carried out this. This is what I'm going to say as regards that FIFA should expunge that part of the rule because it's as useless as dodo.
No, when you enter,
let's put it that way.
When you go to their next, if they invite you as a member.
Jerry, what
you can tell them that.
What value does a clause bring to a law that it cannot hold people liable when they're actually wrong? Now that is supposed to be that was supposed to be an escape window for someone who actually made an infraction. But since that is not catching anybody, then they should expunge it so that we know that once you do it, FIFA will, even if it takes 100 years.
You're talking about them now, right? The bottom line is they should also give them a punishment on their game against Nigeria and award 3 points and 3 goals to Nigeria.
Absolutely, because they are aware.
Okay, so this group now,
not even Nigeria, it's against Lesotho, second leg.
Against Lesotho,
second leg.
No, that was the game he played.
No,
that was the game he played. That was the game he played.
No, that was the game he played.
No, that was the game he played.
Don't worry, Hafiz.
That was the game he played when they won 2-0 now.
I understand.
Listen, that was the game he played where they won 2-0.
Hafiz, wait, let me explain.
That was the game he played where they won 2-0 now.
No, that was not the game.
Okay, so which game? Which game? Which game?
After the Lesotho first leg that they played.
Yes.
They played what's it called? Benin Republic.
No, they played Lesotho second leg.
No. They just played Lesotho before they played Nigeria now.
Yes, now that was the game. That was the first game that he missed.
No, that's the second game.
No, that was the first game.
No, that's the second game.
He got that suspension in the first leg against Lesotho.
Yeah.
Right? Then the second leg, he was not supposed to play that second leg.
Are you saying they played Lesotho back to back?
Yes, now just like we played Rwanda back to back.
No. Yes, no. We played Rwanda first. Hold on. This is how we played. Let me tell you. We played Rwanda first, played Zimbabwe second, then played Rwanda again. That's how we played.
Wait, who did we play?
Okay, listen.
We played Zimbabwe before. We played Rwanda before Zimbabwe. Then we played Rwanda again.
Not back to back. Let's not dwell on that.
Not back to back.
Maiwa, let's look at the table now. If our producers can give us the table, the way the table looks right now. Yeah, I understand the confusion in the fixtures, but I think that's not the issue. Look at the table now. South Africa is now on top based on goal difference, +4.
No, Benin Republic.
Benin Republic, I beg your pardon, on +4, and South Africa is on +2, and Nigeria is now on 11 points. As the case is, can Nigeria still qualify on this? Taking a look at the way the table is, Maiwa.
Well, I don't think we are going to qualify. I think
I want Benin to beat us.
The momentum has swung in favor of Benin Republic right now, and the way Benin Republic is going, and if you look at our last performance against South Africa, and with the momentum, serving Benin Republic in Benin Republic's favor, I think they have a higher chance of going through. And to be honest with you, we have not done enough to qualify for the World Cup. So I don't, even if FIFA goes ahead to deduct the remaining 6 points that we are talking about, that we are dragging about, I think we still do not deserve a place at the World Cup because of the kind of preparation we are putting in. It would be a disservice to a South Africa and a Benin Republic if a Nigeria ends up qualifying ahead of those teams. Let's forget this World Cup. Let's prepare for 2030.
All right, let's prepare for 2030. That's 4 years time. 5 years.
2030.
2030. Yeah, it's pretty a sad one, as the case is. Okay, and let's just, can Nigeria still qualify?
At this point, it's pretty tough. I think the only chance we've got is to win our remaining 2 games first, and then South Africa ends up not winning their remaining 2 games. I think that's the only chance we've got. If South Africa ends up perhaps drawing the remaining 2 games or losing one of the remaining 2 games and then not winning the other. Maybe 1 point in possible 6 or 2 points in possible 6. I think we've got a chance if we win our 2 games. But if we cannot win our 2 games, if it is written in the stars that South Africa will win their 2 games, let Benin just win their 2 games. And everybody will be fine.
Yeah, is it Benin for you?
I think the decision right now by FIFA has made the group more open. This is actually the most interesting group in the World Cup qualifiers. And for me, I would just say that it's not about South Africa drawing their next 2 games. Because right now, eyes are now on Benin Republic. And it's somehow, I don't want to say crazy, but it's now funny that right now, Lesotho are on 9 points after giving those 3 points, and they are playing Nigeria in South Africa. And they know that will give them extra motivation. Should they win, they will be ahead of Nigeria. So first things first, even without thinking about Benin Republic or South Africa, you just have to win your next 2 games. Right now, if Benin Republic secures a win, it will also give, in their next game, it will also give them another motivation, extra motivation, because they are playing Nigeria in their last game, even though we are hosting them, but we know that we are not really that good at home. We've only secured 1 win in Uyo. So what I've just said is we just have to win our next 2 games. But with the quality of play we've seen so far, you can never be sure about Nigeria. So for me, I would say I don't think Nigeria would qualify, but then it's not over in the game of
South Africa and Benin.
None, as long as Nigeria is not qualifying.
All right. South Africa has also been fined 10,000 Swiss francs, and that's about $12,500. And Mukwena received a formal warning. South Africa can still appeal the decision to the FIFA Appeals Committee. With 2 rounds remaining, South Africa faces Zimbabwe on October 10 and Rwanda on October 14. The group winner will advance directly to the 2026 World Cup, while the runner-up may proceed to a 4-team African playoffs bracket in November. Okay, Benin now leading Group C, plays Rwanda, and of course they take on the Super Eagles as well.
I'm not even talking about Rwanda, so we're on 11 points, same points as Nigeria. Should they win? Should they beat Benin Republic? Even though I know Benin will be playing at home.
It's going to be difficult for South Africa to beat Rwanda in their last game.
It's going to be difficult for South Africa to beat Rwanda?
Yes, it's going to be.
That's if Rwanda secures a win.
Amahoro Stadium.
It's going to be difficult for them.
I think it's an interesting group, because should Lesotho also... I think results will just bounce everywhere, because should Lesotho defeat the Super Eagles, it will give them 12 points.
I don't even want that Lesotho game.
A team you can't beat in Uyo.
Nigeria will beat Lesotho.
A team you can't beat in Uyo.
You put your money that day. Me and you.
A team you can't beat in Uyo.
Outside. You put your money that day. Me and you.
No, we are not.
It's a team I cannot beat in Uyo.
You cannot beat in Uyo.
Can you put your money? We'll do it. We'll do it.
Better beg the Jollof boys.
Wait. Put your money. Will you?
Let's see now.
Will you put your money?
Okay, you know what? Don't let us put our money on Nigeria Lesotho.
No,
let's put our money on Nigeria qualifying.
Put your money where your mouth is.
No, let's put our money on Nigeria qualifying.
See, as far as this conversation doesn't talk about money, let's move.
Okay, you know what? Okay, let's put our money. How much?
Go wait.
How much?
10K.
No, 10 is too much.
20K.
We'll talk about it. Behind the scene.
So that you'll be there and we'll bring it here.
Jerry,
I want money
that will make you table cash.
Money that will make you
20K, so that next time
20 is this much.
Okay, 130.
I want around
No.
50.
Okay, 50.
Oh really?
Yeah.
No, we have to start small now. Calm down.
Well, you said if I chop down my friend, Nigeria ends up not going to the World Cup.
I know it's richer than me, so let's start small. Pardon the masses.
All right. Let's talk about the Super Eagles. There's a friendly, 2 friendlies that have been lined up. Talking about in November against Venezuela and Colombia in the United States. Even though they will not go to the World Cup. They go to the United States and play some friendlies ahead of the Nations Cup.
And these 2 things going to use us the warm up for.
Yeah, Colombia and Venezuela are not going to be easy. Most especially Colombia, Caicedo and co.
No. I think Caicedo is Ecuadorian.
Sorry.
Colombia, sorry. Luis Diaz,
James
Rodriguez, John Duran and the likes. Yeah, I think it's good to actually play South American opponents. I know we used to play the likes of Mexico. But this time playing against South American opponents can test our fitness. South American football is usually on the physical side. So I think I would like us to actually play in USA for the World Cup, not trying to warm up other teams that are qualifying to the World Cup. But then games against Venezuela, it's not as if they are going to be easy. But then, I mean, if Nigeria used to be that team we used to hold in IS team back in the day, I would say that we can negotiate, Venezuela and Colombia. But right now, the quality is a bit different. Even though we have the names, they have the names as well. They have good players. But
I think I'm sad that we're talking about the play of the team, not the quality. For me, it's not the quality. We have the quality of players. And even we have a coach who knows what he's doing. I should be confident going into games against Colombia and Venezuela, for instance.
Definitely we have the quality, but the problem has always been we've not been able to harness the quality to produce the right result, and that has always been the problem. Another important question we should ask is this. Remember, about two months ago, we discussed extensively here about Eric Chell talking about the NFF freezing him out. And the way things are going right now, if we don't make it to the World Cup, are we going to still have Eric Chell as our coach when we are going to for that friendly? Those are important questions we should be asking. However, the kind of friendly we want to play against South Americans is a good opportunity for us to be able to see how good our team is or how prepared our team is against preparing for the nation. So I mean it's a good avenue for us to be able to see what our players can do. But there are underlying questions we should begin to ask. As far as I'm concerned, with the body language of the NFF, I don't think Eric Chell keeps his job if he do not qualify for the World Cup. Then that begs another question: who will be our coach at that particular point in time? Good initiative, but the way we have handled our World Cup qualifier, I hope we will not do the same thing handling preparation for the Nations Cup.
All right, Ikechukwu will take on these friendlies on the 14th and 18th of November this year, and will serve as warm-up for the African Cup of Nations starting in December in Morocco.
Well, it's no surprise. It's no surprise that we're actually playing. I think it's a very good thing, looking at the opponents, and they actually will mirror the Nations Cup proper, because I mean they're more like Africans in another part of the world. So they're coming into that particular game. Nigeria's definitely going to actually test themselves. And these ones again are physical and of course very technical. They are skillful. So it's going to be an interesting game. One thing I've also known over the years, I think in the last 3 Nations Cup that we've played, tournament warm-up like this is usually not the best way to actually test to show the quality we have in our team. Yes, we've got the quality in terms of players, but as a team we don't. If you remember our last AFCON, the warm-up games were not really all that great, but then these guys went all the way to the final. So I just want them to actually go there, and then have a feel of themselves, get to know themselves better, because I mean, like I said before, anything short of the gold in the next Nations Cup is a disappointing outing. I mean, we got the silver this time, so we have to actually aim higher. At some point, the AFCON used to be, the bronze used to be our bet, right? I mean, I think we got that 3 times in a row or thereabout. Yeah. So, and then we were clamoring for, a notch higher. Now we got the Nations Cup in 2013. And afterwards, we've not, we've not gotten the trophy. So now we got very close in the last edition. So I just hope that this guy is going to prove a very good test for them going into that particular AFCON. It's going to be quite tough. I mean, Morocco is the host. So you want to expect that they also want to go there, knowing that Morocco is also a side that are very physical and very also technical, playing in front of their home fans, and of course you know how North Africans can be, when they're actually playing at home. So I just hope they go there, nobody sustains injury, and we have a full house, top quality going to the Nations Cup. That's all I see here. And for me, I will also say kudos to the NFF. I think they got this one right. These are the kind of opponent that we should actually be playing before a major tournament in Africa.
All right, talking about the Super Eagles, the report that the head coach has released a provisional squad list for the World Cup qualifiers against Lesotho and Benin Republic. And according to reports, notably, Tsere Desses has been dropped from the team, while Terry Murphy returns to the squad. FC Porto defender Zaidou Sanusi also makes a comeback. New faces of the squad include the Serie A midfielder Beniza Akin Samiro, who plays for Pisa on loan from Inter Milan. And of course, Akin Samiro impressed with the man of the match performance in a goalless draw against Fiorentina. And the Super Eagles aim to win both games to keep World Cup hopes alive, either by qualifying directly or securing a play-off spot. So there are two options for the Eagles to answer. Desas did not cover himself in glory in the game against South Africa.
My own question is, what could he have done? I mean,
Sir, the coach set him up to fail for me.
For that game, I mean, we all watched the game. He wasn't even given the adequate service for him to even do anything. Maybe they've actually realized that Murphy will actually just go back from injury. He has had impressive displays with Nice. I think he has gotten a goal or two this season for Nice, his club in France. And maybe he's a player that actually understands African football. He is actually a very, very physical player. But I think I'm very happy for the call-up of Ebenezer Akinsomiru, who has been, making waves in Italy. He's a fantastic young midfielder. And, I mean, he came up, I think, beyond limits, and he also played for Remo Stars. So I think he is a good addition to the team. I mean, especially with the team missing a certain Fisaya Dele Bashir, who has picked up an injury. And I think there's also a name missing in the midfield. But then, is it going to be up to the task in the games against Lesotho and Benin Republic? Only time will tell. And but we saw the likes of Benjamin Fredericks, who came on and impressed. So I also feel like Akinsomiru can also do the same. And also for Zaidu Sanusi, it's good to see him back. But the question is, what team, what squad, what first 11 will Eric Chell pull out eventually? Because in the game against South Africa, you had a natural left back. I was talking about Bruno Yemechi, but you still went on to put a certain Calvin Bassey, and we saw the issues there. But I just know that in this game, it shouldn't take Lesotho or Benin Republic lightly. So go with your best team. Go with the players, play to their strengths. And it's a good one. I think Semi Ajayi is also likely to make a comeback. So if you are going to see that combination of Ajayi and maybe Bassey or Ajayi and Ekong, anyone that works for you, just to get the 3 points, off both Lesotho and Benin Republic to give a chance, just to qualify either directly or by playoffs. So good one for Akinsomiru, and I can't wait to see the full squad when it comes out.
No, I don't know why they're holding it. I don't know whether if they keep holding it, Lesotho will go and spy on the players. I don't know.
Does it really leak out like that?
I don't know. Because South Africa has constantly thrown out the list. Other countries have done that. I don't know. Rachel, maybe Goso
is being careful.
Is marking the names.
Yeah, it's just the politics. It's just the politics of my slots that delays all these things all the time. So,
if not,
I mean, it takes the coach nothing to actually just announce the squad. We have this issue of my person has to be there and all of that. See, there's us. I mean, I was listening. I saw words of Samson Siasa, who was talking about the Super Eagles of old, why they seem unstoppable. In fact, all of them actually cut their teeth here. At some point, many of them played the league here. They understand the climate. They understand the antics of their fellow African countries. So when they moved to Europe, they developed better. They became better players. And then anytime they come to the shores of Africa to play, they know exactly what to expect. They know how to go about it. Senegal doesn't have any tie here. So it's difficult for a player like him to come, and then you play him on a very terrible pitch, in somewhere outside, Nigeria. So it was difficult for players like Deza, even Alex Iwobi. Many of them struggled to actually play that game. If you remember, Olaino didn't even stay long. He was injured. He went out. So it was a struggle for the Super Eagles generally in that particular team. Now look at that team going into this doubleheader. I just hope that Eric Chell has learned his lesson. I mean, he should have learned his lesson after that Zimbabwe game. That's where I expected him to have learned his lesson. But I mean, for some reasons, he decided not to do it. And I just hope that with these two games, he should know that it's going to be the make or mar for the Super Eagles. At least even if you don't end up going to the World Cup, you win your last two games. Let's so that you finish on the high. Because if he wins his last two games, there's no way the Super Eagles is not going to finish at least second. Right, and if you finish at this second, that shows that you didn't really do bad, considering that you were not the one who started the competition, the qualifying rounds. Yeah. So with all the players that are being invited, or the professional list, Onyedika is actually absent as well because of injury. So I'm hoping that Akinsomiru will be given an opportunity to also play. I mean, with what he's been doing this year, that's exactly how Ogenye Onasi actually started. We were hearing a lot about him. He should be given chance. He was doing a lot with Lazio, and then he came. We saw him at the Nations Cup in 2013, and he helped us. You know, it was one of the reasons why we actually won that AFCON. So if Akin Samiro is up to it, I just hope he live up to the billing, because there's something about some players, they will do so well in their club. When you put them on the national stage, it becomes, they become something else. So
I wanted to even ask.
The pitch they might be playing.
I wanted to even ask
the stadium will be okay.
Are we not going to see a case of deja vu? Because I think we are playing Lesotho in that same Free State Stadium in Bloemfontein.
No, I think we are going to have a different case, because I think FIFA has also hammered on that stadium.
Yes, but I don't think they've released a statement to ban it yet.
No, but FIFA has released, said
the fact that they mentioned that stadium, the fact that they pointed at CAF that stadium was CAF's fault. I don't think CAF will allow that stadium to actually go.
So if they play on the better pitch,
even if they play on the better pitch, I mean, Lesotho doesn't have the quality of South Africa. South Africa's quality helped them that day, regardless of whether the pitch was bad.
I was even talking about the players now. You were saying something about adapting to African football. Maybe the likes of Akin Samiro now.
No, this one has played in the league before.
Yes, but I understand. But it was a young player playing for Remo Stars. Maybe not really getting the minutes as a first teamer.
He has seen a good, bad, and ugly.
He's playing in Syria.
Yes.
So maybe that will even give him extra edge. But I just hope we get those 3 points.
All right, Mariwa.
Well, I think I hope we don't get to see another Tanimu in the list. If they're holding the list like this, we already know exactly what happens most times. I hope it comes. I hope Tanimu will not be there. Or maybe Victor Boniface, the best friend of Jerry. Maybe he will not be there. But in any case, I think we should cut to Dessel some slack. I think the team played poorly against South Africa. And apart from some few times that were a bit brilliant, I think we played poorly generally, and it's a reflection of how the team performed. However, this is a crunch time, and if you look at the number of times Dessel has been able to deliver for Nigeria, yes, a lot of people might say that they've not given a whole lot of chances. I think in this crucial stage, I don't think probably is the person that we need. I think we should be focusing on how to build our team around Aroko Dari. Anytime he plays, we obviously know he brings a lot of difference. He brings a lot of a breath of fresh air into the team. For the midfield, I think, you said it correctly. Ogenye Onasi came in. They gave him a chance at the 2013 Nations Cup, and he was very instrumental in ensuring that Nigeria won that particular Nations Cup. So, Akin Samiro is a good midfielder. He has been very, very fantastic for Pisa. If you have been following his stats, if you look at his heat map, anytime he plays for Pisa, he's always everywhere, doing the job very well. So I think this is an opportunity for him to be able to shape them. However, a critical place that I think Eric Chair is still getting it from, and he was supposed to have fixed that after the game against Zimbabwe, is the defense. I hope a Kustekong will not be part of that list. There is no list that a Kustekong should be on. A Kustekong should not be starting for Nigeria at the moment. I think he has lost the footing to be able to coordinate the defense properly. If Excel makes another mistake like the one he made against South Africa, he might end up struggling against Lesotho. They score a goal and we struggle throughout that particular game. I'm hoping to see the list, and I hope my slot is not revealed when the list is finally released at the end of the day.
Yeah, the next time I want to see Kustekong, it should be a testimonial game.
What if he scores the winning goal that takes us to the World Cup?
Which winning goal?
The header, no?
Which
or a penalty?
Which one?
What if he scores the winning goal that takes us to the World Cup?
Which World Cup?
So you're
which
doubting.
the World Cup?
Don't doubt your player. Don't throw your player under the bus.
Testimonial.
Don't throw your player under the
bidding
bus.
him farewell. That's where I want to see
well. I mean, you should open the floor for new players.
Testimonial game for him now, not in a crucial World Cup.
Does he deserve a testimonial?
Yes, it deserves.
Does he deserve a testimonial?
Yes, it deserves. It deserves one organized by himself.
I mean, the best player in the last Nations Cup.
Yeah, MVP.
Nigeria's best player in the last Nations Cup. Africa's best player in the last Nations Cup. Come on.
Leon Balogun, his partner, did not get a testimonial. So why should he get a testimonial?
No, Leon didn't serve the Super
Leon left under.
But it was Leon's brilliant performance that actually brought Kustekong.
I wish them all the best.
No, Kustekong has always been part of it. You forgot he was part of. I think he was part of the Rio team.
I know. He has been there a long time.
He also played an age-based tournament with for Nigeria.
Before. I know he has been there a long time. I'm just saying that
will not give us time to talk about Arsenal 2-1 win, dramatic comeback Newcastle United.
The only team that saved the weekend.
Arsenal has the best squad in England at the moment.
Yeah, they should win the
Squad
Premier League.
depth.
How?
Yeah, they have squad depth. They have quality in all departments.
How?
They have the best
squad.
team.
They have the best team in England.
How?
They should have the best team in England.
But Jerry,
They have the best team in England. Okay.
Maiwa,
Let's hear it.
Please, 1 minute.
Ike Chukwusi, the thing is this, I think I'm disappointed with the FA. What are they doing about the robbery Arsenal is committing every week? Look at that second goal.
Broadly
the guy
light
was
robbery.
practically blocking the goalkeeper.
Broadly light robbery. Was their dark arts. They are the masters of dark arts.
Was that Gyökeres penalty not a penalty?
Most of the time, infringing on the goalkeeper during free kicks. They are good at that and corner kicks.
You don't want to talk about. You don't want to talk about
set pieces.
What happened there?
They are the worst.
I mean,
when it set pieces.
Do you know Liverpool plays the same set piece now? Do you know they play the same set piece style now?
Why are you talking about Liverpool? Talk about Arsenal. Is it right?
How is he infringing the goalkeeper?
I don't think if it is wrong. I think the FA
it's wrong. They be getting away with it.
No. I don't think if it is actually wrong, because it's not the first time, it's not the second time. If it's actually wrong, I think the referee association, the FA
they
would have done something.
Nobody has really been talking about it.
Okay, I want to ask a question. Is there a rule that says, okay, there's a distance you should stand in front of the goalkeeper? Is there a rule that says that?
I think the defenders are the ones sleeping on it.
Anyway,
if you want that Man City last game, they didn't allow.
Yes, Maiwa.
If the goalkeeper had pulled the guy in front of him, if the goalkeeper had pulled the guy down, wouldn't the referee have blown? Why would the guy standing in front of the goalkeeper and blocking and obstructing him? And obstruction is supposed to be a foul.
I think that's the job of the defenders. They should have actually shoved him away. They should have actually shoved him off the goalkeeper's area.
You can stand in front. In that place, you can always stand. There's no limit to where you can stand. Yeah.
Arsenal, Man City won. Liverpool, Man United, Chelsea lost.
Liverpool made their Achilles heel.
Of course, yeah.
And you're playing them October 10.
Yeah.
Carabao Cup.
So I think I saw the meme saying, "Why all this Crystal Palace? Why all this me?"
And Chelsea is playing Liverpool next in the league, I guess. Yeah, Chelsea is playing Liverpool next in the league.
The Champions League tomorrow. Liverpool
against Galatasaray. I think
Liverpool's defense is terrible.
It's a mess.
It's very terrible, and that's why I think they are not going to win the league.
Yeah, maybe if they do something.
Anyway, time really fast spent. Maiwa, Ikechukwu and the Fees. It's been awesome having you guys, and of course that's much we can take on the show. Segun, I heard you, but don't worry. I know about United lost about UK. It's not our fault. It's not my fault. All right. Big thanks to the guys behind the scenes, talking about the likes of Sam, as well as Jeremiah, and of course Hassan for being awesome on the show. Ikechukwu, all right. That's so much happening, and of course the big Mike behind the scene as well. All right. My name is Jerry Apel. I say thanks for being the part of the show. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And on the bold angle with Jomalina, we dive deeper into stories that shape our world.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Are you ready to lift him high? All around the world, it's time. Let the praise wave ride. It's Praise Wave Live. Oh yeah, the rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's praise.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
On other social media platforms, you had VOP TV Live. On the show today, Fubara dissolves board set up by sole administrator Ibok Ete Ebas as court declares Utomi's shadow government illegal. And we also hear that Jonathan has met with ADC leadership talking about 2027 presidential ticket. Well, we are joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from by Barrister Darlington Agomo. He is a lawyer and political affairs analyst. Good evening, Barrister Darlington, and good to have you on Political Lens.
Good evening, Mr. Coro. How are you today?
Very well. It's always a pleasure to have you, sir. Thanks for coming. And we'll also be joined virtually from our Benin outstation by Comrade Roy Oriabo. Comrade Roy Oriabo is an activist as well as political affairs analyst. And from Abuja, we'll also be joined by Comrade Destiny Enabolele. He is also a political affairs analyst. Gentlemen, we appreciate your presence. Good evening and welcome to Political Lens. Now, let's get into it. Rivers State Governor Similaya Fubara of Rivers State has dissolved the state's pensions board set up by sole administrator Ebas with immediate effect. Now, the announcement was made through a statement by the state's head of service, Dr. Iyingi Brown, in Port Harcourt. While following the dissolution, the Office of the Accountant General of Rivers State will temporarily take over the functions of the pensions board until a new board is constituted. Members of the dissolved board have been instructed to hand over all board properties to the Director of Administration. This move marks Governor Fubara's first major administrative decision since his reinstatement by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on September 18, indicating a possible restructuring of state governance. Now, let's go to Abuja, where a federal high court has ruled against Professor Pat Utomi and his associates' attempt to set up a shadow government, declaring it unconstitutional. Justice James Omotosho emphasized that Nigeria's constitution does not recognize such a structure. Citing sections 1, subsection 1 and 2 of the 1999 Constitution, the court declared Utomi's initiative void, stating it poses a risk to national peace and security. The judgment followed a legal submission from DSS lawyers, Utomi's counsel, and invited legal experts. And in another development, former President Goodluck Jonathan recently met with ADC National Chairman David Mark and other members of the ADC leadership, fueling speculation about his potential 2027 presidential bid. The meeting came shortly after a major ADC caucus gathering. Jonathan, who is eligible for one more term, also met with Peter Obi earlier this month. Barrister Darlington Agomo, let's start with you. Fubara has dismantled the pension board set up by Ebas. What's your reaction? Did they act within the ambit of the law? What do you see coming in Rivers State? Are we going back to the trenches? What do you think is happening in Rivers State?
Everything Wike and Ebas did in the absence of Fubara must be reordered for that man to have his maintain his position as the governor of Rivers State. You know, initially we thought Fubara is going to be a yeoman to Wike and his paymaster, but from all indications, he's beginning to assert himself. You know, yes, he's beginning to act like the governor, and I know with the support of the public and even Rivers people, he will reorder everything that was disordered in Rivers State. He's going to act like the governor that he's supposed to be. I was not surprised then when his Wike lawmakers could not attend the Thanksgiving service. You know, during the independence celebration service that was organized by Fubara. You remember?
By Fubara?
Yes.
Okay.
That is the church service now. The lawmakers in Rivers.
By Ebas?
No. The lawmaker that is in favor of Wike.
Wike, okay. Which service are you talking about?
Last Sunday now there was a service.
Oh, beautiful. Yes.
In River State. They refused to attend. Apparently because of the dissolution of this pension board.
Which took place on Friday.
Exactly. So, it's like they are not happy that what their Oga put in place is being tampered with. And that will be the beginning of the problem. I pray that Fubara is going to reveal or reorganize all those things that the Wike and his paymaster disorganized in River State. Because that's the only way he can assert himself. That's the truth. For them not to have attended that church have test me a lot. And I knew that something was brewing. The next thing now will be impeachment. For no justifiable reason. That's the truth. The next thing now will be impeachment because they can't place another state of emergency without any justification. That's the truth.
No, Barrister, what do you mean that they can? Okay, without any justification.
Yes.
Now, at least you have agreed that was there a justification for the first state of emergency?
There was none.
Okay, there was none. If there was none, what gives you the impression that it can't happen again?
On what ground will it happen again?
On what ground did it happen before?
The first ground was that there was no governance.
Okay.
And there was a breakdown of law and order.
Okay. So are we not back to that stage again where you see the governor dismantling structures set up by the sole administrator?
Oh my God.
And like you rightly said, the service conducted in honor of the returned governor. The members of the House of Assembly were nowhere to be found. So does it look like there's some kind of, piece of the graveyard in River State?
I already know.
Okay.
I already know that something like that will be coming up.
Okay, you saw it coming.
Yes, I saw it coming because the first thing these people did when they resumed plenary was to ask him to bring the list of commissioners for approval. And the last time I checked, Fubara have not done that. He need to sit down and know those to be appointed, not those they handed over to him. Not those they handed over to him. That is the irony here. So the man is taking his time to do his thing.
Okay.
I don't see how that will warrant an impeachment. The next thing now, they will not approve those lists if they bring them. That's it. So they are waiting to lay ambush on him. These are the things that is going to happen.
So Barrister, practically, you are telling us that, all is not well in River State.
All will never be well, as long as Wike is still looking around.
But we hear Wike say there is peace. Peace has returned. We hear Fubara say peace has returned. What kind of peace would that be?
It is the kind of peace Wike always wanted.
To lord it over his godson. And the godson says, no, I'm not going to take this.
Wike's peace is not their ideal peace. His own peace is different from what you and I know as peace. Peace is when you agree to whatever he wants. That's all. That's his own peace. And as long as you disagree with him, there is no peace. Apparently, Fubara have agreed to, whatever they told him. But there are things he cannot agree to. And those opposition, you cannot come out and say, this is what he did wrong. They can't come out and say it. Like this board now, I'm sure there is something wrong with that board that made the man to dissolve them. There is something wrong about that board. That's the truth. Maybe in time to come, we are going to hear the true story.
Okay, now, Barrister, before we go to Benin City, where we have been joined by Comrade Oriabo, I would like for you to answer this one more question. Fubara became governor at the instance of Nyesom Wike. Wike he didn't mince words about it. He said, I made you governor. If not for me, you wouldn't have been governor. Nobody from your place would have been governor if not for the intervention of Nyesom Wike. Now, within 2 years, we saw them get into problems and all of that. And people said, look, Fubara, you were quick to act. You didn't even have a political base before you got into that fight. 1 week after resumption of duty from his suspension, we see him start that fight again, more like by dismantling structure set up by the sole administrator, whom we understand was there at the instance of the president. And by extension, a lot of people also believe that, look, Wike was all part of it. Is does it look like Fubara is going back to the trenches too early in the day?
No, Fubara is trying to do the right thing for Rivers people. Are you getting what I'm saying? All this
the kind of right thing he tried to do before that got both him and Rivers people into trouble.
Mm-hmm. Now, listen very well. Thunder does not strike twice in a particular place.
Okay.
This talk that Wike brought Fubara to power and all that. Who now brought Wike to power? Are you not talking about that?
No, but Wike also had problems with people that brought him to power.
So
and Amechi said that, look, Rivers State is the capital of betrayal because Amechi betrayed the person that brought him, and Wike betrayed the person that brought him. Now Fubara betrayed the person that brought him. So,
because those brought in is not constitutional.
Okay.
And it is immoral. Very, very. Look, whenever things
why
like
is Rivers State the exception? Because we also have other places where we have godfathers installed godsons.
It is because the people that we are talking about, they always demand immoral favor.
Who demands immoral favor?
The person that you claim that brought somebody to power.
Barrister, exactly my point. Why is it that it's only in Rivers State that we get to hear of this kind of problem?
It is only in Rivers State that you see such demand like Wike was demanding from Fubara.
Okay.
That is the truth now. And he's not apologetic. Even as at the time this state of emergency was going on, Wike was still upbeat. He was still boasting that if he demands 20 billion to maintain his structure, what is wrong with that? Can you imagine? Is that what you want somebody to, approve or sit on? He's not the only one. Now look, who brought Wike to power? In fact, who kept Wike alive? Is it not God? Why is he not thinking of all those?
Barrister, it is God that keeps all of us alive. We are talking in practical terms here.
In practical terms,
God keeps all of us alive.
Those things does not apply.
Okay.
Mr. Okoro, let me tell you authoritatively. God has a way of doing his own thing.
Okay.
Are you getting what I'm saying? How did Jonathan become the president of this country?
Okay.
Did he spend 1 naira?
So what is the role of God in all of this? Are you saying that God is happy with what is going on in Rivers
No,
State?
God can look. That's what I'm telling you. God said that He will use the foolish things to confirm the wise.
Okay.
Whatever happened, the hand of God is there to expose both Wike and Fubara. And then Rivers people will now choose.
Barrister, Nigerians have been waiting for that hand of God for the past 65 years. Now, let's go to Benin City, where we've been joined by Comrade Roy Oriabo. Now, Comrade, I'm sure you have followed the conversation. Last Friday, Sim Fubara, the governor of Rivers State, who just resumed from his suspension, dismantled the pensions board, dissolved it. The pensions board that was set up by the sole administrator, Ibokete Ibas. And a lot of people are saying, look, the members of that board was practically at the behest of a certain man who is trying to control or who controls the politics of Rivers State. From Abuja, what's your reaction to what has happened in Rivers State? Does it paint a picture of what is to come in Rivers State? Is Fubara going back to the political trenches? What do you see? What do you know? What do you think is going to happen?
You know, I have personally watched the situation in Rivers State.
Okay.
You agree with me when Fubara was called back in this program? I talked to him. I sent a notice to him that this is the second journey. You cannot hit my goal twice and call it a mistake. Fubara cannot continue to be creating chaos where there are none. Fubara is a man who boasted that, do you think my power, even when people were mobilizing and supporting, he said, do you think I still care for that outfit? My office has since there, my spirit has since left there. But all of a sudden, we saw him with his 2 legs, begging from one corner to another. Begging from Lagos to United Kingdom to Abuja, looking for anybody who will help him to reach a weekend presidency. So governors also told us that if he was escorted to go and meet his godfather, there was a point where he had to go on his lead. He had to go and meet him in his bedroom. Why is he not coming out to be proving the obduracy, the mission of obduracy he hit out to a backdoor that is not favor him? He's still going back there again. This is the second opportunity was given to him. This second opportunity, if he don't use it well, I pity him. I pity him because Nigeria is an unusual place until we understand that. When I hear people are talking about constitution, they talk about law. I begin to wonder, is it not in this country? A man was suspended for 6 months. I did not see the judiciary. I did not see the law. I did not see the lawyers. I don't know what they want to bring again. That was how they push Ubara. A very weak and a shallow thinker who is a stranger to principle evaluation and critical thinking. That was how people encouraged him to fight his godfather. They pushed him to it when he got there. How many people were with him when he was removed, suspended, and the state was subject to an emergency rule? What was the fate of Ubara? It was moving from one corner to another, moving from one pillar to pole, looking for who will help him to reach out to his boss. I see no reason why he went back on this mission again. Because all the opportunity was given, he sat down with his boss, and they have an understanding. And a working document and the formula was presented before him. And he endorsed it that he wants to come back. What is he trying to do? Do you think Rivers is not the only state in Nigeria that they will, Fubara and Co will continue to drag us back? In that issue, he admitted and he agreed with the principle which is wicked. That's why his level of ingratitude he demonstrated. Wicked seems humble himself to say, let's come back. I see no reason why he's been fighting this kind of fighting. So the Nigerians who are encouraging him now, telling him there is law, there is constitution. By the time they drive him away, FCC will pick him up. He will go to jail. You will not see all these people. They will only be talking. I've been talking in this country for long. I've been talking in this country for long. Nothing has changed. The book of lamentation was not written because of Nigeria. We can't continue to lament when we know what to do. You are dealing with a man who brought you to power. And you know the capacity, you know the ability, you know what he can do.
Beautiful. Comrade Roy, I like where you have brought us to now. You, according to you, Fubara is dealing with the man that brought him to power. Now the question is, should one man in a state where you have more than 7 million people be the sole person to say, this is the governor, and the person becomes the governor? Should one man make make another a governor? Is it right? Are we building a decent political culture where the votes of the people don't matter, and we have a certain system where the leadership or a cabal or just one man manipulates the system and says, you will be the governor, and the person becomes the governor? Is that right?
At a time in any human history, there must be one man there. In Rivers State now, we have Wike. In Edo State, very just now, we have Oshomole against Obaseki. This is not the first time we are seeing it. Even in Lagos, we have Abo Davis as the incumbent president. Let us not pretend about this. When people pretend too much in this country, that's my concern. We pretend too much as if
nobody is pretending. We know that these things exist. My question is it right? At what point should we start dismantling all of these things and build a decent political culture where the people go to the polls and decide this is the person we want to be our governor, and not one man anointing another person and saying this should be the governor? At what point should we start getting it right?
My brother, let me tell you, before you pick this your job, I will not be surprised. Somebody must have endorsed your floor for you. Somebody must have recommended you. We can recommend Fubara. I expect it should remain that loyalty. I don't like people
I'm sorry, comrade. There are different ways of getting employment. I mean, I could have seen an opening somewhere and I applied. Nobody must have. Somebody mustn't recommend me.
It is not the right
based on my qualification and the values that the company saw in me.
The one man supposed to do that. You will not first of all take inventory of what it takes to be a governor, to contest for any position. Look at the volume of money. Fubara was a civil servant.
Comrade Roy Uriah,
I understand.
Nigerians understand.
They have a family structure. They call it structure. But this one is the political structure where all of them find themselves. None of them is permitted to spend their $1. It is the structure that will organize themselves to bring out the money.
Excuse me, Comrade
Uriah. Once they bring out the money, they will spend it. And you
Comrade Roy, can you hear me, sir? Can you hear me out? All the explanations you have made, I understand. The guest in the studio understands. Nigerians understand. Simple question. Is it right? That system, the process that you have enumerated now, is it proper? That is the question. Is it right?
The reality, I'm telling you, the reality about Nigeria is what I'm telling you, not what is documented in anywhere. what is the constitution, what is documented. So we are telling you the naked reality about Nigeria today. That one man have the power to make anybody a governor. He will come to power. Heaven will not fall because heaven have not fallen before. Let us encourage Fubara to keep on to what they have, the understanding. Fubara, what Fubara need now, he need encouragement. I was even thinking that Fubara, before he assumed, he came back for this second opportunity. He's supposed to undergo some psychological therapy. He's supposed to undergo some evaluation. Because the way he was talking, what he said is not fulfilling Nigeria. The more you are shameless in Nigeria, the more you are saying Nigeria politics. Therefore, don't bring morality into it. Don't bring righteousness into it. Don't bring decency into it. Don't bring transparency into it. That is the Nigeria we have built for ourselves over the years. And that is what is sustainable. I expect that man to be loyal to Wiki. Anything different, he should just go home and
All right then. Thank you very much, Comrade Roy Oria. But we'll come back to you in a moment. Now, the barrister in the studio here seems to disagree with you. Barrister.
Completely.
Okay, so what's your reaction?
My reaction is that, look, when you are talking of a decent society, it is the people that decide where they want to go, not one man. The Western world that you are talking about today, who is that political father in America today? Or in UK? Or in Canada? Do they have such a useless culture? Godfatherism. You bring somebody to power, this and that.
And you say, I made you governor. Or you are going to be the governor.
This is the thing we should be frowning at. Frown at it. Disagree with it. Don't support it. Because after Fubara, this same man will now try to impose another person. I mean, it's not proper. Let us not encourage the bad culture. Let us not, please. The money he was spending, is this his money? Is it not River State money? The last time I checked, Wike did not come from a background of affluence. Wike was a nobody until Jonathan's wife. Jonathan's wife brought him to limelight. Since that time, have you heard the Jonathan or the wife imposing anything on Wike? Or you tell me? Tell me. So why are we supporting this bravado coming from Wike? Everybody that wants good things for Nigeria should, in fact, you should renounce this nonsense called godfatherism. I'm telling you, we are creating a monster that may consume all of us. Imagine if he succeeds with what he's doing now. That means every other person in each of the states will now grow horns, and become a unicorn or a monster. In fact, Allah was answering the hippopotamus from the river. What kind of thing is that? With the river's money? Or is it his own money? These are things you should be asking yourself. We should discourage this thing. That is the truth. The board was dissolved, yes. Was it proper? Yes. It is his right to choose those he will work with, to choose those who are going to key into his vision. Wike's vision is gone with his own tenure. Why must he impose himself on Fubara? That is the question here. You put everything in place so that when he comes, you do for what? No, for what? The man have no mind of his own. What if the people that was put in place are people that have selfish interests? You want him to work with such people so that he will be a governor? Let him do the needful. After all, if Peter Obi did not challenge his impeachment in Anambra, he wouldn't have become the governor. That is the truth. This time around, look, people are wiser. People are wiser now. All those nonsense about agreement or whatever, MOU, is nonsense as far as I'm concerned. It shouldn't happen. We should not encourage Wike to be doing what he's doing. What are you telling me? In the history of River State and Nigeria, what happened in River State have never happened. And we want to encourage it. For what? Why would Wike be boasting? I made you a governor. And people are listening to him. You made him a governor with your own money or with the River State people's money. The lawmakers you bought the form for, is it with your own money or with River State money? These are issues now. Let Wike tell us his background and how affluent the family are to be talking anyhow. To be talking anyhow. And people are celebrating him. In what form or shape?
All right. Now, Barrister, talking about the dissolution of the Pensions Board. I want to ask you, from the legal point of view, you know, the sole administrator conducted local government elections, you know, weeks before Fubara resumed office, you know. Now, do you think that Fubara, does he have the powers also to say, look, these local government elections, you know, I'm going to conduct fresh ones? Or does he have the right, or is it only the court that can say, look, that can declare that election invalid?
These are the area I wanted the Fubara to tow.
Okay.
Some of the illegality that was carried out in his absence, he should challenge them in court. Let the court tell us that, yes, this thing is valid under a democratic setting.
Okay.
Let him challenge it in court first.
Okay, so he cannot cancel it by fiat?
No, he cannot. He cannot,
okay.
But he can challenge it.
Because
yes.
It was court ordered.
Exactly. He can challenge it. He can challenge it and see whether it is proper that Abbas did all he did. To make matter worse, they are now saying that nobody should probe Abbas and his tenure, his 6 month tenure in Rivers State. Can you imagine? Complete illegality.
All right. Now let's go back to the comrade in Benin City, Comrade Roy Oriabo, talking about Fubara going back to the trenches too early. Do you see him going back on trying to vacate the local government elections conducted by Abbas? Do you see that coming? What are the possibilities that he could even go to court or circumvent the process to say, look, we need to conduct new local government elections? Yes, comrade, sorry, I would like for you to hold on to your line of thought. Let's take a call shortly and we'll come back to you. Good evening and thanks for calling in. Your name and where you are calling from.
My name is Abba. I'm calling from Paris, France, but I'm originally from Maiduguri.
Okay.
In Borno State.
Beautiful, Abba. Thanks for calling in.
Yes.
1 minute, sir.
Yes, sir.
Are you with me?
See?
Go ahead.
Fubara does.
Yeah, I just called to salute our uncle, but it's that's Nagumo. We really enjoy his analysis and his views. So, yeah, just to tell him kudos. And kudos to you also, Mr. Okoro.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abbas. Thanks for calling in. We appreciate your call. Mm-hmm. Now, back to you,
sir.
Comrade. Okay, back to you, Comrade Roy Oriaboy. Go ahead, sir. You have the floor.
Fubara does not have the constitutional right to dissolve a local government in Rivers State.
Okay.
Because some persons went to court to challenge and court pronounced that the election can go ahead. Fubara lacked the power to single-handedly dissolve a local government administration in Rivers State. If he can't do that, it will give room for anarchy. And we appeal to the House of Assembly to immediately impeach him. Because we can't continue to build on illegality. This is, if you listen to Fubara when he came back from that emergency room, he praised the presidency intervention, particularly the president. He held to high level, how he protected his office, how he was able to work for peace to return. Why is he not going back? Why is he drawing us back? Keep on to just a little agreement understanding. You are coming back again. You want to whip us sentiment. What kind of what society are we? You have to. It is the money you will. You cannot just be climbing up, but you get to the middle. You say, I cannot no longer climb the tree. It is when they say, climb this tree. You look at it, you say, I cannot climb this tree. But when you get to the middle of the tree, you say, I cannot longer for that. You will lose the battle. Fubara, if he continues like this, is going to lose the battle. I appealed to him the other time when he was come back, not to listen to Nigerians. The 6 months he was asked, how many Nigerians pay him for solidarity meeting? How many Nigerians work for him? Those who were threatening, we will do this, we will do that. Do they do anything? Those who said we will go to court, did they get to court? Even those who went to court, was the judiciary able to make any pronouncement? This is the society we are. Until we accept that this reality first, we'll be able to forge ahead. If we don't understand the reality, we'll keep on braving ourselves. A two-gentleman agreement was reached between Fubara and the Godfather. It's not supposed to be bothering us. If Fubara is not forgetting now, parabolating and dilly-dally, we will not be discussing this. We could be discussing spending our energy, discussing.
Comrade Roy Oriabo, a lot of Nigerians will be taken aback when you say it is normal for two men, one godfather, one godson, to reach a gentlemanly agreement on how to share the spoils of Rivers State.
What is the
And I go back to the question I asked you earlier. Is it right? What kind of political culture are we building?
Constitutionally, constitutionally it's not right. Politically, it's right. I listened to Mr. Darity when he said, which word do you hear about Godfather? America as a country very just now. We saw Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Oh, they were fighting over sharing formula. The records are there. Elon Musk agreed that I funded you. I know I made you to be the president. We should not, even when we were growing up in our school days, we have a senior person we are looking up to. We have a younger one we try to mentor. Is it because we have this word Godfatherism? I think we are misapplying it. That's why it became an issue. You must have somebody you are looking up to. When I was growing up, I was always looking at Khalifa when he made this activism. This is one of the men who gave me inspiration. If he were to be alive, I would call him my godfather. Does that mean that is there anything wrong with that? It's the way we have managed ourselves. If you have an understanding with somebody, keep it to it. I see not if Mubarak will come and want to portray Wike. Do you know Wike as a bad person? Do you know how many enemies that Wike had to because of Mubarak? What are we saying? Mubarak was the man who told us, all of us in this, he's no longer interested in that office. Well, he's saying another thing, he's doing another thing.
Okay, all right. Comrade Roy, let me stay with you. I'd like for us to go to Abuja. I'd like for us to go to Abuja, where a court has declared Professor Pat Utomi's shadow government illegal. Is the shadow government illegal according to what you know? Hello, comrade, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Now, a federal high court in Abuja, presided over by James Omotosho, says that, look, Pat Utomi, the shadow government you are trying to promote is illegal by the books of our laws, by the Nigerian laws. What's your reaction to that? Is it some kind of?
Of course, it's illegal.
Okay.
To what extent? Our constitution never recognizes a shadow government or a parallel government. Okay. If a court allowed that to prevail, there will be anarchy in the land. How can we have a constitutional authority? You want to have a parallel. You understand the principle of parallel organization. You know what they mean by a shadow government. If you want to have a shadow government, you don't need to announce it. Since you say you want to help the government, you have a way to come up with policy. Be criticizing government and be providing solution. By the time you are saying you want to have a shadow government, you are undermining the constitution of Nigeria, and there is no court that will grant that for you. Therefore, I expect Pat Utomi to think above this level. Listen, we don't need more progress.
Okay, so for you now, the difference is between word and action. You can go ahead and criticize the government, but you don't have to form a shadow government.
Anytime, are we not criticizing government? We are criticizing government.
So what is the duty? What is the responsibility of opposition? Does the constitution recognize opposition parties?
Opposition party have nothing to do with a shadow government or a parallel government. A shadow government is different from opposition.
Do you think that a shadow government is a parallel government? Do they have authorities? Yeah. Do they have authorities?
Even when
execute policies, do they have authority to execute policies of government?
They just use that term, parallel government. Use shadow and stroke.
Comrade, you said that the shadow of government, that they are trying to run a parallel government. And I'm saying, does a shadow government equate to a parallel government? We know both of them.
Of course.
So now the shadow government, do they have authority to execute policies?
We are only talking about the beginning. We don't know what it will metaphor into. Therefore, it is better for the Nigerian Constitution and the Nigerian Judiciary to just halt it now. Even when I listened to Pat Utomi in one of the programs here, he did say that there was a time they also had a shadow government in the Yaradua government, even in the Buhari government. It was not on us. They go to this and press something and they come back with it. Under Jonathan, they have it. That was how they were able to come up with APC. There was no busy thing about it. They did not announce it. They did not go to the one and say we have a shadow government. Within themselves, they were planning things and they were working. That metamorphosis to APC that we have today. Therefore, why are they talking us about the shadow government? Anybody who hear a shadow government will be thinking that they want to create an anarchy. You will be thinking that they will have another president, they will have another governor, they will have another vice president.
Okay, all right. Let's get the opinion of the lawyer here in the studio. Barrister Darlington, what's your reaction to the court's decision on Pat Utomi's shadow government?
The unfortunate thing is that when it comes to matters that favor APC, the court will find a way to justify it, and make the opposition or whoever went to court against APC look like a fool. In reality, APC formed a shadow government in this country under Jonathan. It's on record. In fact, Amechi announced it. You know, the person in power today, he was part of it. They were sabotaging everything Jonathan put in place. They never agreed. And so it was all well and good at that time. Take, for example, the fuel subsidy. Was it not one of the big reasons why they were campaigning against Jonathan and even went to Ojota? As at that time, it was all well and good. People were on their own side. In fact, if Nigerians know what they want, they should be angry with APC for deceiving them. The same fuel subsidy has been removed almost 4 times under APC. From Buhari to Tinubu. And yet, no solution, no solution. Meanwhile, when PDP did it in office, they were up in arms. They were up in arms with serious propaganda that Nigerians were brainwashed. By now, I don't know why Nigerians are now asking APC. Is this the same subsidy Jonathan removed that you people almost killed him in office? If Jonathan had been allowed to remove this subsidy, maybe they would have done it in a more humane manner that nobody will cry foul. But look at what is going on today. Yet Nigerians didn't see any reason to say, no, this is not what we want. So, all the while APC was sabotaging PDP, telling us that they have alternative, criticizing them without conscience. Everything PDP put in place, they were providing the opposite, telling Nigerians the opposite. Now, all their lies has been exposed. Bisokoro, all the lies of APC as an opposition party has been exposed. Now, we want peace. Bisokoro, we now want peace in Nigeria. But when APC was hitting the polity, creating lies, spreading rumors, spreading lies, spreading falsehood all over the place, Nigeria didn't need peace that time. But now that the real problem is staring us in the face, they say nobody should talk. Nobody should criticize them. Nobody should do anything to sabotage them. Whatever you do now is seen as a sabotage. Meanwhile, you are providing an alternative, better alternative for that matter, which they don't have. So what is anybody saying? All the other infractions APC have committed against our constitution and against our laws, why is the court not talking about it? The state of emergency in Rivers State, was it justified? Why is it that up to today, this same Nigerian court have not attended to that matter? So that it will curb the excesses of any other president that will come and use state of emergency to achieve political end. You don't know what this court should be doing. They shut down Pat Otomi's suit. How about other matters? How about other matters, Mr. Okoro, that will help our polity, help our democracy? Why is the court not attending to them? If they shut down this thing that happened in Rivers, what will happen? Because from all indications, we know now that thing was not justified. All these things that people are saying, there will be peace in Rivers. Was there any crisis in Rivers? They just created it to justify their action. You know, when you have to hang a dog, you give it a bad name. That's what happened in Rivers State. There was no crisis in Rivers State.
Now, but Barrister, this court judgment, does it fit into the broader plan, into the broader assertion by Nigerians that, look, this government is...
They don't want opposition. It's as simple as that. You can see it happening. Gradually, unfortunately, myopic Nigerians are not even seeing it. That is what when a dictator wants to come up, he doesn't come up in one fell swoop. No, gradually, he be taking away the institutions, harassing the institutions, intimidating them, pocketing the institutions, then brainwashing Nigerians. Gradually, we'll be doing all these things. By the time he has collected everything and put in their pockets, okay. What else are you going to say?
Let's. The comrade in Benin City, raised something that is quite instructive and scary as well. He said, look, if the government allows this opposition, to stay, the shadow government to stay, they might one day constitute themselves into a parallel government. But we have in the UK, where the opposition between the Conservatives and the Labour always have a shadow government. We haven't seen that happen. Barrister, if you factor in, our political level of our political development and all of that, do you think by chance that a shadow government could in any way constitute a threat to national security?
It will not. When you have failed as a government, you become paranoid. That is, you become afraid of your own shadow. If anybody want to do something that your first point of thought will be, this is a coup against us. They want to take over power from us. But you did all these things under the PDP, and nobody harassed you, nobody intimidated you, nobody arrested you. Yet Nigeria, heaven did not fall. Why are you not allowing it now? Where it happened in UK, fine. It is what's it called now? It's a parliamentary system. Don't you have parliament in Nigeria? No, don't you have parliament in Nigeria? Why do you have opposition? What is opposition supposed to do? Is it because you are hearing a parallel government, shadow government? Those ones are just semantics and nomenclature. In reality, did the part to Tommy call himself a president? Does he have his own military? I mean, all the institutions of state, did you see it in that shadow government that he talked about? Shadow government, in fact, in the days of when we were in Patito's gang, you can even see that as a shadow government. I was a member in the 80s. We were providing alternative solutions, dissecting the government policies and providing the way forward. In that particular platform. That is what you are supposed to be doing as an opposition. It's not about shadow. Did you see where they have an office? Where you have their own Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Education. Because that's what they do in a parliamentary system where you have shadow government. Part to Tommy did not set up such a thing. So what is the fear all about? The erudite professor was talking of what? Alternative to your policies that are hurting people. And that's a fact. Go and look at what he was talking about. Did he form his own army or police? So what are you talking about? Even in UK, where you have a parliamentary system, the shadow government is to what? Look at government policies and offer what? Alternative view. That is what they are doing. All right.
So
anybody who wants to do this type of thing, is that person sabotaging the government?
Okay, Barrister, now let's see what next step Pat Utomi and his group will take regarding the court judgment, whether they will appeal it or not. Now, I want for us to stay within the political arena where Goodluck Jonathan is holding talks with ADC again. Last week, he met with interim national chairman of the ADC, David Mark, and the leadership of the party. Comrade Roy Oriabo, what is Jonathan looking for? What does he want? He's meeting with ADC. Jerry Ghana says Jonathan is going to run on PDP platform. But Jonathan is holding meetings with David Mark and others. What does he want? Can you tell?
What he's looking for is very direct. He must have he forgot something in Aso Rock. He wants to go back to go and pick it. That is what he wants to do. But to me, it's good that I think Jonathan coming on board, if genuinely and sincerely he wants to contest this election, this will also broaden our political discourse. I want to see Jonathan. I want to see Jonathan contesting election. I want to see him losing again. He lost out woefully as an incumbent. What is he going to do as a man who is not in charge of anything? Well, where will the resources come from? Where is he going to mobilize it? That was a more opportunity was with him. Could not even manage Nigeria well. He brought us to where we are now. It's the same man. People are saying he wants to contest. We continue. Do we not have fresh blood in this country? What is going on? By now we should rediscover ourselves. Jonathan did not put on anything that would make Nigeria to be great. Jonathan was very reticent for us. He was not incisive. He was not good. His policy was also tormenting Nigeria. That was the reason why yours, Cecilia, and some other Nigerians believe that we have to do away with this one. After how many years, he says he's coming back. He's now robust. hobnobbing with all the political parties. It's good. I want to see him, but let him come and contest. It is Nigeria that will
Comrade
decide it.
but when you say you want to see him come back, you want to see him fail woefully, Nigerians are asking for Jonathan.
Well,
Jerry Ghana, Alimodi Sharif, a lot of people in the PDP are asking him to come back, take the ticket and do what he did again. And you say he failed woefully as a leader. Like seriously, did he fail? Compare his tenure, compare his time and what is going on now in Nigeria.
Those personality you mentioned in PDP is a shadow of itself now. Can PDP boast of anything? They can add, PDP as a party now. Is there anybody who is proud to associate
outside
with
the PDP? A lot of Nigerians are asking him to come and repeat the magic of 2011 and 2015.
About from South Africa, about from Benin Republic, about Nigeria. Who are the Nigerians asking him to come out? They just want to mock him. They want him to come. Look at the personality you have just mentioned. Who are looking for it to? What was his call of Jonathan?
No, I mean ordinary Nigerians, comrade. I mean ordinary Nigerians are saying, look, the Jonathan era. No, the fact that you don't want him doesn't mean that others don't want him. A lot of Nigerians are saying, Jonathan, please come back. We miss you. Because in your time, inflation was 8%. Now it's 26 or 28%. In your time, Naira to dollar was about 220. Now it's 1,500. In your time, a bag of rice was 4,000 Naira, but now it's 50,000 Naira with all government subsidy and all of that. And they are saying, please, can you come back? So what makes you think that he's going to fail?
It will fail because the Nigerian people I know, the Nigerians I know, I've been in this place for quite a long time. I have the voice of the commoner in Nigeria. I know what they can do. I know what they cannot do. Those who are saying we need Jonathan back, they want to bring him back and mock him. They want to remember him. They want to remind him of his old days as a president. They are taking him back. Second journey is always good for any man. Go and check record.
All right, we are running out of time. We are running out of time.
He has a constitutional right to contest, but I don't see him winning the election.
Okay, I'll come back to you for your concluding thoughts. We are running out of time. Let's come back to the lawyer in the studio here. Barrister, what does Jonathan want? He's consulting with ADC, David Mark, and Jerry Ghana is saying we already have him in our ticket. What do you think? What do you know?
You see, the voice of the people has always been the voice of God.
Okay, which is?
That a few people gathered somewhere and was saying you should come back is not an excuse. What did the opinion pool say about you? Remember that already you have a baggage in the constitution that says you must not be sworn twice into an office as the president. It's there clearly stated. You mean Jonathan and his handlers are not aware of this? How are they going to circumvent it? That is one. Then two.
So, Barrister, a lot of people say that the law was made after he had been sworn in the second time. So the law is not meant to take retroactive effect.
Oh my God. Who says so?
A lot of Nigerians, including lawyers.
As long as the law is there, it is there. Don't deceive yourself. The law is there and it will catch up with you when the time comes.
Barrister, Jonathan exited the presidency in 2015. Mm-hmm. The law was made sometime between 2015 and 2018. So does it have retroactive effect?
That is not the issue here.
No, what is the issue?
The issue is that have you been sworn in twice? That means Jonathan can start afresh as if he never contested now. Yes, because since the law was made in 2015 after he had left, that means he can start afresh, tabula rasa. It's as if he never contested the election before. He was never sworn in before, Mr. Okoro.
So, Barrister, do you think that Jonathan doesn't know all of this and he's hobnobbing?
It is you who is trying to tell me the law.
No. What I'm it's not me telling you the law. What I'm saying, your position now, which you maintain that precludes Jonathan, from contesting.
It does.
Now, Jonathan has legal advisors. He has people that are consulting, that he's consulting.
We are telling you.
And the question now I'm asking, do you think Jonathan doesn't know this your position?
No.
And in all of this, he's still going around consulting, saying, if you give me the ticket of ADC, I'll jump into the fray. Do you think he doesn't know?
He doesn't know.
Okay.
If he knows, he won't take this gambit. I'm telling you. I just told you here now. If the law was made after he exited office, it is not assumed that he never. So why are they saying that he's the only person now who can do one term? The other one that he did, where will you throw it into? You cannot pick and choose here. Yes, now. Was he sworn in twice? Yes. Why do you want to remove that part that he was sworn in the first time? And then you now want to dwell on the second one? Does it make sense here? That is the assume that Jonathan never contested before. That's the only way you will apply that law. But to come and divide it into two and say, no, the other one was after he left office, this other one when he was in office, what kind of thing is that? No, tell me, what kind of law is that? Does it make sense to you? I wish they will help. They will come to me. I will argue this thing with them. You don't apply law like that. You don't. You won't succeed. All this noise that he was sworn in after this person, after that, the law has been made.
Okay, now, Barrister, do I take that as a concluding
No,
thought?
let me
Okay,
come.
we're out of time. We're out of time.
Okay,
so you
fine.
30 seconds to round up.
Whatever Jonathan wants to go and collect is no longer there. Buhari has swept it away. Tinubu have already put it in the trash can. So whatever he's looking for, he can never find it. Oh, Nigeria was not like this when he left office. Jonathan cannot manage things the way it is now. Remember the wife who told him, don't put your head in this matter. The same thing somebody told Abiola, the first wife, Simbiat Abi, that's her name, Abi?
Yes, Simbiat.
Told him, don't go into politics. But immediately this woman died out of temptation. The same MPN, the same people that drag him into politics.
Barrister, we are out of time. Thank you very much, Barrister. Now let's go back to Comrade Roy Oriabo. Comrade, can we have your concluding thoughts in 30 seconds?
Yes, Jonathan going to visit David Mann, the ADC chairman, is a joke taken too far. Therefore, Nigeria should not take him serious. And because of the issue of the shadow government, because somebody announced a shadow government before and he was not challenged in court, does not make it to be what is untenable.
Okay.
You cannot have no government will allow you to have a shadow government because it negates the principle of our democracy and constitutionality.
All right then. All right.
Thank you. God bless you.
Now, this would be a good place to end this conversation. I must say a very big thank you to you, gentlemen, Barrister Darlington Agomo and Comrade Roy Oriabo. We appreciate your presence and thanks for coming to Political Lens. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, Technical Director Olusegun George, the bus manager Samuel, sound engineer Hassan, and ingest manager Jerry, I am Chukwuma Okoro. And up next is Issues with Jerry Apollo High. Stay with us and don't go away. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And on the bold angle with Jomalina, we dive deeper into stories that shape our world.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready to lift him high? All around the world, it's time. Let the praise wave ride. It's Praise Wave Live. Oh yeah, the rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every tribe. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now. Praise wave, all day, all night. Once we're live, let the world ignite.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV Channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello Nigeria, it's another exciting episode of The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Jerry Alpenion. Alright, today on The Issues, we focus on matters arising as we'll be examining the state of Nigeria's government, politics and economy from P2B's pending decision on joining the African Democratic Congress to the controversy surrounding Dangote refinery's sacking of over 800 workers for unionizing and the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors' 30-day ultimatum to the federal government over unmet demands. Will delve into the implications of these stories on Nigeria's political and economic landscape. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. Stay tuned. After this short break, we'll dig deeper into these topics some more. Don't go away. Welcome back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. P2B, the Labour Party's 2023 presidential candidate, will decide on joining the government election on November 8th. Obi has been given a waiver to weigh his options and won't be rushed into abandoning the Labour Party. The ADC had called on coalition leaders, including Obi and former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, to resign from their current parties and register fully for the ADC. However, Tango emphasized that Obi's decision will be made after the Anambra election and following wide consultation with his supporters. Tango also expressed concerns about the ADC shifting its adopted resolutions, particularly on zoning formulas and sharing principal offices, questioning why these changes are being made midway through the agreement. All right, today I'm being delighted to be joined by an esteemed guest here in the studio. We have Dr. Peter Nosike. Dr. Nosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He is also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power, and he is also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power: How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. All right, Dr. Nosike, it's great to have you join us once again on The Issues.
Thank you for having me.
It's always a pleasure. And of course, the P2B's conversation is up again. Is P2B's delay in leaving the Labour Party a sign of indecision or weak political strategy?
Well, politics is about strategy. You don't take a decision in a hurry. You have to consult widely. You have to be sure. It's just like what they say teachers teach in those days in secondary school. Look before you leap. So that's what Peter Obi is doing. He wants that to consult. He wants to make sure of where he is going. So, and he's also not the before now, about a week ago or so, I told you here that Peter Obi will be making his decisions by November. Okay, so he has to do his plus and minus, check his threats and opportunities before making a decision. So it is not what you do in a hurry.
Okay.
So those who are trying to stampede him into resigning from Labour Party cannot do that. And it is also obvious that they don't understand what the game of politics is all about.
Okay, you're saying they should not put the situation, put Peter Obi in a difficult situation of making a decision in a hurry. Well, Tanko also made reference to something very, very critical. He talked about the agreement and the talks they've been having in terms of formula of the shifting, talking about the zoning and the power sharing agreement. He's now saying that how come all of this conversation is being put aside and they want to hurry the likes of Atiku and Peter Obi to declare for the ADC when all of these have not been properly sorted out?
Well, this revelation should also educate Nigerians more, because before everything saying that ADC is built around Atiku, that ADC is built around Atiku, that Atiku is the owner of ADC. Okay. So you cannot be an owner of a party and they are giving you ultimatum.
Okay.
Understand? And that ultimatum was given to Atiku by the chairman of ADC in Adamawa State. So if Atiku is the owner of ADC, they shouldn't be giving him a mandate. So it is a very good revelation. So consultations are being made.
Okay.
But one thing is, David Mark said that there's no automatic ticket for anybody, that everybody must go through primary to emerge as a candidate. Because I read that Jonathan went to David Mark and was asking for automatic ticket. I said I read, because it is a closed door meeting. And I'm not a witch to know what happened in a closed door meeting.
I don't know, as a philosopher, maybe you can give us a philosophical angle of that meeting.
So for me, I didn't know what they discussed. But if Atiku is asking for automatic ticket in ADC, he cannot get automatic ticket. Just like Atiku cannot get automatic ticket, because giving anybody automatic ticket is going to demoralize others. Even though
could Jonathan be working on behalf of talking about the president by going to ask for, let me say for instance, allegedly asking for talking about the sole tickets of the party, automatic tickets of the party, if you want to put it that way. Would that not be making it easy for the incumbent to come back in 2027?
For me, I don't think if Jonathan will be willing to go through the rigors of another presidential election, judging by what he saw between June of 2024, June 2014, and March 2025. So that's why I say he has retired and should stay retired. So this thing that I heard that he is going about, for me, I don't understand it. because his wife said that Tinubu supported them in 2011. So Jonathan is not going to run against Tinubu. And for me, I know that Jonathan don't want to run a presidential election. He has been president for 6 years. So assuming he wins, he will become the longest serving president in the country. That is 10 years.
Okay.
So unless he wants to help Bonda Ahmed Tinubu by getting the ADC ticket and then refusing to contest the election, and which, if he does that, the good name that he has will automatically be destroyed, and I will be in the forefront of doing that.
Wow, definitely.
This is a view of one, and again, we don't even know the zoning arrangement.
Have not sorted.
Talking National Working Committee, not comes the president of the presidential candidate. That's a primary does not anything. So after that, the talking about is maybe people coming and being given sensitive questions.
All right, we understand our virtual guest is now with us, talking about Chijioke Alexander Onji. He is a distinguished professional with a wealth of expertise in various fields. He's chartered in management accounting, cost accounting, and marketing. He's also a proficient Prince 2 project management practitioner with over 18 years of extensive experience in the oil and gas industry, and his knowledge spans across management, security, economics, and finance. Chijioke's proficiency in transport and logistics further enhances his multifaceted skill set. Quite loaded there. It's great to have you, Chijioke, for the first time with us on the issues.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right, without wasting much of the time, we're just talking about some bit of politics. So we have a topic under what's happening with the Dangote refinery. But before we get to that, I would like to bring you up to speed with what's happening on the political scene with Peter Obi and the fact that the party has said that he needs to declare for the ADC. He should leave the Labour Party. But his Obidient movement is saying that they will wait. They will need to consult until after the governorship election in Anambra State in the month of November. I don't know how crucial that election is to Peter Obi. Anyway, he's a former governor and interested a member of Anambra State. So that could be a reason why he wants to wait until after the election. But how can Obi claim to be to represent clean politics while aligning with unstable or compromised parties? Because today it's Labour Party. What is going to happen with the ADC if it does not align with its own line of thought?
First thing, they say charity begins at home. Yeah. I think his sights would be, there has been so much talk about Obi not being grounded at home. If you say you're a bigwit, you demonstrate that with your capacity from the home. And it is said that when a man is chased, you understand, the first place you will remember is his father's house. Because it is believed that that is where we should have somebody who would at least
support him or defend him or be there to gather the first set of, true loyalists. But you see, the politicking system in Nigeria today makes it difficult to even understand if indeed these individuals, have any form of ideologies. Because the first thing foremost is that one would expect that these individuals should be reeling out to their party members, the Nigerian people, for instance, in the case, the Anambra people, what he intends to do different from the other people. Because, we've got to face these whole situations. Everybody wants to be governor, president, and be at the helm of affairs. It mustn't be you. If truly you have made an impact, one would expect that you should have people that are more credible to be able to handle these positions. Except we're saying that in the population said to be over 200 million people, that is the same people who have been contesting the same positions that have the credibility and the wherewithal to govern the states. It simply means that we have quite a whole lot to do as a people. Because in today's day and age, where nations are talking about ways forward, we're talking about how to use political parties as a horse ride to get to the next level and, dump it once you are done with it. So it's like a caravan where you can take to the next bus stop and you hop down and the next thing you have declared for the next party. What these individuals are doing is simply destroying the political institutions because they also see their colleagues in other nations, how indeed they stand on their political parties based on their own beliefs. And the political parties outlines its own programs and its own intents and the belief. So an individual coming on board, accusing based on these are the reforms because what clamoring for or advocating to bring it to such nations. It's amazing that him all of continued attitude of once it's election period, it becomes this rigmarole of jumping from one political party to the other. And then at the end of the day, the Abracadabra on Nigeria still brought, because the system so covers and protects these individuals who have become so powerful and even more powerful than the institutions. So you wonder and ask, what is the political ideology? He came on board of Labour Party and thought that it was actually the party that was the real gimmick, and not the Nigerians who were clamoring for a change, making votes count and giving votes. Was as a result of the fact they wanted another. And his colleague. So Nigerians actually were clamoring for breath of. It just happens that because he was riding on the Labour Party, Nigerians queued behind him because they wanted a true change. But again, I will tell Peter and Peter B and his few interlocutors that building a stronger base begins with ensuring that those who volunteer and give you the attention, their time, and their resources are first of all carried along in the journeys you do. Because what political politicians do is that once they find an alternative platform, without even carrying the members along, they jump the ship. You'll be at home and you hear that, probably sometimes people are back from campaigns or conventions or whatever programs that the political parties have done. And then while on their way, they hear that the man who they are killing themselves over, or even fighting and creating enmity for, has jumped the ship. And in most cases, they are the ones who are the middle of this.
Yeah, Mr. Chips, sorry to correct. Could it be that we have politicians who are bigger than people? That is, we don't have institutions when it comes to political parties, and we don't have ideologies that drive these people. Because back in the days, we used to have the NWC, like Dr. Anski was trying to point out, that was even stronger than the candidates. They make choices, they make decisions, they direct the party where it goes. But these days, we have de facto, talking about governors forum, we have politicians who are bigger than the political parties. So they can jump ship and take those who are going behind them for granted. Because most times, let's be frank and sincere, money is now the thing. Everybody follows where the money is, no more loyalty. Unlike maybe we just seen some bit of Peter B whose mandate is like saying we don't give shishi and so on and so forth. But on the side, his members are already saying, like Aisha Yusuf are saying, that they must spell it out. They must zone it to the south before Peter B can come out and say, okay, yeah, he's ready to join the ADC. So that means his chances are going to be bright. They're already afraid, afraid of the article, in quotes, that he might have a bigger play when the primaries is thrown open in the ADC.
Well, no doubt that there are concerns and fears, which are usually the same drama. It's all orchestration. When you put people busy with things that they can grapple, while the main actions are taken behind the scenes, it's just the same way of keeping Nigerians busy, but believing that it's only the South that can bring the dividend of democracy, or simply ensuring that Nigerians get the dividends of governance. No, I mean, it has never worked. It's like the issue and the argument you have all the time. We have one representative for one state, while in some states you have 5 or 10. You're actually clamoring for the beneficial of the single individuals. And these people that we fight and kill over because we want them to be given appointments, when they simply get these appointments, they're the same people who topple on you. They're the same people who drive with the most expensive cars and bully you on the road with the escorts. Irrespective of the fact that we have laws, they disregard the laws. The same people that we often nominate and say they must come from my state and order. And how many of them have we held accountable for delivering the good governance in any of? Let's even say, for instance, the ministers or the ministers and the other various positions within the government that are under appointments. When these things occur, it's always, but people didn't get enough. We didn't get enough representation. The ones you've had, what have they done? The fact that we've had southern and northern governors in the past, what dividend have these individuals put on the table as a mark that we can actually say, based on this, we want to review? I want Nigerians to realize that the time has gone past when it's about north or south or east or west. No. People have gone beyond this attitude. What we're looking for is who is credible. And that's what should matter. Because even if we have a southern president, he's not going to be the president of the southern. He's going to be a president of Nigeria. And it simply means that once he emerges as a president, he's a president for all. And he would definitely have to be working or doing the same thing he does to south, to the north, and every other part of the country. You see, the problem we've had is that the political system in Nigeria has been designed to be a platform for just the thievery. The people who are clamoring for a particular section of people to represent them is all for the fact that they want access to the same national treasury. Because we've seen that those who have looted it in the past, we haven't seen any punitive actions that happen. In the past, we've seen that people go ahead and even do beyond the imaginations of Nigerians. And at the end of the day, it's the same pit pat. Let's even look at, be it at the north and the south candidates that I imagine now, who amongst these individuals, including the Jonathan of this world, that will look at the faces of the same colleagues and say, I want to probe them. When President Bola Ahmed Tinubu came out and mentioned, even before he emerged president, the previous probed the previous administration of Nigerians. I'm an ardent supporter of Chief Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But for me, that was where I felt that he got it all wrong as a foundation. It's not a personal thing. It is not in your opinion. It is not in your will to exercise and say you don't want to probe a previous administration. It's the essence of probing is for accountability. You cannot send somebody on an errand and you will not find out the details of what indeed he or she has done. It simply means that what you have laid is just ensuring that the corruption continues. Assuming in the course of the probe, Nigerians are aware of how probably some monies that were spent, which Nigerians felt were spelt wrongly, is being accounted properly. That will put closure to a lot of things. Because the problem is, when people do not have belief in the nation, it becomes difficult for them to even put in their lives to protecting that nation. And that is what we're seeing with other worlds. Look at everywhere you go. They are standing by their nation because accountability comes in first. In everything, you cannot say, I don't want to probe a previous government. It is not your choice. Your being there is on the mandate of the people. And so it is not by choice to say I won't probe any previous administration. And this also goes to the governors and all the local governments and all the other parastatals. You must probe. It is ideal. And I expected that people like Peter Obi and co. would be clamoring and saying, no, the president lacks the power to say he will not probe. It is not a personal grantor or wish.
All right, that deals with the situation we are talking about. We don't have institutions that are bigger than the political figures, those in power. You know, those in power are the institutions, which is not supposed to be. But Dr. Anosike, he pointed out at so many other things that you've always referred to on this platform. But taking a look at the ADC critically, is the opposition wasting time and handing the 2027 election to the ruling party by delaying the unity? They need to be united now on one front so that they will be stronger ahead of the 2027 election.
You guys are hurrying this ADC. Okay. We are still in 2025. Okay. 2 years to the election. In 2013, there's nothing like APC. Mm-hmm. I know that Nigerians are hungry and angry, but there should be due process. Okay. There should be due process. If you hurry, you can make mistakes. Understand? This is a game of strategy. So I'm not even happy that these guys in ADC are saying that
you must openly declare for the party.
No. Or there are still time. P2B joined the Labour Party in June of 2022. That's less than 1 year to the presidential election. You must make your consultations. Understand? You must make your consultations. You must ask your questions. You must take your strength, understand, your opportunities, your threats, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So it's not a decision that you make in a hurry. And if, as Nigerians want it in a hurry, if ADC brings out a presidential candidate today, APC might mess him up. So suspense is part of this business. Suspense is part of this business. And the politics, most of the important decisions, most of the important games are done behind the scene. But Nigerians want to be seeing everything, understand? Okay. Nigeria wants to be seeing everything. Where is P2B? What is the article? No, they should calm down. It's a game of strategy. I know that they are angry, they are hungry, understand? Yeah. This 10 years of APC government is the worst thing that has happened in this country. Understand? Even the Abacha, I would rather vote for Abacha regime than this APC government I'm saying. But we should take time. Understand? Okay. We should take time and make sure that the right thing is done. Or their primary will be around April, May next year. Understand? So you cannot expect a presidential candidate to emerge today.
Okay.
Understand me?
Should the zoning be taken care of?
Which
ahead
zoning?
of any decision by Peter Obi?
When there is going to be a primary, there's no need for it. Actually, the only zoning should be for the National Working Committee. Okay. Understand? Maybe because Ari was under David Mark, the current public secretary. All of them are on acting capacity.
Okay.
So they should, their National Working Committee should be encompassing. That's using federal character. That's to make sure that yes, every part of the country is carried along. So that should be what they should be talking about, and not who is going to be the presidential candidate. It is only APC that should have a presidential candidate now because they are the ruling party, they are the incumbent, and this right of first refusal will be given to the president.
Okay.
And everybody know that this man is so ambitious that he cannot say, I will not go for second term.
At least Joe Biden also wanted to contest before he it's very incumbent, definitely. Ordinarily, most of the time, incumbents want to remain in office.
Mandela said no.
Mandela is one, but most of the time,
Mandela said no.
We always have the incumbent. Tinubu is not Mandela anyway. He doesn't want to be Mandela, and he thinks he wants to rule for 8 years. But let's go back to the issues that's happening with the oil sector. Former Kaduna State Senator Shehu Sani has asked Dangote Refinery to reinstate over 800 workers allegedly sacked for joining trade unions. Sani emphasized that the right to unionize is embedded in Nigerian law, and that Dangote, being a strategic national asset, must respect workers' rights. He also appealed to the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Pegasin, to suspend its directive to cut off gas supply to the refinery. Pegasin had ordered a nationwide shutdown of operations, including gas and crude supply to the refinery, accusing the company of replacing Nigerian workers with over 2,000 Indians. Dangote Refinery, however, described the strike order as reckless, lawless, and dangerous, citing safety and efficiency concerns as reasons for the dismissals. The federal government has called for a meeting to resolve the dispute and prevent a broader industrial crisis in the oil and gas sector. Sani's intervention aims to avert further economic damage and promote industrial peace. Let me take this to Mr. Chibuzo there, okay? Because definitely you should know what's happening already. Is Dangote Refinery violating Nigerian labor laws by sacking workers for unionizing? Or is it within its right to act in the name of efficiency?
You look at it from on the angle of a private driven enterprise. It says that he is the king and he decides what he wants. But we must also understand that in Nigeria, which has also been the case for a long time, and it still is the case, there are certain waivers that you can't just explain how they emerge or what happens. In fact, in most cases, it's difficult to even interpret the law because that is where you now find the drama between lawyers trying to interpret, what the law says and what the law hasn't said. But I would rather want to address the issue ongoing. It is very, very unfortunate that we still find ourselves as a nation in this particular saga. Because one of the greatest costs in the oil and gas sector can suffer is disruption of services. It's the same thing that happens in constructions, just that in the construction, it can be seen as minimal. But the impact of shutting down operation a single day can be so calamitous in the sense that a lot of things that goes on with the processes, once disrupted, in most cases, for instance, restarting these things cost them more. Within the shutdown, you could have corrosion, clogs, and all, etc. And it costs a whole lot of money and time to put these things to order. Dangote, as an individual, as a private entity, wants a functioning company that he believes he's been able to float By the way, we are not aware whether the saga between the share of Nigerians, as we Nigerians, the share we own in the private entity, whether it has been resolved. Because if we are still part and owner of the Dangote refinery, it simply means that such, decisions would not be taken without we, the Nigerian people, being put to the knowledge. But we want to look at the fact is, how do we respond to an issue? In most cases, it's always the show of power and brainstorms or goody. That's not the way to address these matters. Before this ever became a total collapse, there must have been some sort of informations between the staffs and Dangote. What happened between them? Because most times we play the ostrich game of, okay, now the whole thing has collapsed. We want to use forces to, make it work. I mean, in this system, it's not going to be the best alternative because Dangote is the employer for this labor. Yes, it is enshrined in the Constitution of Nigerians of the rights of every Nigerian who is a workforce to belong to a labor union of his choice, in case of TUC and the NLC. So if indeed Dangote decides that he do not want this, I'm aware that there are certain organizations that still exist in Nigeria where you do not have this. In fact, even most foreign companies that are in Nigeria, most of the staffs are not allowed to join unions. It's not a new thing. But what we should have been looking at for is, why did we get to this particular situation, to this breakdown where it is now the tussle of who is more stronger and who's the powerful man? Let's not forget the role that Dangote plays today in Nigeria. This is a single man who has been able to, get a lot of monopoly in major areas. And now we are in the environment where even President Goodluck Jonathan could not mention the names of the men behind. That was when the name cabal emerged in the political nomenclature of Nigerians. When he looked and saw the names and said, no, you cannot call the names, but the only thing you can label them is a group of individuals that are beyond your imagination, so powerful. Let's even look at what the power play. The current president, until he emerged, the various vehicles donated by Dangote's to the Nigerian police were being parked in front of the current president's house as part of the security apparatus attached to guiding and protecting the residents of the current president. So if such a man, who today the Nigerian police proudly drives his vehicle branded with the Dangote, except indeed it has been changed yesterday, but this was the case. How can you now tell the NLC that he has the authority to stop a man or to disrupt the services of a man in saying that he does not want the members of his staffs to become the members of the various unions? But it goes again to show how weak our institutions are, because it's stipulated clear, and you cannot in any way at all circumvent these laws and be seen to continuously do business as usual. You see, the problem comes from the will to enforce the laws. It's not that we don't have the various laws, cut across, including the various arms of governments that takes care of all of this. But the problem has always been that the will to execute or enforce such laws. When you look at the man behind the issue, do you think is a man that the ordinary NLC president can stand up to? Where the NLC president today, under its current leadership, has lost the support of majority of Nigerians, because Nigerians do not even know whether they represent them or what indeed are their programs. And we may ask, what indeed has been the major beneficial of these workers when they join these unions? Is it the job security that we have seen majority of the IOCs sack a lot of them in the past? And after several years in courts, in most cases, it's not resolved. You see, there is so much behind the scenes that Nigerians are not aware. It is not in my own completely to bring out all this, because some people are aware. But the major forces behind it ensure that Nigerians are kept in the dark and only see the things they want them to see. I believe that the reason why this is coming on now is because certain individuals who disagree with Dangote's attitude want to ensure that they use the same power as once man that was referred to as Otumba Diesel did to other people who tried to import diesels. Today we hear the fire of fireworks from London that says, "Oh, the cabals want to cripple, Dangote's ventures and businesses." Yes, I'm glad that a lot of them acknowledge that they are also the major cabals. So this whole idea of shutting down because it must be or mustn't be, it's something that I believe the government has the ears of the Dangote, and at one call, the Dangote will be at the presidential villa, having meetings and agreeing on the terms. But even if this must take place, because you cannot force me to hire individuals.
Yeah.
Anybody who is loyal to my own laws will definitely be able to work with me in a cordial relationship. So there's a whole lot we need to look at integrally in this.
Mr. Chidege, Dangote has already gotten a court order stopping Penderson from ordering the stop of supply of gas already, meaning that it looks like the law will be on the side on this one. But does that justify him replacing over 800 Nigerian workers with 2,000 foreign nationals in a so-called strategic national asset like the refinery?
It does not justify. But again, I'll tell you, on the sense of the private individual who wants his business, booming, it justifies it because Dangote has not built the refinery to make losses. We built the refinery to make profits.
Could that actually be the reason? Is it losses or because they decided to be a part of the union?
No, the thing is that I know where this whole matter is going, because the minute they become part of the union, there's a whole lot that goes behind the scene in appeasing this.
Protect them even though they are not efficient, just because they are part of the union.
Apart from that, there is so much that will be forced onto him that he must be able to carry on with, even when he doesn't like it, because these individuals are simply members of the union. But again, there's something I want to let you know with all of this. Do you think that Dangote would have been able to effectively have been able to replace these individuals in this short while without the collaboration and the license from the government? Because for foreign nationals to work in Nigeria, they must be given work permits. Okay?
Could he have bypassed all of that due to his influence?
No, these things are not waivable, because it is the mandated law.
Okay, could he have been made easier?
And the ministry, no, also under the Ministry of Labor, you have the licenses that will be granted to the recruiter for you to be able to recruit these individuals to work in Nigeria outside the work permits. And these things don't come overnight, because they must also do due diligence. And it is also mandated in most cases that this recruitment is not even done directly by the Dangote itself. So that is why we have the NCDMB Act, which actually makes it easier that in such situations, you have to go through the open bid process, which allows individuals that have been accredited, to be able to handle this. I'm not aware if there are expressly, licenses given to oil and gas companies, owners, that you can bring in people to work overnight without getting these due licenses. I haven't seen it work, but if indeed that it is the case with the Dangote, then we can jolly well say that they are play of the people being above the institutions. It's at play. And it's simply, again, a dissuader to most Nigerians to say, do we really intend for things to work? Because if we intend for things to work, what are the laws for certain people and there are laws for other people?
All right.
Yes.
Let me go to Dr. Nosike. Does Pegasus's threat to cut off gas risk crippling the economy? Or is it a justified defense of workers' rights, like they say?
They have to protect their union. They have to protect themselves.
Okay.
Because Dangote said that he invested $20 million Understand? Shell has invested far more than Dangote in Nigeria. They have union. ExxonMobil has invested far more than Dangote in the downstream. They have a union. So why won't Dangote have union?
Okay. Why should it be an exception?
Understand me? So why shouldn't he? He has been doing a lot of things and getting away with it, and he needs to be stopped.
Okay.
He needs to already. He has a monopoly in the downstream, okay. Because there's no way, even if Warri and Port Harcourt begin that work today, and Bua comes up, they cannot compete with him. Understand? But he shouldn't be allowed to be the alpha and omega. Understand? So for the court, understand me, getting a court order court cannot enforce any order while you are in the house. Understand me? Okay. So there are ways of doing this so that you run to the court and get a judgment does not make sense. Understand?
Okay.
You get a court order. I'm in my house. I didn't come to work. Understand me? So the issue, this guy has been getting away from all the things he has been doing. Now, Ajero, Osifo are representing Nigerian workers. The other time, Dangote called the DSS for a meeting, which shouldn't have involved security at all.
Yeah.
Understand me? He called the DSS and intimidated them. He won. But you must not be winning every time. So I keep on saying, imagine lecturers if there's no ASU. Imagine lecturers if there's no ASU. So these people are there, unions are there to protect the workers.
Okay.
So, but a lot of Nigerians don't understand how all these things
Now that the government is stepping in, do you think there will be a resolution at the end of the day? And will it be in the interest of Dangote, the unions, and the people, talking about the Nigerians?
I'm not the government, understand? But where there's peace and no justice is a piece of the graveyard. And if government try to intimidate them, within the next 3 to 6 months, it will come up again. So it behoves on them that to make sure that this is finally settled. Our neighbor law said that everybody has a right to join a union.
Okay.
You cannot stop anybody from joining any union that's relevant to what he or she is doing. So this is corruption which Adams or Shomone started. Because when he was NLC president, they were picketing all the companies that don't have a union. But they never picketed Dangote because he was collecting money from him. Understand me? So now, a Pharaoh who doesn't know Joseph has come on board. That's why all these things are.
Okay, because he's used to not having unions in his company. So the oil sector is a different ball game because Pegasus is not LLC.
Wait, even then, all his companies, both the cement,
the flour,
or the bags, the
sugar and coal,
the one he beverages, dancer, he refuses any union in any of his companies. But NLC, Oshomona was going about picketing the other companies that refuse a union. Now making him to be above every other is wrong.
We'd like to leave it here. And your parting shot, Mr. Chibuzo.
Okay. Okay, the thing is, this whole drama could be ended if indeed the government actually wants to be serious in ending this. It's a matter of dialogue. There is no way Dangote would have been able to bring in foreign nationals to work without being granted ex parte quota, of the individuals to carry out these duties. And it simply means that there's a whole lot that's been going on, and most Nigerians just attack what they see on the media. I believe that the government can take these things to the internal kitchen cabinet and then dissect this and come up with a lasting solution. And we should also understand that it's ideal for us to always call out when we feel that there are certain companies that are giving a lot of preferentials without regards for others. It's unfair. Okay. We've continued to have this, as like a norm over the years, and there's so many companies I would have probably mentioned now, but I wouldn't. But we know them, and I believe you also know them. And we wonder sometimes why these individuals, they never come on board in terms of anything the government is doing to others. So why do they continue to get preferential treatments? We hope that one day that this government will wake up to the responsibilities and ensure that all is equal before the law.
All right, thank you very much, Chijoke Alexander Oji. It's been a pleasure having you on the issues on your debut, and we hope to have you some other time.
Thank you so much.
All right, have a good one. All right, big thanks, Dr. Nasiki and Shaw. Your parting shot.
The vice president of Dangote of Dangote Group is an Indian, so it will be very, very easy bringing his people in. Wow. Even in the board, Dangote had about 11 members in the board. Many of them are Indians.
Wow. Okay. Should they? Okay. Anyway, it's definitely a very interesting way to look at it, coming from Dr. Nosuke, who is a very interesting philosopher and, of course, a great author. Thank you very much for being a part of the issues.
Thank you for having me.
All right, and that's all for today's episode of the issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria's political landscape, labor relations, and healthcare system. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insights. Until next time, stay informed. I am Jerry Apelihai. This has been the issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Have a good one.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shape our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And on the bold angle with Jomalina, we dive deeper into stories that shape our world.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
It's Praise Wave Live. Oh yeah, the rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every tribe. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now. All day, all night. Once we're live, let the world ignite.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just